Chapter 1. At the crack of dawn, Yang Kai woke up. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, he took a broom from the corner of the room and walked out of the room. He stood at the door and stretched his body. He glanced at the white dawn on the horizon and closed his eyes to enjoy a moment of peace. Then he opened his eyes and waved the broom in his hand, burying himself in cleaning the dust and fallen leaves on the ground. He was dressed in a green robe that was simple and clean. The plain white robe made the young man look a few years older. Yang Kai's back was as straight as a javelin. Even though he was doing the lowest level of work, his expression was meticulous. His movements were calm and steady. He didn't use much strength to hold the broom, and his body didn't even move much. Just by the movement of his wrist, the broom was like an extension of his arm. As he moved, the dust and debris on the ground magically moved as if they had grown 2 legs. Yang Kai was a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. 3 years ago he entered the sect and began to cultivate. Until now he had only reached the tempered body 3rd stage. His fellow apprentices who had entered the sect at the same time as him had long since surpassed this stage. Each of them had their own opportunities and were able to achieve meteoric success under the tutelage of those who had entered the sect. 3 years of tempered body 3rd stage. This kind of talent could no longer be described as ordinary. It could even be described as mediocre. Without any other choice, Yang Kai could only accept a job as a floor sweeper in the sect. While maintaining his livelihood, he bitterly cultivated. High Heaven Pavilion was a rather special sect. This was reflected in the cruelty of the competition between the disciples. In this sect, those with ability would be promoted while those without ability would be eliminated. The law of the jungle was vividly demonstrated in High Heaven Pavilion. In other sects, there may be some friendship between fellow disciples, but in High Heaven Pavilion there was none. If you want to climb up, you have to step on the shoulders of those so-called brothers and brothers. Only by stepping over their blood would you be qualified. High Heaven Pavilion's strict rules were well known throughout the Great Han Dynasty. Although it wasn't considered a super large sect, the cruelty of the competition between the disciples was second to none. It was also because of this that the disciples were all intrepid, and few people dared to provoke them when they traveled the Jianghu. High Heaven Pavilion had a rule. Disciples under the age of 14, no matter who they were from the time they entered the sect, they would have to spend 3 years as a trial period. During these 3 years, food, lodging and transportation were all taken care of by the sect. The disciples only had to focus on cultivation. If one could break through to the tempered body stage within 3 years, one would be qualified to become a disciple of one of the sect's experts. Of course, one could choose not to become a disciple of one of the sect's experts and cultivate on their own. However, on the path of cultivation, there was a huge difference between the guidance of a good teacher and the exploration of one's own path. To some extent, High Heaven Pavilion's rules were somewhat liberal. As for those who did not break through the body tempering stage within 3 years, they would either leave the sect or be demoted to a trial disciple. That was Yang Kai's current identity as a trial disciple. It was also the disgrace of High Heaven Pavilion. Unlike ordinary disciples, trial disciples had a much harsher living environment. After reaching this step, they had to take care of their own food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The sect would not waste any more cultivation resources on them. Once they were demoted to a trial disciple, they would never be able to see the light of day again. Unless their strength greatly increased in a short period of time, the sect felt that they had the capital to invest in them. In the entire High Heaven Pavilion, there were 3,000 disciples, but how many trial disciples were there? Not more than 10. Yang Kai was fortunate enough to be one of them. 4 trial disciples to survive in High Heaven Pavilion was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. For example, Yang Kai currently lived in a small hut. It was built by himself, piece by piece. There were several holes in the small roof, but he did not have time to fix them. When it rained, the inside of the hut would be flooded with water. His clothes were bought by himself, the food he ate was his own, and he was responsible for everything. Even the location of his hut was in the most remote part of High Heaven Pavilion that no one cared about. Such terrible treatment, most people would not be able to bear it. This was also the reason why there were so few trial disciples in High Heaven Pavilion. Basically, after the trial period, those who did not break through to the tempered body stage would choose to leave High Heaven Pavilion. However, Yang Kai had chosen to stay. He had already been swept out of the door once, so how could he do the same again? A few months ago, after being demoted to a trial disciple, Yang Kai took on a job as a floor sweeper to maintain his livelihood. It could be said that Yang Kai was now both a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion and a floor sweeper of High Heaven Pavilion. However, this floor sweeper job was sometimes unable to maintain Yang Kai's food and clothing. From time to time he would be hungry and full and no one would care about his cold. His days were bleak and miserable. Even so, Yang Kai did not want to give up. In life he had chosen this path, so he would continue to walk it. Giving up halfway was not a man's conduct. Yang Kai had a tenacity that would not turn back until he hit the southern wall. As the sky gradually brightened, Yang Kai swept the floor for a while. Wherever he passed it was clean and dusty. Although sweeping the floor didn't take much effort, after moving so early in the morning without eating or drinking, Yang Kai's whole body was covered in sweat. This had nothing to do with his strength, it was entirely because his physique was too poor. Out of 3 meals, 2 of them would be hungry. No matter who lived in Yang Kai's environment, their physique would not be good. Gradually, some of the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples gathered around him. These disciples had all gotten up early in the morning, but instead of cultivating, they gathered around Yang Kai. Many of them were looking at Yang Kai with great interest, and some of them even had greedy eyes. It was as if Yang Kai was a naked beauty, a fragrant piece of cake. Among these High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had gathered around Yang Kai, there was also a tense competitive atmosphere spreading. They vigilantly looked at their brothers and sisters, each of them with an unkind expression. Some people in the crowd couldn't bear it and whispered, "So many people, it's a bit too much." Someone immediately replied, "If you think there's a lot of people, you can leave, no one wants you to stay." This one sentence made that person speechless. Everyone knew why they were gathered here and why they were staring at Yang Kai. Now they were all waiting for that moment to arrive. The time limit was almost up, so wouldn't it be a pity to leave now? If they could take the lead, then today's harvest would be another big gain. Yang Kai was naturally aware of the movements around him, but his expression never changed. He had to experience this kind of situation once every 5 days, 6 times a month, so there really wasn't anything to be surprised about. Moreover, the number of people in front of him was slightly less, probably because not all of them had arrived. Therefore, he continued to sweep the floor, not caring about the people around him, sweeping as he walked. As time passed, more and more people gathered around Yang Kai, roughly estimating that there were at least 30 to 40 people. Yang Kai suddenly stopped and sat in the middle of the road. He slowly breathed in, recovering the physical strength he had exhausted early in the morning. Seeing this, the people gathered around Yang Kai immediately spread out, surrounding him in the middle. The tense competitive atmosphere suddenly rose to a new level, as if even the air was no longer flowing. No one was pleasing to the eye, but they all looked at Yang Kai with incomparable expectation. If someone who didn't know the truth saw this scene, they would probably think that the person in the middle of the crowd was a peerless expert. Otherwise, why would so many people be dispatched to deal with him? But in reality, Yang Kai was only a trial disciple at the 3rd layer of the body-tempering realm. Everyone present was stronger than Yang Kai. "Kai Yang, don't waste your time. Just obediently wait for us to beat you up, wouldn't that save everyone a lot of time?" Some people saw Kai Yang's expression and immediately said disdainfully, "Why would a trifling 3rd layer of the body-tempering realm need to recover? Since he was going to lose anyway, he might as well be straightforward. Why struggle at death's door?" That's right. Yang Kai, you should at least empathize with the feelings of your fellow brothers. We're not like you. After this fight, we still have to go cultivate. These words made it seem as if Yang Kai should be quickly defeated by them. It made it seem as if Yang Kai recovering his physical strength was disrespectful to them. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to these words, like an old monk in meditation. Time continued to pass. Suddenly, a melodious sound of a bell rang out. It was the morning bell of High Heaven Pavilion. The sound of the bell entered everyone's ears, and the disciples surrounding Yang Kai were shocked. The bell rang 9 times and the sun rose from the east. It was a new day. Everyone's breathing suddenly calmed down, and they anxiously looked at Yang Kai, who was surrounded in the middle. Yang Kai slowly got up, raised the broom in his hand, and faintly swept his eyes over the people around him. "Pick me, brother Yang." Someone loudly shouted, "I'll be very gentle, I guarantee you won't feel any pain." "Bullshit. Pick me and I'll give you a quick death. I'll end it with 1 punch and I definitely won't waste anyone's time. Pick me, pick me." The scene was very noisy. It was like a market where vendors were promoting the vegetables in their fields and competing to see who was the freshest. "Yang Kai, don't break the rules you set," someone reminded him. Yang Kai chuckled and casually threw the broom in his hand into the air. Dozens of pairs of eyes looked up, full of expectation, waiting for the broom to fall to the ground. In their hearts they kept praying, "Pick me, pick me." Time seemed to slow down. The broom spun a few times in the air and immediately fell to the ground where it stopped moving. The tip of the broom pointed towards a tall and sturdy youth in the crowd. A sigh of regret sounded, full of resentment and unwillingness. On the contrary, the tall and sturdy youth laughed and walked out of the crowd, clasping his hands and smiling at the crowd. "Brothers, I've won today's battle, I hope you won't blame me. Fuck dog shit luck. Some people were jealous. Why can't you pick me? I come here once every 5 days and I've been here for a whole month. Yang Kai, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Don't mention it, I've been here for 3 months and I haven't been picked even once. Brother, you're worse than me. Not bad, just watch the show." The two brothers looked at each other and smiled knowingly. In the field, the others had already dispersed, leaving only Yang Kai and the tall and sturdy youth looking at each other. Trial Disciple Yang Kai, Body Tempering Stage 3. Yang Kai looked at the tall and sturdy youth. Ordinary Disciple Zhou Dingjun, Body Tempering Stage 5. The tall and sturdy youth introduced himself. High Heaven Pavilion's disciples were also divided into different levels. From bottom to top, they were Trial Disciples, Ordinary Disciples, Head Disciples, Elite Disciples and Core Disciples. Zhou Dingjun said he was an ordinary disciple, which meant that he had not yet been accepted into the sect and had not yet received guidance from a good teacher. If he broke through the body tempering stage and was accepted into the sect, he would be considered a head disciple. The elite disciples of the next level were all outstanding and were selected from the disciples under the sect leader. As for the core disciples, they were the hope of High Heaven Pavilion's next generation. The sect treated these people as future successors. The awe-inspiring disciple ranking system seemed unreasonable, but it was very good at stimulating the competitive spirit of the young people. This was also the foundation of High Heaven Pavilion's cruel system. The fundamental reason why Yang Kai was being fought over by so many people was because of another rule of High Heaven Pavilion, the challenge rule. Chapter 2. High Heaven Pavilion's first rule. Every High Heaven Pavilion disciple has the opportunity to challenge a disciple once per day, and every 5 days they have the opportunity to be challenged once per day. In a battle, the strength of both sides cannot be more than 3 levels apart. No one is allowed to avoid the battle, no one is allowed to cower, and no one is allowed to violate this rule. The winning side will be awarded a corresponding amount of contribution points based on the opponent's level, while the losing side will be deducted a corresponding amount of contribution points based on their own level. Contribution points, also known as sect contribution points. This was a special feature of High Heaven Pavilion. Simply put, contribution points were equivalent to money in High Heaven Pavilion. As long as one had enough contribution points, they could be exchanged for anything they wanted from the sect's logistics department. Pills, manuals, weapons, armors, anything related to cultivation they could be exchanged for. Of course, they could also be exchanged for gold and silver, but generally speaking, sect contribution points were hard to come by, so most disciples were reluctant to exchange them for gold and silver. There were also many ways to obtain sect contribution points, such as turning in one's own treasures to the sect, or completing tasks given by the sect, etc. One of the most common and simplest ways to obtain sect contribution points was through challenges. Challenging a disciple whose strength was less than 3 levels lower than one's own would give them contribution points. That was why so many people had gathered around Yang Kai so early in the morning. Everyone knew how to pinch a soft persimmon. Yang Kai's name could be considered famous in High Heaven Pavilion, not only because he carried the status of a trial disciple, but also because he had never tasted a single victory since entering High Heaven Pavilion. Every time he was challenged, the result was always a loss. Those who paid attention naturally remembered the last time Yang Kai had been challenged. Today was the 5th day since then, so according to the sect's rules, he could be challenged again. Who wouldn't be envious of the contribution points that could be obtained so easily? Although winning against Yang Kai didn't give them much contribution points, a mosquito was still meat. What's more, the disciples who would challenge Yang Kai weren't rich or noble, so naturally they wouldn't complain about a trivial amount of contribution points. In the middle of the field, Yang Kai and Zhou Dingjun had already taken up their stances and said in unison, "Please advise." That being said, everyone knew that Yang Kai was going to get a good beating today. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai took the initiative to attack. His thin and weak body exploded with amazing fighting strength. He took a step forward and punched Zhou Dingjun's chest. His attack was simple and direct. His fist was like a tiger that created wind, as if all his strength was poured into it. This fist technique was the long fist technique that every High Heaven Pavilion disciple practiced. This fist technique wasn't profound, It was only used to strengthen the body of the disciples, so the moves were naturally very simple. Zhou Dingjun didn't panic and had a smile on his face. It was because his cultivation level was 2 levels higher than Yang Kai's, so there was no suspense in this battle. When Yang Kai's fist was about to hit him, he turned his body as if he was taking a stroll in the park. His tall and sturdy body seemed to be somewhat agile at this moment. His fist brushed past Zhou Dingjuan's clothes and did not hurt him at all. Not waiting for Yang Kai to retract his fist, Zhou Dingjuan's elbow hit Yang Kai's forearm. At the same time he slightly raised his knee and hit Yang Kai's abdomen. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as he endured the excruciating pain and hurriedly retreated, narrowly avoiding Zhou Dingjun's third attack. Zhou Dingjun was surprised. He didn't expect that his brother, who was only at tempered body 3rd stage, would be able to predict his next move. His plan to defeat him in one fell swoop was disrupted. But this small mistake didn't affect the overall situation. Zhou Dingjuan's thoughts changed and he followed like a shadow. He wanted to take advantage of Yang Kai's respite to end this battle. But just as he moved, the retreating Yang Kai suddenly pounced on him. The two figures quickly closed in. Zhou Dingjun saw the unyielding and high fighting spirit in Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai clenched his fist and threw another punch. Oh no! Zhou Dingjuan's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had fallen into his opponent's trap. Although his strength was higher than his brother's by 2 stages, his battle experience was not as good. But so what if he fell into his trap? Zhou Dingjuan's aura was as deep as the abyss. He no longer dodged and returned the favor with a punch. With 2 light bangs, Yang Kai was sent flying. Zhou Dingjuan's body swayed, but he still stood there with a dignified expression. If this attack had been launched by an opponent of the same level, the one who would have been sent flying would definitely have been him. Others may not know the secret behind these 2 punches, but he could feel it clearly. This senior brother's fist was actually a bit faster than his own. In other words, he hit him first and only then did he hit him. But his punch was not as strong as his own. Furthermore, he had a strong body. On the other hand, his opponent was as thin as firewood. His face was as pale as a vegetable. It was obvious that he was malnourished. His resistance was not on the same level, which led to this result. Brother Yi, thank you for letting me win. Zhou Dingjun did not feel good. Being hit first by an opponent who was 2 stages behind was not something to be proud of. Although he had won this battle, he still felt that it was not a good win. Whispers came from the side. This guy thinks he's won? Haha, could it be that he has never heard of Yang Kai's name and came to challenge him? This is really interesting. Zhou Dingjun raised his eyebrows. He really did not know Yang Kai very well. He had only heard about this brother from others. Today when he passed by, he saw many people gathered around, so he joined in. He did not expect that his luck would be so good and he would be chosen as his opponent by Yang Kai. But didn't this mean that he had won? He had sent this brother flying with 1 punch. He already had an overwhelming advantage. According to the rules of the sect, his opponent should have admitted defeat because there was no need to continue fighting. Again. While she was thinking, Kai Yang, who had been sent flying, had unexpectedly stood up. His eyes didn't show the slightest sign of discouragement, instead his fighting spirit had become even stronger. After being struck by that fist, his originally emaciated face had become slightly pale. Without waiting for Zhou Dingjun to answer, Yang Kai rushed over again. When he was less than 3 feet away from Zhou Dingjun, his body suddenly sprung up and his legs swept out like a whip towards Zhou Dingjuan's lower body. Whip kick. It was also a basic skill that every High Heaven Pavilion disciple had practiced. But at this moment, when Yang Kai used it, many of the disciples who were much higher than him were able to understand it. It turned out that the whip kick could be used like this. Without waiting for the crowd to sigh, Yang Kai was sent flying again. The difference between the 2 realms and the difference in their physical attributes made it impossible for Kai Yang to compete with Zhou Dingjun. Zhou Dingjuan's punch landed on Yang Kai's calf. When Yang Kai stood up again, his footsteps were slightly staggered. It was obvious that his bones had been injured. Again? Yang Kai clenched his teeth, his eyes burning with a raging fire. Peng? Yang Kai was sent flying. Again? Peng. Yang Kai was sent flying again. Some people who couldn't bear to watch had already left, while others sighed. This Yang Kai's tenacity is really beyond words. Every time he challenges someone, he will definitely not give up until he's knocked out. When these words reached Zhou Dingjuan's ears, he couldn't help but feel bitter. He didn't expect that he would challenge such a crazy opponent. Kai Yang was sent flying 7 or 8 times. His cheeks were swollen and even his eye sockets were black. He staggered forward, looking like he would be blown away by the wind, but he was still as stubborn as a rock. Wherever he fell, he would pick himself up, shout, and continue to charge forward. After repeating this, Zhou Dingjuan's face finally changed. Are you crazy? If you don't admit defeat, you'll die. Chapter 3. High Heaven Pavilion disciples fought amongst each other and many died every year, but when Zhou Dingjun looked at his brother who bravely charged forward without flinching, he couldn't help but feel slightly alarmed. If he were in Yang Kai's shoes, Zhou Dingjun wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Perhaps he would have already admitted defeat. Where there is life there is hope. This was the way of life. Not turning back until you hit the south wall, this was a kind of persistence. Seeing Yang Kai's sorry figure, but the fighting spirit in his eyes was growing stronger and stronger, Zhou Dingjun knew that if he didn't knock him out, today's matter wouldn't be over. Thinking of this, Zhou Dingjun waved his hand and chopped down on Yang Kai's neck. Yang Kai's fierce momentum suddenly dissipated, his eyes lost focus, and his body softly fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, a person standing on the top of a large tree took out a small booklet and flipped it open to read. Trial Disciple Yang Kai vs Ordinary Disciple Zhou Dingjun, Zhou Dingjun. The person standing on the top of the tree had a graceful figure, obviously a woman, but her face was covered by a black veil, making it impossible to see her face. However, her delicate eyebrows showed that she wasn't very old, and the fallen leaf armband she wore on her arm showed her identity: High Heaven Pavilion's Dark Hall Disciple. High Heaven Pavilion's Dark Hall was a special organization under the jurisdiction of the sect's third elder. The Dark Hall disciples were responsible for recording all matters in the sect, including the results of duels between disciples. Therefore, if one wanted to challenge someone in High Heaven Pavilion, they didn't need to worry about not being able to earn contribution points. The Dark Hall disciples hidden in the shadows would record their results and summarize them every month. After the Dark Hall woman finished recording the results of this battle, she took out an even smaller booklet from her waist and opened it to take a look. On it was written, Jihe 14 May 7th, Kai Yang's 147th battle, defeat. Excluding this new line of words, the booklet densely recorded the results of all of Yang Kai's battles. All of them were recorded at the same time, and the results could only be summed up in one word: defeat. Losing 147 matches in a row without a single victory, this could be said to be the one and only High Heaven Pavilion's record since its inception. This record was enough to shock the heavens and make the gods weep. It was unprecedented, and the creator of this record was currently lying quietly on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Yang Kai had never challenged anyone before. These 147 matches were all challenges from others. In other words, he was challenged once every 5 days. This had been going on for more than 2 years. Looking down at Yang Kai, Xia Ningchang frowned. She didn't understand why Yang Kai would persist to this extent. He had already been demoted to High Heaven Pavilion's trial disciple, and even his own survival was a problem, so why was he still staying in High Heaven Pavilion? If he left this place, his life would definitely be much better. What kind of stubbornness did this frail youth have in his heart? This allowed him to lose 147 matches in a row without being discouraged. Perhaps this was the stupidity of men? Noticing Yang Kai was also a coincidence. As a Dark Hall disciple, Xia Ningchang was assigned to monitor this area of the territory. Every time Yang Kai was challenged, every time he was knocked unconscious, she had seen it all. Once or twice was nothing, but after so many times, Xia Ningchang began to pay attention to this youth who was only at body tempering 3rd stage. She really wanted to know, with his perseverance, how long would he persist before leaving High Heaven Pavilion. This kind of aptitude, this kind of cultivation speed, was simply not suitable to stay in this world of Jianghu. The world of ordinary people was his home. Below, the crowd had already dispersed, leaving only Yang Kai lying unconscious on the ground. People came and went and time passed. Xia Ningchang's figure flickered and disappeared from the treetops. When Yang Kai woke up again, it was already late in the morning. From head to toe, there was no part of his body that didn't hurt. Staggering to get up, Yang Kai looked around and found that he was no longer in the place where he had fainted, but rather under the shade of a nearby tree. This was really strange. Could it be that one of his brothers was so kind as to carry him here? This was something that had never happened before. Yang Kai frowned and scratched his head. He vaguely remembered a hazy figure swaying in front of his eyes. But this memory was too vague. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't remember clearly. But between where he was standing and where he had fainted, there was a very clear drag mark, and this mark was clearly caused by someone dragging a person along the ground. When he felt his back again, he immediately felt a burning pain coming from it. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment and then immediately became angry. The trace of goodwill he had for this benefactor who had done a good deed but didn't leave his name disappeared in an instant. This person must have directly dragged him from there. Otherwise, how could the skin on his back be scraped and bruised? It would have been better to just leave him there and not care. Yang Kai thought in his heart. While feeling depressed, Yang Kai suddenly found that his right hand seemed to be holding something. Puzzled, he looked down and saw a small porcelain bottle in his hand. What was this? This porcelain bottle was definitely not his. Yang Kai didn't have anything on him besides a set of clothes and a broom. Where would he get this? The small porcelain bottle had a label on it, and on the label there were words. Yang Kai looked at it and muttered, "Blood coagulation cream." Blood coagulation cream. Yang Kai knew what it was. This was the cream that High Heaven Pavilion used to treat external injuries. Although it wasn't a peerless medicine, it had a significant effect on external injuries. Generally, every disciple would carry a bottle with them at all times in case of an accident. And such a bottle of cream was not cheap in High Heaven Pavilion's logistics department. 10 sect contribution points for a bottle. How many sect contribution points could Yang Kai get in a month of sweeping? It was a trivial 10 sect contribution points. In other words, the value of this bottle of cream was equivalent to Yang Kai sweeping for a month. Who was it? At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a fierce surge of emotion in his heart, and the pain in his back suddenly lessened by a lot. He had been in High Heaven Pavilion for 3 years, and in these 3 years Yang Kai had become accustomed to the fickleness of the sect's disciples. But today someone had actually left a bottle of blood coagulation cream for him after he was injured. This kind of action deeply touched Yang Kai. It turned out that not all of the sect's disciples were heartless people. Perhaps such a bottle of cream for external injuries was nothing to that person, but for Yang Kai, it was what he needed the most right now. There was a saying that a drop of water would be unforgettable, and in the future he would repay it with a gushing spring. Yang Kai was moved as he tried to recall that figure, but it became more and more blurry. On the contrary, a faint fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, not dissipating for a long time. This medicine is actually fragrant? Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. Calming his mood, he straightened his clothes and carefully put away the bottle of blood coagulation cream. Yang Kai picked up the broom in his hand and continued his sweeping work. Sweeping inside and out, he busied himself until noon, when he finally finished his work for the day. Dragging his tired and hungry body, Yang Kai returned to his room. The injuries from the morning fight had not yet been dealt with, so although Yang Kai was hungry, he could only endure and treat his injuries first. Taking off his blue clothes, Yang Kai brought a basin of water to wash his body. If someone were to see the state of Yang Kai's body, they would definitely be shocked. Yang Kai's body was very weak and thin. His ribs were clearly visible, and his whole body didn't seem to have much meat. But on this malnourished body, there were bruises everywhere, scars everywhere, and almost no part of his body was intact. Every 5 days he would be challenged, and every time he would be defeated. Every time he would be knocked unconscious. His old injuries had not yet healed, but new ones were added. If it was anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to endure this kind of pain, but Yang Kai endured it. Not only did he endure it, but he also cultivated and swept the floor every day, not at all affected by these injuries. Chapter 4. After washing his body, Kai Yang picked up the bottle of blood coagulation cream. Placing it under his nose, he gently sniffed it. Discovering that this medicine was indeed fragrant, he couldn't help but feel refreshed, shaking his head. Opening the bottle cap, Yang Kai took out some of the ointment from the bottle and was about to apply it to his wound when he suddenly paused and hurriedly went to fetch a bowl of water. Placing the ointment on his finger into the water, he carefully stirred it before using the diluted liquid medicine to treat his wound. Although the blood-clotting cream had a good effect on external injuries, after being diluted, its function would be greatly reduced. But Yang Kai only had one bottle of cream, so he naturally had to use it sparingly. After the bowl of medicine was consumed, Yang Kai finally finished treating his wound. But what made him somewhat puzzled was that the smell of the blood-clotting cream was somewhat different from before. Not only was it not fragrant, it was somewhat spicy. Putting on his clothes, Yang Kai picked up a piece of black-baked sweet potato from the stove and gulped it down. Then he fell into bed and fell into a deep sleep. There were a few holes in the roof, and the light that shone in brightly lit the room. The furnishings in the room were extremely simple. There was only one bed and there wasn't even a table or a chair. Even the bed only had a deerskin bedding the size of a table and a square black stone pillow. This was all Yang Kai had. The deerskin quilt was made from a deer that Yang Kai had hunted. Although it was not thick, it was just enough to keep out the cold. The black stone pillow was picked up by Yang Kai when he left High Heaven Pavilion and went hunting in the Black Wind Mountain Range. This black stone was square, 1 foot long and 3 fingers thick. It looked like a stone, but it didn't feel like a stone, nor did it have the weight of a stone. Yang Kai didn't know what it was, but in any case it was perfect for a pillow, so he didn't dwell on it. Yang Kai had been using this black stone pillow for more than a year. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but it always made him feel good to sleep. In his sleep, Yang Kai dreamed of today's battle. Time and time again he was sent flying by junior brother Zhou Dingjun, but time and time again he stood up. His heart was filled with unyielding perseverance, and his chest was filled with blood. As the dream continued, the blood in his chest became more and more violent. In his sleep, Yang Kai's face was filled with pain, but his expression was firm. His heart was filled with perseverance. Even if his feet were treading a mountain of blades and his body was burning in a sea of fire, he would not be afraid. In his sleep, Yang Kai didn't notice that the black stone pillow under his head was emitting a deep light. With the ups and downs of Yang Kai's mood, this light became brighter and brighter. In his dream, Yang Kai continued with his early morning encounter. He was repeatedly knocked to the ground by Zhou Dingjun, but when he stood up for the 1000th time, the unyielding perseverance in his heart suddenly broke out. He rushed forward and ruthlessly knocked Zhou Dingjun down. The moment Zhou Dingjun fell to the ground, his appearance blurred and turned into his own appearance. At this moment Yang Kai's mood calmed down. It wasn't because he had defeated his opponent in his dream, but because he had defeated himself. He had defeated his heart's cowardice and submission. A faint feeling arose spontaneously, as if there was nothing in the world that could make him submit. In reality, the black stone pillow under Yang Kai's head suddenly erupted with a black light. This black light spun and emerged from the black stone. It swayed a few times in the air, and then drilled into Yang Kai's head through the Baihui acupoint and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, a desolate and ancient barbaric aura descended. It was like the tide of the sea, the power of the avalanche. In front of this aura, anyone would be so insignificant. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. His whole body was dripping with sweat, and there was a lingering fear in his heart. He was awakened by that aura. After calming down, Yang Kai gave a hollow laugh. It was a bit ridiculous that he could scare himself in a dream. He rubbed his face and judged the time through the light on the roof. He was a bit annoyed. He had slept for 2 hours and it was almost evening. He hurriedly got up and lifted the deerskin quilt, carefully folded it, and then adjusted the position of the black stone pillow. Just as he was about to get out of bed, Yang Kai frowned and turned his head to look at the black stone pillow in a daze. Felt like the texture was different. Puzzled, Yang Kai reached out and picked up the black stone pillow. He weighed it in his hand and found that it was indeed different. This thing was much lighter. Strange, how could a stone suddenly become lighter? Yang Kai casually tossed it up and down. This toss suddenly threw out a problem. It was like a thick book was thrown in the air and the pages of the book fell apart. Yang Kai was stunned and forgot to reach out to catch it. With a bang, the black stone pillow fell to the ground. Yang Kai still couldn't believe it. He was surprised to find that the black stone pillow was actually spread out on the ground like a book. Wasn't this a stone? How did it suddenly become a book? Yang Kai had been using the black stone pillow for more than a year. Yang Kai was very clear about what it looked like. Before, he didn't find out that it was a book. How come today the old turtle took off its shell and turned into a snake? After a long time, Yang Kai bent down and picked up the black book. The moment he touched it, Yang Kai's heart gave birth to a feeling of compatibility. After carefully looking through it, Yang Kai had to admit that this black stone pillow was really a book. Thick book cover, thick book pages. But what made people speechless was that this black book didn't have a single word recorded. It was empty. Moreover, the texture of this book page made Yang Kai unable to see through it. He gently tore it with his hand, but unexpectedly he couldn't tear it. This was really interesting. He had been using it for more than a year, but only today did he know its true appearance. But what was the use of such a wordless black book? Yang Kai turned around to look, but found nothing. Unknowingly, Kai Yang flipped to the first page. Unable to believe this, he angrily stared at the empty page. After a moment of effort, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the page in front of him had changed a little. While he was concentrating, the wild aura that had just descended in his sleep appeared again. A line of large golden characters gradually appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. With the blood as the guide, the golden body descends. Divine power fails, the golden body is indestructible. This aura rushed straight to his heart. Yang Kai suddenly closed the black book. His hands and feet couldn't help but tremble. He took a few deep breaths, calming down a little. What kind of secret was hidden in this black book? Yang Kai didn't know. Yang Kai only knew that this thing that he picked up in the Black Wind Mountain range was likely to have a great origin. After a long silence, Yang Kai once again opened the black book. This time he saw the lines of large golden characters on the first page. So, it wasn't a dream. Gradually, several other lines of characters slowly appeared. Unyielding golden body, the Overlord's bar, the unyielding soul, can descend. 8 lines and 32 words took up an entire page. It gave people a feeling of supremacy, as if those words were filled with a dense and domineering aura. Chapter 5. The meaning of these 32 words was very easy to understand, so Yang Kai naturally understood. However, the origin of the black book was unclear, which made Yang Kai somewhat afraid. What if this was a trap? Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. He was now just a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, who would waste time to deal with him. However, from the literal meaning of the last few lines, the reason why the black stone pillow transformed into the black book was most likely related to his dream today. He had slept on it for more than a year without any change, but today it had turned into a black book, which was inseparable from the change in his mood in his dream. It was because of his own change that the black stone pillow transformed. Since he was the one who facilitated the birth of the black book, then this black book was born because of him. He was the master of this black book. Thinking of this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. The words on the black book clearly required him to drip his blood as a guide. Holding the idea of giving it a try, Yang Kai put his hand into his mouth and fiercely bit down, then stretched his finger towards the first page of the black book. The blood dripped down. At first there was no change, but as time passed, the black book began to emit a layer of black light. Yang Kai's body was not good, and today he was injured first, so after tossing and turning he began to feel a little dizzy. However, Yang Kai clenched his teeth and endured. His blood continued to flow, but the light on the page grew stronger and stronger. After a full cup of tea worth of time, Yang Kai almost fainted on the ground. The page began to change substantially. The black light began to wriggle and shrink, and in the middle of the page, a small vortex appeared. Immediately after, a golden light appeared in the vortex. Yang Kai struggled to keep his mind clear as he stared at the movement in front of him. In the middle of the black vortex, a shiny round golden thing gradually rose up. Yang Kai was shocked. There really was something on this page. Although when he decided to drip his blood, Yang Kai had some expectations, he didn't think it would really succeed. But now, everything in front of him showed that the 32 words on the page were not fake. Dripping blood as a guide, the golden body descends. What kind of golden body is it? Yang Kai's pale face was full of expectation. After a while, when the shiny and round thing completely appeared in front of Yang Kai couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. No matter how rich his imagination was, he never thought that the golden body would look like this. This was a golden skeleton that was only about half a foot tall, and the first thing to shine was the skull of this skeleton. The golden skeleton floated above the pages of the black book and sat cross-legged. It was clear that it was meditating. Each of its bones exuded a golden light, illuminating Yang Kai's hut in a dazzling light. The black vortex on the page gradually disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Yang Kai didn't know what to do when he saw the bizarre appearance of the golden skeleton. The book only mentioned how to make the golden body descend, but it did not mention what to do with it after it had descended. Looking at it, Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong. The golden skeleton in front of him clearly had no eyes, but Yang Kai felt that it seemed to be sizing him up. It also clearly had no mouth, but it seemed to be mocking him for being weak. Realizing this, Yang Kai was furious and tried to grab the golden skeleton. Just a little skeleton, how dare it be so arrogant? Who would have thought that as soon as he made a move, the golden skeleton flew over and directly passed through Yang Kai's hand and imprinted on Yang Kai's chest. This was a very shocking scene. A skeleton hit Yang Kai's body, and then the golden light shone brightly. The golden skeleton directly turned into little fluorescent lights and penetrated into Yang Kai's body through his pores. In an instant, pain spread all over his body. This kind of pain was not ordinary pain, but pain that came from the depths of his bones. Yang Kai screamed and fell to the ground, his body bent like a shrimp and spasmed. All the bones in his body seemed to have been shattered in an instant. Yang Kai didn't even have the strength to move a finger. This was not an illusion. If Yang Kai could look inside his body, he would see that his bones were really shattered. Next to each broken bone, there was a layer of golden light that constantly repaired the broken bones. However, the speed of repair was far slower than the speed of destruction. As soon as the repair was completed, they were shattered again. Human bones were wrapped in bone marrow, and in bone marrow were nerves. Any small touch could cause great damage. It was easy to imagine how much suffering Yang Kai was suffering at this moment. It wasn't that a single bone in his body was broken, but that there was not a single bone in his body that was intact. If it was someone else, even if their strength was thousands of times higher than Yang Kai's, they would probably have fainted at this moment. However, Yang Kai did not. The severe pain made his mind clearer, and the price for this was that the pain he felt was magnified thousands of times. Tragic screams came from the hut. Not far away, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who were walking were frightened and hurriedly fled. In the dark, Yang Kai seemed to have received a message from the golden body. Destroy Yang Kai's consciousness and occupy this body. How could Yang Kai agree? Even if he couldn't move, he tried to maintain a clear consciousness, not allowing the golden body to occupy his body. The golden body was also not afraid. Over and over again, it crushed Yang Kai's bones, tormenting his nerves and making him faint. One had the unyielding golden body, the other had the unyielding soul. Who won and who lost would not be clear until the final moment. Yang Kai knew that this time it was a real matter of life and death. It was not like the challenge with his brothers in the sect. If he couldn't survive, then there would be no Yang Kai in this world. Therefore he had to survive. Even if it was painful, he had to endure. Yang Kai's consciousness and the destructive power of the golden body began a difficult tug-of-war between the two, and the battlefield was Yang Kai's body. They went back and forth, neither side retreating, neither side was willing to give in. As time passed, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the unbearable pain was slowly alleviating, and he couldn't help but feel refreshed. It was no wonder. After the golden body crushed Yang Kai's bones, it repaired them again and again. In the process of breaking and then rebuilding, Yang Kai's body had the factor of the golden body. Yang Kai's bones were getting stronger and stronger, while the energy of the golden body was getting lower and lower. Under this situation, the pain was naturally alleviated a lot. Once the golden body was completely integrated into Yang Kai's body, the battle would be over. The scales of victory were gradually tilting toward Yang Kai. The unbearable pain slowly turned into tolerable, then turned into itchiness, and finally turned into comfort. This feeling was like being enlightened, making hundreds of millions of pores all over his body open involuntarily. Perceiving that the golden body in his body still had a trace of resistance, Yang Kai cursed and crushed it in his consciousness. His body finally calmed down. There seemed to be a sigh in his ears. This sigh was full of relief and a trace of relief. Chapter 6. After quietly lying on the ground for 2 hours, Yang Kai finally stood up. The torment just now had exhausted all of his strength. Recalling the events of 2 hours ago, Yang Kai felt as if he was in a dream. He couldn't believe that all of this was real. He quietly pinched himself and felt some pain. What is going on? What is the origin of that black book? Yang Kai muttered to himself, somewhat confused. When he finally calmed down, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that he was somewhat different. Originally, he didn't have enough to eat, and every 5 days he would suffer a beating. His body had always been very weak, but now Yang Kai could clearly feel that his bones contained exuberant vitality. A warm energy slowly exuded from within, giving him an indescribable feeling of comfort. With a slight movement, his bones unexpectedly emitted a crisp and melodious crackling sound, as if they were playing a tune. Moreover, his body no longer hurt, and the wounds he received from Zhou Dingjun today seemed to have completely healed. Aware of this, Yang Kai hurriedly rolled up his sleeves and lifted his clothes to carefully examine himself. He discovered that the original bruises on his body were all gone, and even the old wounds on his body showed signs of healing. But he was still as thin as a stick. He reached out and gently rubbed the wounds on his body. The dead skin rustled and rustled, revealing the new tender skin underneath. Although it wasn't like a newborn baby, it was much healthier than before. Hiss. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that the golden skeleton body that merged with his body would have such a strong recovery ability. Feeling his strength again, he discovered that he was still at body tempering 3rd layer, and there was no change. This discovery made Yang Kai feel a little disappointed. Yang Kai had heard many stories of Jianghu stories and the secrets of his seniors since he was young. He knew that in this world, there were many people who were blessed with good fortune who unexpectedly had a fortuitous encounter. From then on, they leaped over the Dragon Gate and achieved supreme fame. But that was only a story after all. How many people in the world could actually have a fortuitous encounter that changed their lives? The more powerful those seniors were, the more they couldn't bear to bury their cultivation with the earth. They would always find a successor before they died. Therefore, it was basically impossible for them to encounter a fortuitous encounter just by jumping off a cliff or drilling into a cave. But now, such a thing actually happened to him. That mysterious black book definitely had a great origin, and the unyielding golden skeleton was just a fart from the Earth Lord. This could be said to be his fortuitous encounter, but it could also be said to be the inevitable result. The last 4 sentences on the first page of the black book clearly read, "Unyielding golden body, dominator bar, unyielding soul, can descend." If the black book was not obtained by him but by someone else, they would never be able to pry into its mysteries, and would only be treated as garbage and discarded. It was precisely because he had picked it up and used it as a pillow for a year, feeling the unyielding tenacity in his body, that the secret of the black book was revealed today. In other words, this matter was indeed his own fortuitous encounter, but it was a fortuitous encounter that he obtained through his own ability. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly felt a burst of happiness. As the saying goes, a beautiful woman is a gift to a hero. Where is the black book? Yang Kai suddenly remembered the treasure that he had used as a pillow for a year, and could not help but anxiously look for it, but could not find it. While he was anxious, his body seemed to faintly move, and in the next moment, the black book suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai and fell to the ground. Yang Kai was stunned, reaching out to pick it up, frowning for a moment, and with a thought, the black book disappeared from his hand. With another thought, the black book reappeared. This scene was like a magic trick, but Yang Kai's face was very dignified, because he actually felt that the black book could be absorbed into his body according to his thoughts. This wordless black book's material, could it be? Is it soul-suppressing stone? Yang Kai said, almost scaring himself. Soul-suppressing stone. That was a legendary treasure. Only in a place where hundreds of millions of Een souls gathered, the 9 Een abyss, could it absorb the power of countless living beings to form this strange stone. There was an ancient legend about this kind of thing. A small piece of black stone, thousands of miles away, no living being can approach, not even a blade of grass can grow. This was a bit of an exaggeration. A small piece of soul-suppressing stone, how could it be able to destroy thousands of miles of territory? But the process of forming this strange stone was really cruel and bloody. Any life form that got close to it would immediately die. The flowing time great emperor of this stone was also very long, the shortest was thousands of years, the longest was tens of thousands of years. The formation process would not be investigated, but once a soul-suppressing stone was formed, it was a supreme treasure. Because this thing had a very strange ability, it could be absorbed into a person's body, and it could also open up a unique space inside the stone. This space could be big or small, so it was perfect for storing things. Although Yang Kai was only a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, his status was low, but his knowledge was not lacking. Not to mention the legend of the soul-suppressing stone had been passed down for many years, anyone would have heard of it. When he first received the black book, Yang Kai did not think of this. But now seeing that it could be absorbed into his body, and then thinking of the golden skeleton that appeared from the pages, how could he not recognize the black book's material? Kai Yang immediately began to sweat profusely. The soul-suppressing stone only existed in legends, it had long disappeared from the world. But he did not think that he would be able to find one, and such a big one at that. The legend said that a small piece of soul-suppressing stone, even if it was only that big, it was still priceless. But the one in front of him was actually made into a wordless black book, a foot-long, 3 fingers thick black book. This value was immeasurable. If this matter were to spread out, not to mention a trivial High Heaven Pavilion, even the entire Great Han Dynasty would be trampled overnight. Yang Kai could not help but feel a burning sensation in his hand. Although he was frightened, he did not forget to wipe his sweat. Fortunately, this thing could be absorbed into his body, otherwise he would be in big trouble. With such a precious treasure, Yang Kai did not dare to be careless. Like a thief, he quickly closed the door and hid in his room, his heart beating wildly. Kai Yang couldn't contain his excitement, but he was also anxious. His current strength was so low, how could he protect such a precious treasure? Although the wordless black book could be absorbed into his body, and there was no danger of it being exposed, Yang Kai was still uncertain. Only by cultivating, only by becoming strong could he protect his own things. Thinking of the encounter 3 years ago, Yang Kai's frightened eyes gradually calmed down. He had traveled thousands of miles, wandering to High Heaven Pavilion. Wasn't it all for the sake of cultivating? Since he had obtained the wordless Black Book, he might as well start with it. The first page of the Black Book gave him the unyielding golden skeleton, although he did not know what use it had, but it definitely would not be bad. Moreover, the Black Book had so many pages, could it only have one golden skeleton? Chapter 7. Although Yang Kai was only 15 years old this year, ever since he had experienced that catastrophe 3 years ago, his temperament had matured a lot compared to his peers. It was precisely because of that catastrophe that his tenacity and unyielding character had been tempered. So Yang Kai quickly calmed down, sat on the edge of the bed, and carefully looked at the first page of the Black Book. After confirming that the first page had no effect, Yang Kai slowly opened it to the second page. With his previous experience, Kai Yang's actions this time were a walk in the park. His eyes widened as he stared fiercely at the black pages. After a long time, the golden characters on the first page slowly appeared. Unyielding golden skeleton, tempered body technique. Yang Kai's mood couldn't help but fluctuate. Things were just as he had guessed. Every page of this Black Book was probably hiding something. Almost without thinking, Yang Kai's mind was completely focused on the second page of the Black Book. In an instant, the golden characters on the Black Book seemed to have turned into living fish, jumping out of the book, turning into a sky full of golden shadows, drilling straight into Yang Kai's head. When the golden shadows disappeared, Yang Kai felt as if there was something extra in his mind. And these things were brought by the golden shadows. Calming down his excited mood, Yang Kai closed his eyes and began to digest the knowledge in his mind. In fact, there was no need to digest. The knowledge that came with the golden shadows appeared clearly in his mind. With a thought, it appeared and he was able to understand it smoothly and freely. This is the tempered body technique. Yang Kai muttered to himself. He found that this was actually a set of fist and foot techniques. A set of seemingly simple but profound fist and foot techniques. Moreover, this set of fist and foot techniques also had a strict time requirement. It actually required the sun to rise from the east to practice. In other words, every day at most he could only practice for half an hour. Right now it was still early in the night, so if he wanted to wait until dawn, he would have to wait for at least 10 to 10 hours. Kai Yang had been busy the whole day, and had only eaten a single roasted sweet potato, so his stomach was rumbling with hunger. Although his body was weak and tired, after obtaining a treasure like the wordless Black Book, his spirit was extremely excited. For a while he couldn't sleep, so he began to study the third page of the Black Book. However, to his disappointment, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see any changes on the third page. He fell asleep while reading. When Yang Kai woke up again, it was just before the sun rose from the east. Before dawn, the darkness was the deepest and everything was quiet. The entire High Heaven Pavilion was quiet, and occasionally the sound of insects and birds could be heard, the early birds looking for food. With something on his mind, Yang Kai quickly climbed out of bed and walked to the front of the hut. Taking a few deep breaths, he slowly relaxed his body. As the sun rose from the east, Yang Kai opened his eyes. In his mind, he had already practiced the set of fist and foot techniques from the tempered body technique countless times, so he immediately took up a familiar stance. His hands formed into palms, his movements gentle and slow, one to the left and one to the right, pushing forward then pulling back, holding the world in his arms, rubbing all things in his palms, stepping on the earth, swallowing the sun, the moon, and the stars. His left foot stepped forward, so close was the end of the world. His right foot gently stepped forward, so close was the end of the world, but in a breath, life was full of vitality, just like 100 flowers blooming in spring. Spring left and summer came, the scorching sun was faint, and the fragrance of the lotus flowers filled the air. The autumn wind was bleak, and the golden fruits were fresh, refreshing the heart. The biting cold wind whistled, and the white snow was wrapped in silver. Yang Kai's expression gradually became dignified, and the slowly moving fists and feet seemed to be pressed by a 10,000-pound boulder. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, Yang Kai's face turned pale, and he suddenly staggered, almost kneeling on the ground. Although he had practiced this set of fist and foot techniques countless times in his mind, Yang Kai had never thought that the tempered body technique would be mysterious to such an extent. In that short moment, Yang Kai felt that the whole world was pressing down on him, and he could feel all the feelings of the world under this huge pressure. The tempered body technique didn't practice fists and feet, but it practiced the vicissitudes of life, birth, old age, illness, and death. It practiced the ups and downs of life, happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. It practiced the joys and sorrows of separation and reunion, and the changes of life and death. The slow fists and feet all affected the power of the world, and were full of mysterious rules and mysteries. Just now Yang Kai only pushed out 6 palms and took 3 steps, which was less than 1% of the progress of the tempered body technique, and it was already difficult to continue. That crisp cracking sound came from his spine, which made Yang Kai mistakenly think that his bones were broken. He hurriedly felt it but found that there was only some pain on his back and it wasn't a big problem. After calming his mind, Yang Kai once again took a stance, and displayed the tempered body technique's routine. Just now Yang Kai wasn't mentally prepared, and his mind was in a trance so he didn't feel it very clearly. This time with the previous example Yang Kai naturally held his breath and concentrated, and guarded his mind. Along with the slow movements of his fists and feet, Yang Kai once again felt the mood from before, and it was much clearer than before. His chest was filled with mixed feelings and he couldn't tell what kind of feeling it was. Not only that, but as the routine unfolded, his fists and feet became heavier and heavier, as if he was underwater, difficult and obscure and difficult to use. The cracking sounds were incessant, and Yang Kai's every movement made his bones explode like firecrackers. Piercing pain came from all over his body, but Yang Kai was unmoved, and his tenacious perseverance was vividly displayed at this moment. In the blink of an eye Yang Kai was sweating profusely, and his hands and feet were trembling, as if the weight of heaven and earth was added to his body, making him extremely heavy. His heart was filled with perseverance. Suddenly, a warm feeling spread through his body, and the pain all over his body was alleviated in an instant. Yang Kai's spirit was greatly aroused, and he concentrated even more on displaying his fists and feet. He knew that this warmth must be from the unyielding golden skeleton. After all, the tempered body technique was a complete set with the golden skeleton. The sun rose from the east, and in front of the most remote room in High Heaven Pavilion, a youth was sweating profusely, slowly displaying his fists and feet to cultivate. The long road of martial arts began today. Half an hour quickly passed, and when Yang Kai suddenly felt his body become light, without the heavy weight on his body, he knew that he could no longer practice the tempered body technique. The tempered body technique clearly stated that one could only practice this set of fist and leg techniques half an hour before sunrise. As if all the strength in his body had been drained, Yang Kai fell on his butt and sat down on the ground. He took a deep breath, and a purple aura was sucked into Yang Kai's mouth and disappeared. In a flash, Yang Kai felt refreshed and his body seemed to faintly move. Yang Kai was surprised and quickly carefully felt his body. This time Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. Qi sense. He actually felt qi. In other words, he had broken through the tempered body 3rd stage, and had already stepped into the tempered body 4th stage. This great news made Yang Kai's heart burst with joy. Since entering High Heaven Pavilion until now, it had taken him 3 years to reach the tempered body 3rd stage, but today, after only half an hour of practicing the tempered body technique, he unexpectedly broke through. The tempered body realm had a total of 9 stages and it trained the body. The first 3 stages only strengthened the body, and there was nothing special about it. But after the 4th stage the meridians would feel qi. Only after feeling qi would one be able to take a step further in cultivation. Although at this time one could feel qi, there was still no yuan qi in the body. Only after reaching the tempered body 7th stage would one's body produce a small amount of yuan qi. Only after reaching the tempered body 9th stage, when the meridians of the body were connected and yuan qi began to open, one would break through to the initial element realm and truly possess one's own yuan qi. The initial element realm was the beginning of a cultivator. Everything in the tempered body realm was to lay a foundation for the future. This foundation was not fixed, and as one's strength increased, the muscles, bones, and skin would be repeatedly tempered until they reached the peak. At this time, Yang Kai had just entered the tempered body 4th stage and had just started to feel qi. To an outsider this didn't mean much, but to Yang Kai it was great news. Chapter 8. Half an hour to break through to the next stage. The effect of the tempered body technique was self-evident. Although Yang Kai's own hard work had contributed to this, without the tempered body technique, Yang Kai believed that he would have needed at least 3 or 4 months to break through. In his excitement, Yang Kai couldn't hold his breath and hurriedly spat it out. A jet black, smoke-like qi came out of Yang Kai's mouth. It was filthy and dirty and it went straight to the ground, rolling up a layer of dust. After this exhalation, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel his whole body become lighter, and his six senses became much sharper. Is this the acquired impurities? Yang Kai was shocked on the spot. In the tempered body realm, every time one broke through, they would expel impurities from their body. Yang Kai had also experienced this before, but it was far from the degree of this. Countless thoughts and feelings of joy lingered in Yang Kai's mind, unable to be erased. Although this time he had directly broken through to the next stage, he hadn't been able to display the true effect of the tempered body technique. This was because after practicing for half an hour, Yang Kai had only used 1% of the moves in the tempered body technique. If 1% could bring about this kind of effect, then what would happen if he used all of it? But if he was anxious, he wouldn't be able to eat hot tofu, and if he was flustered, he wouldn't be able to touch a hot butt. After thinking deeply for a moment, Yang Kai made a plan for his future path. Although it wasn't comprehensive, it was no longer like before where he could only take one step at a time. For a moment his mood couldn't help but surge. After eating a little, Yang Kai picked up his broom and began sweeping the floor. Although Yang Kai was the High Heaven Pavilion's floor sweeping servant, he didn't have to sweep the entire High Heaven Pavilion. The area he was responsible for was only 1/10 of the High Heaven Pavilion. Therefore it wasn't too troublesome to clean up. Basically it could be done in about 2 hours. Xiaoning Chang was standing at the top of a tree, monitoring the activities of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples. Inadvertently he saw Yang Kai sweeping the ground and couldn't help but feel strange. Today Yang Kai was clearly distracted. He didn't know what he was thinking, but he actually swept a certain area for half an hour without leaving. He swept the ground until it was shiny and clean, so shiny that even a mosquito would sprain its leg if it landed on it. This guy. Xiaoning Chang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yang Kai was indeed thinking about something. After obtaining such a great opportunity yesterday, he naturally had to think about his future. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't come up with a good idea. He could only cultivate for an hour before sunrise. What should he do with the rest of the time? Just as he was thinking about it, a rush of footsteps came from behind. Yang Kai quickly dodged, but who would have thought that the other person would also make a dodging action, so he bumped right into him. Nothing happened to Yang Kai, but his figure swayed slightly. The person who had bumped into him, on the other hand, felt as if he had hit a steel plate and fell to the ground with a cry of pain. The place where he had been hit was numb. Yang Kai recovered and looked at the other person apologetically. "Junior brother, are you okay?" That person was still a bit annoyed, but when he raised his head and saw that it was Kai Yang, the one who was beaten up every 5 days, his anger dissipated. There was no point in getting angry at this kind of person, and this time he was also responsible for this matter. He quickly waved his hand and said, I'm fine. As he spoke he stood up and ran off in a hurry. Yang Kai asked, "Junior brother, where are you going in such a hurry?" The person didn't even look back as his voice came from afar. "To the contribution hall, where else?" Hearing him say this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that today was the 8th day of the month. The 8th day of every month was the day when the sect gave out the contribution points for the previous month. Therefore, on this day of every month, the sect's logistics department would be very lively, especially at the contribution hall. Countless people would flock there wanting to know how many contribution points they had received last month. If they had a lot of contribution points, they would naturally want to exchange them for pills, armors and books to improve their strength. Therefore, on this day the mood of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples would be quite excited. Some people were happy while others were sad, and Yang Kai was one of the latter. Stunned, Yang Kai counted with his fingers and couldn't help but frown. The contribution points he had received last month were as pitiful as ever. Sweeping the floor earned him 10 contribution points, but last month he had been challenged 6 times and lost all 6 battles. Every time he lost, 1 contribution point would be deducted, so he had only received 4 contribution points. This made him feel very embarrassed. Fortunately, he was now a trial disciple and his status was at the bottom of the High Heaven Pavilion. Every time he was defeated, he would only lose 1 contribution point. If it was an ordinary disciple, every time he was defeated, he would lose 2 contribution points. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt a burst of joy. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Right now, he was counting on these contribution points to maintain his livelihood for the next month. Without hesitation, he quickly swept the floor. At noon, Yang Kai finally finished his work and carried his broom all the way to the contribution hall. After a morning of buffering, the contribution hall was now very quiet and deserted. This was why Yang Kai hadn't come in the morning. If he had come in the morning, he would have had to line up, which was really troublesome. Walking into the contribution hall's attic, it was really quiet inside. Only the old man behind the counter was dozing off. The old man was the shopkeeper of the contribution hall. He was around 50 to 60 years old, with thin white hair and a kind face. He looked harmless to humans and animals, but Yang Kai knew that this old man was a genuine master. There was once an elite disciple of the High Heaven Pavilion who was acting presumptuously in the contribution hall and was sent flying by this old man's finger, almost losing his life. At that time Yang Kai was also present. It was from then on that he knew that this old man's strength was unfathomable. Yang Kai walked forward and saw the old man sleeping soundly, snoring loudly, his mouth constantly smacking, a wretched smile on his face. This old man. I wonder which High Heaven Pavilion female disciple he is dreaming of. Yang Kai didn't find it strange. Gently tapping the counter a few times, he softly called out, "Treasurer Meng." The old man's surname was Meng, but as for what his name was, Yang Kai didn't know. He had always called him that. A few soft knocks disturbed the old man's sleep. Opening his hazy eyes, he saw that it was Yang Kai. His old face immediately wrinkled as if he had seen a pile of feces. "What's with that look?" Yang Kai angrily asked. Treasurer Meng rolled his eyes. "Why didn't you come this morning?" Yang Kai confidently said, "There were many people this morning, so now it's quiet." Disturbing this old man's sleep, "Do you know what it means to respect the old and love the young?" Yang Kai leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Which girl did you dream of?" Immediately Treasurer Meng's face lit up. Wiping his mouth, he was just about to ask Kai Yang a question when he saw the look of disdain in Kai Yang's eyes. Immediately waking up, he slammed the counter and said, "What you just asked is simply tarnishing this old man's reputation." "How preposterous. Is her figure good?" "Good." Treasurer Meng's saliva almost flowed out. "Good figure, long legs, fair skin and a slender waist?" "NNN." Treasurer Meng quickly nodded, almost treating Yang Kai as a soulmate. "Aha." Yang Kai sneered without saying anything. Treasurer Meng's face was as red as a monkey's butt. He was so ashamed that he wished he could find a hole and crawl into it. Chapter 9. In the entire High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai was only familiar with one person, Treasurer Meng in front of him. After all, he had to come here once a month. Treasurer Meng had a nickname, Dreamy Skinner. Although he was only a small contribution hall treasurer, what he liked to do the most was to squeeze the contribution points out of the disciples. If the original price of the blood coagulation cream was 10 contribution points, he could sell 2 bottles for 3 bottles. His method was very simple, he simply put 2 bottles into 3 bottles. If you don't want to buy, then get lost. Of course, Treasurer Meng didn't do this kind of thing often, but only occasionally. Moreover, his targets were the rich disciples. Like Yang Kai, this kind of poor ghost, he didn't even bother to look at them. Every High Heaven Pavilion disciple's contribution points were hard to come by. How could they bear to be exploited like this? So basically, every disciple who had been cheated by him would report it to the Elder Council. Treasurer Meng had also received warnings from the Elder Council time and time again, but he still continued to do as he pleased, unmoved. However, his position as the treasurer was unshakable, and no one could replace him. Because of this, Treasurer Meng was hated by countless High Heaven Pavilion disciples. The old man didn't care about anyone, but he couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. This was because once, when he was excitedly staring at a female disciple, he was caught red-handed by Yang Kai. An old man without respect. What kind of scandal was this? Being caught red-handed, Treasurer Meng felt that he had to lower his head in front of Yang Kai. It was also because of this reason that Yang Kai was familiar with this old man. The old man was lecherous and had a thick face. In an instant, he adjusted his expression and looked at Yang Kai. "Old rules?" Yang Kai nodded honestly. Treasurer Meng didn't say a word. He took out 10 silvers from the counter and threw it in front of Yang Kai, then took out an account book and recorded it. Yang Kai put away the silvers and asked, "How many contribution points do I have now?" Treasurer Meng rolled his eyes. "You save 4 contribution points every month, so every month you spend 1 contribution point to exchange for 10 silvers. Now you only have 3 contribution points left. What, do you want to buy a bottle of blood coagulation cream?" "No, I'm just asking." Yang Kai waved his hand and muttered, "It's only 12 o'clock. Such a small amount of contribution points, it wasn't even enough to buy a medicinal herb." Treasurer Meng's expression, he whispered, Little Yang Kai, I know that you want to use the baptizing marrow pill, but how many years do you know how long it will you save? You can always save up enough, right? Yang Kai chuckled. Treasurer Meng was left speechless as he thought to himself, at this rate, by the time you have enough money, this old man will have been dead for 100 years. But Treasurer Meng, there is one thing I don't understand. Yang Kai frowned slightly. But the old man put on a consider yourself lucky, I'm in a good mood today attitude. How can such a precious baptizing marrow pill appear in the contribution hall? And why hasn't anyone else taken it? Hee hee. Treasurer Meng smiled proudly, because this baptizing marrow pill is this old man's own treasure. No one else knows about it. Ah, it's yours? Yang Kai was stunned. He always thought that the baptizing marrow pill belonged to High Heaven Pavilion, but it turned out to be his own. No wonder this old man gave him such a high price. Don't be angry. Treasurer Meng happily picked up the teapot on the counter and took a sip. Although it's my own, I won't let you take advantage of me. If you want it, then you can use enough contribution points to exchange for it. This old man's nickname, Skin Ripper Meng, is not for nothing. I'll save enough. Yang Kai nodded. Treasurer Meng's expression suddenly changed. He winked at Yang Kai and whispered, I heard that you were beaten up again yesterday? Yang Kai glared at him and turned around to leave. Treasurer Meng shouted from behind, tell this old man, don't be in such a hurry to leave. What was there to say? Old man Meng was obviously taking pleasure in his misfortune. Without waiting for Yang Kai to leave the contribution hall, old man Meng's expression suddenly became dignified. Staring at Yang Kai's back, he said in a deep voice, Little Yang Kai, go back to where you came from. High Heaven Pavilion is not a place where you can stay. Sooner or later you will be beaten to death. Yang Kai's movements paused, but he didn't turn around. He just whispered, I have no place to go. Finished speaking, he left the contribution hall. Old man Meng held the teapot with both hands and sighed, Really, why bother? Baptizing marrow pill? Hee hee, how could this old man have such a heaven-defying treasure? I just made up a lie to give you hope, but I didn't think you would take it seriously. Yang Kai first returned to his room, put down the broom, and then hurriedly walked out of High Heaven Pavilion. He had to go to Black Plum Town 10 miles away from High Heaven Pavilion. Today he had used a contribution point to exchange for 10 silvers, so naturally he had to buy some food. This was something that Yang Kai did every month. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't feel tired for the first time. In the past, every time he came to Black Plum Town, his face would be flushed, his heart would beat faster and he would gasp for breath. But today he didn't feel anything at all, only his body was slightly warm. Yang Kai was confident that he wouldn't feel tired even if he walked another 100 miles. Was it because of the golden body? Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. This morning when he was sweeping the floor, he was bumped into by that unknown junior brother. As a result, he was able to stand steadily while the other party was knocked to the ground. At that time he didn't think too much about it, but now that he thought about it, it was obviously inconceivable. With his thin and weak body, when was it someone else's turn to be knocked to the ground? It was always him who was knocked flying. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The changes that the golden body brought to him were not small at all. This kind of change couldn't be seen in a short time. Only when he gradually grew up in the future would he be able to slowly discover the power of the golden body. Lost in thought, Yang Kai didn't recover until he reached Black Plum Town. Looking left and right, he walked along the left side of the street. Yang Kai wanted to go to a rice store. The scale of the rice store wasn't large. The owner was surnamed He, a local resident. He ran a small business, but his goods were genuine and he didn't cheat anyone. This was the reason why Yang Kai had always dealt with him. Small shops like this could be found everywhere in Black Plum Town. Black Plum Town was also very lively because within a 100-mile radius of Black Plum Town, besides High Heaven Pavilion, there were also Stormhouse and Bloody Battle Gang. There were also countless other small sects and gangs. However, these small sects and gangs were only small groups. Unlike High Heaven Pavilion and the other two sects, they didn't have their own territory. It was because of this place that so many cultivators were raised, that Black Plum Town was so lively and prosperous. Of course, it still couldn't be compared to a place like the Central Capital. After all, the Central Capital was the capital of the Great Han Dynasty. While walking, Yang Kai inadvertently glanced around and found a group of people gathered in an alley. These people seemed to be secretly plotting something, but one of them was very vigilant. After noticing Yang Kai's gaze, he immediately glared at him with an extremely fierce expression. Yang Kai chuckled lightly, but in line with the principle that if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them, so he simply ignored them. However, what made him somewhat puzzled was that one of these people looked familiar. He seemed to be a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. Chapter 10. However, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. This was Black Plum Town, so close to High Heaven Pavilion. It was normal for the disciples to come here and do some activities. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived at He family's rice store. The rice store occupied 2 houses on the street. The business was very prosperous and a worker was busy going in and out. The owner of the rice store was calculating an abacus at the counter, while the owner was greeting the customers. After waiting for a long time, the people who came to buy rice gradually decreased. Yang Kai then walked into the rice store. "Owner," Yang Kai greeted. The owner, who was about 40 years old, looked up and smiled. "Little brother, you came to buy rice again." And Yang Kai went straight to the cheapest brown rice and pointed to the bag. "Give me a bag." The owner nodded. While filling the bag with rice, she nagged, "Little brother, you come to buy rice once a month. Is this enough to eat?" Yang Kai said, "It is enough." "Liar." The owner looked at Yang Kai. "Look at your arms and legs. If you didn't have enough to eat, how could you be like this?" Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. "I also go hunting in the mountains, so I won't be hungry." The owner at the counter, who seemed to be concentrating on the accounts, didn't look up and said, "Wife, there is some old rice over there. It's just sitting there. Give it to little brother." "I will listen to the owner." The owner smiled and said, "How can this be? You are also running a small business." Yang Kai quickly waved his hand. The owner said with a straight face, "Why can't we? In any case, the old rice is full of worms and can't be sold." But the owner said that these worms are more nutritious than white rice. "You wait, I will give it to you." While talking, she walked to the back of the store. Yang Kai's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He didn't know what to say. Every time he came to the rice store to buy rice, the kind owner and the owner would give him more. They would also find some excuses, such as saying that the rice was full of worms. In fact, it was all good white rice. This made Yang Kai, who believed that there was no true love in the world, feel slightly sad. "Thank you, Uncle He." Yang Kai's voice was slightly trembling. The owner smiled and looked up. "Who doesn't have a time when they are alone? If you are hungry in the future, you can come here. We don't have much, but we have enough rice." And Yang Kai lowered his head. While he was sighing, another 2 people came to the rice store. The only waiter in the store greeted them with a warm face. Before he could say anything, he was kicked to the ground by one of them. "What happened?" "Boss," he quickly ran out from behind the counter. Yang Kai also pulled the waiter up and looked at the 2 people. He saw that these 2 people's faces were filled with killing intent. One of them had a pale complexion and was clutching his stomach. He looked extremely weak. The other person was supporting him. He had a bare waist and a tiger's back. He was the one who had kicked the waiter. "Who is the boss?" The one who was supporting the waiter shouted. I am. "Boss," he quickly responded. He was just an ordinary merchant, but the 2 people in front of him had fierce faces and swords on their waists. They looked fierce. At first glance, he knew that they were not to be trifled with. He didn't dare to neglect them. "Wow, you black-hearted boss, you actually sold poison rice to my brother. Look at him now, a strong and healthy man actually became like this after eating your rice. My brother is usually able to fight a fierce tiger with his fists, but now he is about to lose consciousness. You black-hearted boss, you only want to make money, you simply don't take human life seriously." Boss, he was so scared that his face turned pale. "Ah, how can this be? How can this be?" The man shouted again. "How do I know? My brother bought some rice from you this morning and cooked a pot of porridge. After eating it, he became like this. Fortunately, I didn't eat it at that time. Otherwise, wouldn't I go with my brother to the underworld?" Boss, his forehead was full of cold sweat. He kept wiping it with his sleeve and said, "This hero, I am afraid there is some misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding your mother. If he didn't eat your rice, how could my brother become like this?" The big man shouted. Yang Kai looked on coldly and took everything into his eyes. Yang Kai was very clear about Boss He's character. He helped him from time to time and gave him things for free. How could such a kind person do this kind of thing? Not to mention that Boss He was not so black-hearted. Even if he was a black-hearted businessman, he would not put poison in the rice he sold. If this matter spread out, how could he do business in the future? Who would dare to buy rice from him? The excuse these 2 people found was really crude and couldn't stand up to scrutiny. Therefore these two men were definitely here to blackmail him. But this method was a bit too vicious. It was simply to cut off his path to wealth. Although Yang Kai's body was thin and weak, he was still a cultivator. He was young and hot-blooded. Bossy was also kind to him, so how could he stand to watch? He stood up with a straight face and said in a cold voice, "You too, what?" One of them glared at Yang Kai and became more and more irritable. Before Yang Kai could speak, Bossy quickly stood in front of him and blocked him. He gestured at him and slowly shook his head. "Uncle he." Yang Kai was stunned. "Spend money to avoid disaster," Bossy said softly. Kai Yang helplessly sighed. For Bossy to say these words, it was clear that he had seen through the two men's intentions. But when opening the door to do business, amiability makes money. The noise just now had attracted a lot of attention. If this continued, the reputation of the rice business would be ruined. Even if he knew that they were here to blackmail him, Bossy had to go along with them. He just wanted to quickly send these two demons away. In desperation, Bossy could only put on a smile and said, "Your brother being poisoned should have nothing to do with my rice business?" Hearing this, the two men were about to get angry, but Bossy said, "But even if it has nothing to do with you, since you came to my rice business, I can't just stand by and watch. Your brother is in so much pain, I can't bear to see him like this. It's better to quickly find a doctor. Of course, if you two are tight on money, I can help you pay the consultation fee." These words clearly showed that he wanted to spend money to avoid disaster. If these two people really wanted to blackmail him, he would accept it. Moreover, Bossy's words could let bystanders infer the truth of the matter. He didn't have to worry about damaging the rice business's reputation. It could be said that he was watertight. Who would have thought that the two men didn't have the slightest intention of compromising? The one who helped Yang Kai suddenly became angry. "You black-hearted boss, do you think us two brothers are bandits? How preposterous. Us two brothers are upright and have a clear conscience. But you, this black-hearted boss, selling some poisoned rice, where is your conscience?" These words were righteous and powerful. Yang Kai listened on the side and curled his lips. "With this kind of conduct, you think you can sit upright and have a clear conscience?" Bossy was also stunned on the spot. What? Didn't these two people come to blackmail him? Just when he didn't know how to deal with it, an elegant young man walked out of the crowd. This young man was about the same age as Yang Kai. He was handsome with red lips and white teeth. At a glance, one could see that his living conditions were 1,000 times better than Yang Kai's. The youth leisurely walked to the side of the two big men and circled around them with great interest. As he circled them, he kept smacking his lips and clicking his tongue. The others didn't understand what was going on, but Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He suddenly remembered that on the way here, he seemed to have seen these three people in front of him. It was in that alley. The man who helped Yang Kai just stared at him, and the young man in front of him was also there at that time. Weren't these three people in a group? Yang Kai suddenly smelled a strong smell of treachery. Chapter 11. The High Heaven Pavilion disciple who had suddenly walked out of the crowd circled around the two big men several times. His expression was quite cynical and his eyes gradually filled with mockery. The two big men saw that the newcomer had ill intentions and their brows wrinkled. The one holding the man glared at him and angrily shouted, "You little brat, you're going to make this uncle's head dizzy. What do you want?" The young man smiled and stood in front of the two men. He deeply looked at the poisoned man and said, "Your face is pale, it seems that the poison isn't light." "Of course." The big man holding the man said with a fierce expression, "If it weren't for this, why would us two brothers not seek medical treatment and instead risk our lives to come here? We want to expose this black-hearted boss and let the neighbors know his true colors so that they won't come here to buy rice in the future." Bossy's face paled. He didn't know what the purpose of these two people was. Bossy could understand if they were here to extort money, but the fact that they were here to accuse him of a crime was really confusing. He couldn't see through them. While he was pondering, Yang Kai softly asked, "Uncle He, have you offended anyone during this time?" Bossy thought hard and said with a sad face, "No." "Then your rice business is blocking someone's path to wealth." Although Kai Yang was young, he had seen a lot of intrigue in this world, so he quickly thought of this possibility. A small business, how could it block someone's path to wealth? Bossy shook his head again and again. That's strange. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at the field, trying to figure out the possibility of this matter, but he still couldn't figure it out. In the middle of the field, the High Heaven Pavilion youth suddenly sneered and shouted angrily at the pale-faced man, "Watch out!" As he shouted, he used the Black Tiger Steals the Heart technique and went straight for the poison man's heart. a surprising thing happened. The poisoned man, who had a dispirited expression and had been moaning endlessly since he appeared, as if he was about to step into the gates of hell, actually jumped back nimbly when the fist struck over. He had a graceful bearing of being as still as a virgin and as agile as a fleeing rabbit. The moment he moved, the pale complexion on his face instantly disappeared, and he became incomparably rosy. The onlookers cried out in surprise. They were obviously shocked by this sudden turn of events. "He's poisoned." The High Heaven Pavilion youth looked at the two big men with ridicule. "Even after being poisoned you still have such skill, this one admires you." The two men's faces turned green and white after their scheme was exposed. It was as if they had really been poisoned. The onlookers also booed. They were not fools. How could they not know the truth of the matter after seeing this? It was unknown what purpose these two men had, but they had actually pretended to be poisoned and slandered He Clan's rice store, but had been exposed by the young man from High Heaven Pavilion. For a time, the field was filled with disdain for the two men and praise for the High Heaven Pavilion youth. This youth himself was very likable, and this time the title of young hero was confirmed. Yang Kai faintly realized that this was a two-man play. It was a play of chivalry, helping the weak and then blackmailing them for favors. If he hadn't inadvertently seen them together on the way here, he was afraid he would have been deceived. But why were they tormenting themselves like this? The two big men could no longer pretend. They stared fiercely at the High Heaven Pavilion youth and said, "Boy, who are you? You dare to meddle in my brother's business." The High Heaven Pavilion youth proudly said, "This one is High Heaven Pavilion's disciple, Sassafras." Hearing the three words High Heaven Pavilion, one of the big men looked quite afraid and said with difficulty, "So it was High Heaven Pavilion's disciple. No wonder you were born a dragon among men. Today, us two brothers admit defeat. Boy, I'll remember you. We'll meet again someday." These words seemed to have been discussed beforehand, making Yang Kai want to laugh. Sassafras sneered, "Farewell, I won't see you out." Now that things had progressed to this point, if there were no unforeseen circumstances, the two big men would probably leave. Then this Sassafras would be praised by everyone, especially Boss He's gratitude. But Yang Kai didn't want Boss He to be kept in the dark. Taking advantage of the two people not leaving, he quickly shouted, "You can't let them go. These people are despicable, framing a good merchant. Today it's his rice store. If you don't teach them a lesson, then tomorrow it will be Lu's clothing store and Zhang's general store." Most of the onlookers were nearby shop owners. They were just watching the show, but when they heard these words, they couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. Right? How could they let these two despicable people leave so easily? If I let them go today, what if tomorrow they come to my store and cause trouble? Wouldn't I lose money and lose my reputation? At that time, I won't be as lucky as Boss He. Thinking of this, the people who were about to give way immediately stood still and looked at the two big men with an unfriendly expression. Yang Kai clearly saw a trace of surprise and panic in Sassafras' eyes. At this time, Sassafras also followed the source of Yang Kai's voice and looked at him. The two people's eyes met, and the latter immediately adjusted his expression. Yang Kai chuckled at him and said, "Junior brother, as the saying goes, do good to the end. Why don't you and I take down these two people together?" Sassafras saw that Yang Kai's body was thin and looked weak, but he actually called him junior brother. Now that his plan was ruined, he couldn't help but be annoyed. "Who is your junior brother?" Yang Kai said, "I am also a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. I have been in the sect for more than 3 years." Sassafras was speechless. This was really his brother. "Let's not talk nonsense." Yang Kai stepped forward and said with a strong sense of righteousness, "When we walk the world, the most important thing is the word chivalry. Being chivalrous is the duty of our generation. Brother, you can't let junior brother monopolize everything. Today you and I will join hands to take down these two despicable people. We will give justice to Boss He and bring justice to Black Plum Village." His speech made the crowd burst into applause. Sassafras was very worried. He felt that he was dragged into a pirate ship by this brother he didn't know. Now he couldn't get off even if he wanted to. The two men were also looking at them. Sassafras looked up at them and couldn't help but feel guilty. "Junior brother, let's go." Yang Kai grabbed Sassafras's shoulder and rushed straight over. "What the hell is this?" Sassafras wanted to cry but had no tears. Where did this brother come from? He really ruined my plan. But since it had already come to this point, Sassafras couldn't do anything. He rushed towards the two men and signaled them with his eyes. He signaled them to stay calm and find an opportunity to let them go. The two men nodded slightly. All of this was seen by Yang Kai and confirmed his guess. Boss He was worried that Yang Kai would be at a disadvantage, so he also picked up a weight and rushed over. He shouted, "Neighbors old and young, don't just watch the show. Come and help these two little brothers." Since Boss He had already stepped forward, the shop assistant from the rice store also shouted to show his loyalty. He also rushed forward with an empty cloth bag in his hand. Just now he was kicked by one of the two men, so naturally he wanted to take revenge. Being led by Boss He, the onlookers stopped watching and all flocked over. For a moment, the front of He family's rice store was crowded with people. The two men didn't care much at first, but after seeing this scene, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. They only had time to say, "Don't hit my face," and then squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads. Chapter 12. Although the merchants on the street were all ordinary people, at this moment they actually burst out with a jaw-dropping fighting strength. These merchants had more or less been extorted of their money, and they hated such people the most. Now that they had a target to vent their anger on, how could they be lenient? Especially the waiter of his rice company. He threw 2 cloth bags at the two men's heads, one for each person, and beat them up violently. At this time the crowd beat them up even more fiercely. Since the two men couldn't see who was beating them, they naturally didn't have to worry about being punished later. There was strength in numbers, and Yang Kai only put on a show. Before he could do anything, he was squeezed out by the merchants. After a long time, the merchants gradually stopped, leaving only the two men curled up on the ground and wailing. The cloth bags covering their heads were also sent flying. Sassafras looked inside and cursed in his heart. The soles of his feet were cramping. The two tall and sturdy men, who were originally extremely tall and sturdy, had now lost their noses and eyes. Their faces were also swollen like a pig's head. They were almost beaten to the point that even their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. The reason why this happened was because these two men didn't have much strength. Although they had swords at their waist, it was just for show. If they were really experts, why would they care about the attacks of these ordinary people? But then again, why would a real expert do such a dirty thing? After beating these two men, the merchants all felt that they had vented their anger, but they still gathered at the side and refused to leave. The two men felt that the crowd was not looking good, and they were terrified. One of them reached out his trembling hand to Sassafras and weakly shouted, "Sue!" Sassafras's face changed greatly and he roared, "What do you mean by soft? Do you want me to give you some?" Yang Kai saw this and laughed in his heart. He walked forward and said loudly, "These two despicable people, I don't know how many merchants they have harmed with this method, forcing people to break up their families. It's really abominable." Yang Kai's words were a bit exaggerated, but the people present were all merchants, and for a moment they felt a sense of sympathy. The waiter of his rice company even spat, "Bah, stinky things that deserve to die, how dare you come to our rice company and behave so atrociously." The waiter was just venting his anger, but who would have thought that Kai Yang would immediately follow up? "And this kind of person really deserves to die. This junior brother, why don't you and I each kill one of them? That way they won't be able to cause any more trouble in the future. It would be a form of justice for the heavens." As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked, and the two men who fell to the ground had cold sweat on their foreheads. They looked at Yang Kai in horror. They never thought that this thin young man would have such a ruthless heart. Sassafras stared at Yang Kai to see if he was joking, but Yang Kai's face was serious, and it was obvious that he was serious. To be honest, although these two men were abominable, they did not deserve to die. Yang Kai's words were undoubtedly too cruel. Sassafras stammered, "Brother, this is too much, isn't it?" "Too much?" Yang Kai shook his head. "If they succeed today, then I'm afraid that Boss He's rice company will go bankrupt. Once Boss He's rice company goes bankrupt, how will his family make a living? This is forcing people into a desperate situation. How is it too much to kill them? You must know that a person has to pay a price for everything he does." Originally, when the merchants heard Yang Kai's suggestion to kill, they were a little reluctant. But after hearing these words, they felt that it was somewhat reasonable, and for a moment they did not know what to do. But anyway, even if they wanted to kill, they did not need to do it, so everyone just watched. Only Boss He wanted to open his mouth to speak, but Yang Kai stopped him with a look. But even so, you can't just casually kill people." Sassafras was really anxious. He never thought that this brother in front of him would be so cruel and merciless. His original plan was to let these two men come out and slander Boss He, and then he would solve the problem himself. In this way, Boss He would be grateful to him and his purpose would be achieved. However, he didn't expect that a cruel senior brother would jump out and want to kill him at every turn. This was very bad. Sassafras could clearly see that the two men on the ground were looking at him with pleading eyes, hoping that he could save them. There was even a hint of threat in those eyes. How could Sassafras not understand their meaning? We are all grasshoppers tied to the same rope. If we don't have a good time, you won't have a good time either. Yes, that's the kind of eyes. At this time Yang Kai smiled and said, "Junior brother, scholars use literature to mess with the law, and chivalrous people use martial arts to violate the law. In our generation of Jianghu, which one of us has not killed a few people? Could it be that junior brother can't do it? Do you know each other? So that's why you don't want to kill them?" Sassafras' heart skipped a beat. He suddenly turned his head to look at Yang Kai, only to see that he was looking at him with a mischievous smile. "Brother, what do you mean?" Sassafras's face turned cold. He thought to himself, could it be that his plan was seen through? But from start to finish he didn't reveal any flaws. How could he be seen through? He didn't know that Yang Kai was only able to see through it because of an unintentional glance. All of this was really a coincidence. If it wasn't for that glance, Yang Kai would have been fooled today. Boss, he was a smart person. He could tell that Yang Kai was implying something. He couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Little brother, what are you singing about?" Yang Kai seemed to be targeting Sassafras. How could boss he not see it? Yang Kai shook his head and didn't answer. He didn't point it out. He just continued to look at Sassafras. "Junior brother, I see that you are a courageous person, but today you are doing justice for the heavens. Why are you hesitating? What's more, you have brother with you. What are you afraid of?" "What am I afraid of?" Sassafras laughed, his face twitching a little as if he was talking to himself. "What am I afraid of? Isn't it just killing a person? Who hasn't killed before?" It was as if admitting that he had never killed before would make him lower his head in front of Yang Kai. Sassafras was still a young man after all. After being provoked by Yang Kai, he couldn't get out of this situation. Sassafras hardened his heart. He looked at the two men on the ground with a murderous look. When the two men met Sassafras's eyes, they knew that things were going to be bad. This kid had been fooled by others. He was already unconscious. "Junior brother, let's go." Yang Kai continued fanning the flames. Sassafras panted heavily. He slowly nodded his head. When the two men saw this, they immediately knew that the situation was not good. Their lives were in danger. How could the man who was helping the two men just now hold back? He immediately jumped up, pointed at Sassafras's nose and said, "Sassafras, you treacherous bastard, we agreed to let us brothers come to his rice store to cause trouble. Then you would come to help boss he out of this situation to gain his favor. Now you want to make a move on my brother? You're worse than a pig or a dog. You're trash that grew up in a pile of trash." Bullshit. Sassafras was humiliated into anger after being exposed in front of everyone. "Umph." The man sneered, but he didn't expect that the wound on his face would be affected. He couldn't help but let out a cry and covered his mouth. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, today my brother came to his rice store to cause trouble. It was all this kid's idea. He had his eyes on boss his daughter, but she didn't like him, so he came up with this idea." Chapter 13. These words caused an uproar. Countless people immediately turned to look at Sassafras, their eyes full of disbelief. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly realized. He had been trying to guess what Sassafras's purpose was, but he could only think of two possibilities. One was for profit and the other was for fame. But he didn't think that he had guessed wrong. He was actually after beauty. Yang Kai had seen boss his daughter before. The little girl was very pretty, and although she wasn't a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country, she was still a pretty girl. She had delicate features and a slim figure. She was only 14 years old this year, and was a famous beauty in Black Plum Town. Who would have thought that such a young girl would be targeted by Sassafras? This was why the rice store had attracted such trouble. "Don't talk nonsense." Sassafras's face was extremely red, and he still wanted to quibble. The man continued to sneer and said, "I'm not talking nonsense. Although the two of us have a bad character and often do things to blackmail people, we can't do things like slandering other people by poisoning the rice and cutting off other people's path to wealth. You must know that all of you are our parents. Cutting off other people's path to wealth is equivalent to cutting off our own path to survival. How could I do such a thing?" All of this was instigated by this little brat. These words were said with sincerity, making the group of people laugh. Yang Kai timely asked, "After this matter, how much did he promise to give you?" 50 taels of silver. The big man replied. 50 taels, that's a lot. Yang Kai nodded gently. After listening for a long time, boss, he naturally understood the whole story. He immediately glared at Sassafras and said with disdain, "You despicable villain, actually using such dirty means. How could my daughter like you? High Heaven Pavilion actually produce such a scum like you? It's simply ruining High Heaven Pavilion's reputation. You have such a good appearance, but your character can't even compare to little brother Yang's. Sure enough, one square of rice can raise 100 different kinds of people. I feel ashamed for your parents." The merchants also scolded Sassafras with disdain for his despicable actions. Sassafras's face turned green and red. He knew that after today he would have to cover his face when he came to Black Plum Town again. And the source of this disaster in front of him was this brother. If it wasn't for him, he would definitely be able to win the favor of Boss He today. If he had more contacts in the future, it would be more convenient for him to interact with the daughter of the He family. With the reputation of being a hero, he would be able to enjoy the benefits of being in a favorable position. He might even be able to get the beauty back. But now all of this had gone up in smoke. Not only had the plan failed, but his reputation had also been ruined. Guess. Yang Kai winked at him. Sassafras took a deep breath and said, "Even if you don't say it, I will know your identity. You've been here for more than 3 years, yet you still haven't broken through to the tempered body stage. You must be a trial disciple. There are less than 10 trial disciples in High Heaven Pavilion. Just you wait, I will find you to settle this account." After saying that, he turned around and walked out. After all, Sumu had some kung fu skills. Even if someone tried to stop him, he was pushed away by him. Then he walked out of the empty space and left leisurely. After Sumu left, everyone remembered the 2 men who had been beaten into a pig's head. But where were they on the scene? They had secretly run away when Yang Kai and Sassafras were confronting each other. This farce came to an end, but Yang Kai's eyes were like torches. He saw through this trick and made the merchants praise him. Especially Boss He was very grateful to Yang Kai. The young waiter also looked at Yang Kai with a look of worship. The crowd gradually dispersed and the lady boss came over. She held Yang Kai's hand and didn't let go. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. Boss He showed a worried expression. "Nephew Yang, today you offended Sassafras. I'm afraid you will have some trouble in the future." After today's matter, Boss He's address of Yang Kai had become more intimate. "I'm not afraid." Yang Kai smiled. "The sect has its own rules. Even if he hates me, he can't do anything to me." "That may be the case, but you must be careful, nephew. If today's matter brings any harm to my nephew, then as your uncle, I will feel uneasy." "I will be careful." Yang Kai comforted him. The He couple was very grateful to Yang Kai for his help today and insisted that he stay for dinner. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to agree, but the lady boss scared him away. "Little Yang, are your parents here? Where do you live? Are you married this year?" Looking at her attitude, the lady boss wanted to be promoted to become his mother-in-law. Yang Kai vaguely replied and quickly left. Before leaving, he carried a big bag of white rice, far more than what he could buy with 10 silvers. Now he didn't have to worry about food for a month. Originally, Yang Kai was worried that Sassafras would ambush him on the road. After all, although Sassafras looked handsome, he was narrow-minded and treacherous. Ambushing him wasn't impossible. But when Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Pavilion, he didn't appear. Thinking about it carefully, Sassafras didn't ambush him. Although many of High Heaven Pavilion's disciples died during the internal challenges, the rules of the sect forbade them from killing fellow disciples for no reason, especially outside of the sect. If he dared to ambush him outside of High Heaven Pavilion and the matter was exposed, Sassafras himself would be in big trouble. If he wanted to deal with him, he would definitely make a fuss during the internal challenges. As for whether or not he could find out his identity, there was no doubt about that. High Heaven Pavilion's trial disciples were few in number, so even if Sassafras didn't know him before, he could casually ask and find out who he was. Yang Kai couldn't see through this person's true strength, but he was sure that he was at the tempered body stage. He just didn't know what stage of the tempered body stage he was at. It seemed that he had to hurry up and cultivate, otherwise he wouldn't be able to stay in High Heaven Pavilion. With his mind preoccupied, Yang Kai hurriedly returned to his small room and rested for a while before beginning to cultivate. At this time he was no longer able to cultivate the tempered body record, but he could still cultivate the basic martial arts of High Heaven Pavilion. These basic martial arts were used to temper the body. External martial arts consumed the user's physical strength in order to achieve the goal of tempering the body. For example, when Yang Kai was challenged, the long fist and whip kick were these basic martial arts. The long fist and whip kick weren't considered martial arts, so they couldn't be considered real martial arts. They could only be considered basic martial arts. These basic martial arts were a must-have for every sect and family. On the left side of Yang Kai's small room, there was an open space. There was a wooden dummy that was as tall as a person. This was something he had made himself. The material he used was a 100-year-old locust tree. Its texture was very hard, so it was perfect for cultivation. This wooden dummy was full of holes and even had faint traces of blood. These were the traces left behind by Yang Kai's daily cultivation. Getting into a fighting stance, Yang Kai began to hit the wooden dummy. Every punch was full of strength and every kick was as fast as the wind. The wooden dummy was hit until it swayed and a series of banging sounds could be heard. However, after cultivating for a short while, Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. The strength of his punches and kicks today seemed to be much stronger than before. From the way the wooden dummy swayed and the muffled sounds it made, it could be clearly compared. Moreover, with the passage of time, under his flesh and blood, a warm and numb feeling could be felt. This was clearly a feeling coming from his meridians. The feeling of qi that he had felt in the morning was gradually becoming clearer, stirring up within his body. Starting from the fourth stage of tempered body, the feeling of qi was produced, and the meridians within his body could be tempered. This warm and numb feeling was the movement of his meridians opening up. Chapter 14. When it was time to light the lantern, Yang Kai reluctantly stopped. After a long period of punching and kicking, not only did he not feel tired but he was also full of energy. Ever since he obtained the unyielding golden skeleton, his physical strength seemed to have improved a lot. Today he walked 20 miles without feeling tired, and carrying a big bag of rice was as light as a feather. Perhaps only when he practiced the tempered body technique would he truly feel the pressure. Thinking about the feeling of practicing the tempered body technique this morning, Yang Kai couldn't help but shiver. The feeling of heaven and earth pressing down on his body was very uncomfortable. However, with pressure there was progress. Now that he didn't even feel the pressure, how could he cultivate? A person's potential was forced out, and a cultivator's growth was even more so. Step by step they would force their potential to exceed their own limits. This way their strength would be able to increase. But now that he had punched and kicked so many times, he didn't feel the slightest bit tired. How could he reach his limit, so how could he force out his potential? This was difficult. Yang Kai was also a bit depressed. Obtaining the unyielding golden skeleton was indeed a great thing, but with its strong recovery ability he could no longer cultivate the foundation techniques of soaring cloud. Could it be that he could only cultivate for half an hour every day before sunrise? A full 24 hours a day. If he only cultivated for half an hour, then what would he do with the rest of the time? Sleep with his head covered? Absolutely not. Yang Kai rejected this idea without even thinking about it. While he was absent-mindedly cooking, Yang Kai was also thinking about how to make himself feel the pressure. If other people knew about this, they probably wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Other cultivators would be eager to relax on their path of cultivation, but Yang Kai was looking for trouble. After thinking about it, he still couldn't think of a good idea. The main reason was that his current financial situation could not keep up. Tempering body stage cultivation could be aided by many medicinal pills. Aside from medicinal pills, there were also other external methods. However, the root of all these was one word: money. In Soaring Cloud, money meant contribution points. Poor Yang Kai only had 12 contribution points. He had the will but not the strength. After the rice was cooked, Yang Kai ate a few bowls. There were no side dishes, so he just ate them. However, Yang Kai was already very satisfied. This was the only meal he had eaten in recent days. After the meal, Yang Kai didn't cultivate. Instead, he went straight to take a bath before lying down on the bed. Continuing to cultivate would only yield half the results with twice the effort. It was better to think of a solution. After all, sharpening the axe would not delay the work of chopping firewood. Thinking about this, Kai Yang suddenly thought of something and summoned out the wordless black book. Yang Kai had more or less figured out the name of this black book. Every page of the book was sealed with something. As long as his strength reached a certain level, he could summon it. The unyielding golden skeleton on the first page was the foundation and also the source. The second page was the body tempering chapter. This was the cultivation chapter for the unyielding golden skeleton. He didn't know what was on the third page because when he looked at it last night, he couldn't see anything. This was definitely related to his own strength. Now that the first and second pages were empty, Yang Kai carefully studied them for a long time but still couldn't find anything. However, when he inadvertently turned to the third page, his eyes were in a trance. Gem? Yang Kai frowned and stared at the third page. Almost in an instant, the third page flashed with a golden light and countless golden shadows jumped out, directly jumping into Yang Kai's mind. Immediately, a vortex appeared on the third page, and from the vortex rose an antique incense burner. This change made Yang Kai a little absent-minded, but when he understood, he was overjoyed. Right, didn't he break through to body tempering stage 4th stage this morning? Last night he couldn't see the mysteries of the third page, so why didn't he try after breaking through today? Although it was only a difference of 1 level, it was this difference that hindered him from prying into the third page. After understanding this point, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he had looked at it this morning, perhaps he wouldn't have to waste time thinking about it now. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yang Kai took the incense burner in his hand and carefully examined it. This incense burner wasn't big and looked like something ordinary people used to burn incense. However, it was in a semi-closed state with a lid on the mouth and a few small holes on the lid. It was antique, but not outstanding, and no matter where it was placed, it wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Yang Kai lightly sniffed and found that this thing didn't have a smell and it wasn't heavy. What is this for? Yang Kai couldn't understand for a while, so he could only close his eyes and concentrate, looking at the information that had just entered his mind. After a short while, Yang Kai opened his eyes with a strange expression. According to the information that Yang Kai received, this incense burner was actually to help him cultivate. However, the incense burner itself didn't have any use, but needed to be added to it to burn a strange fragrance, and this strange fragrance was something that could help him cultivate. At different realms, the herbs that needed to be added to the incense burner were different. What made Yang Kai a little suspicious was that the herbs that were suitable for his realm were the 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flower and the Dead Jedi Tree Grass. According to what Yang Kai knew, these 2 herbs weren't very valuable, but they were a little rare. Moreover, they had a bit of poison, and although the poison wasn't very strong, if one inhaled the medicinal properties of these 2 herbs for a long time, it would be harmful to the person. Were these 2 herbs really helpful to his cultivation? The contribution hall definitely had these 2 herbs, but with Old Man Meng's character of taking advantage of every opportunity, the price would definitely not be cheap. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't have many contribution points, so how could he squander them? Thus, he could only think of a way to find these 2 herbs. Fortunately, the Black Wind Mountain range wasn't far from Soaring Cloud, and Yang Kai had gone in and out many times to hunt, so he was familiar with it. Perhaps there would be some herbs there. Tomorrow he would enter the mountain. After making up his mind, Yang Kai's worries disappeared, and he quickly fell into a deep sleep. Before going to sleep, Yang Kai purposely checked the 4th page of the wordless black book, so as to avoid an embarrassing situation like today. However, there was no movement on the 4th page, probably because his tempered body 4th layer strength was not enough to pry into it. The next day Yang Kai woke up early in the morning. Practicing the tempered body technique yesterday had greatly benefited him, so he was naturally hungry for more. Moreover, he was not a lazy person. Taking advantage of the purple chi coming from the east, he slowly began to practice the tempered body technique, which contained the principles of heaven and earth. Although his cultivation was a level higher than yesterday, he didn't make much progress in using the body tempering technique today. After half an hour he was still stuck at 120. Instead, his body was tormented to the point that his back was aching and his bones were popping one after another, as if they were popping beans. After inhaling a mouthful of purple chi, the faint feeling of chi in his body became clearer and more solid, and his meridians seemed to have opened up quite a bit. His skin also began to exude a lot of impurities. Chapter 15. After finishing his cultivation, Yang Kai spent more than an hour to finish his work for the day, and then ran to the contribution hall. Although he had decided to go into the mountains to search for herbs, Yang Kai didn't understand much about medicine. He had only heard of the 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flower and Dead Jedi Tree Grass, but had never seen them before. If he really encountered them, he probably wouldn't be able to recognize them. Therefore, he had to prepare well so that he wouldn't be embarrassed if he came here empty-handed. Yang Kai went to the contribution hall because he wanted to memorize the appearance of these 2 herbs. Originally, he wanted to ask Treasurer Meng to open the door and teach him about the herbs, but he didn't think that he would directly throw a booklet over. Yang Kai took a look and found that this booklet introduced the herbs. Not only did it include the medicinal effects, but it also included the growing environment of the herbs. On each page there were illustrations and the introduction was quite detailed. The only thing that made him feel a little regretful was that this booklet only introduced the common grade herbs, and there were no more. People's cultivation was divided into different levels, and the world's herbs, weapons and pills were also divided into different levels. From bottom to top they were common grade, earth grade, heaven grade, profound grade, spirit grade and saint grade. Each level was divided into 3 grades. For example, the 3-leaved chaos spirit flower and dead Jedi tree grass that Yang Kai needed were common grade low-grade herbs. Their medicinal effects were low, so their value wasn't high. After leaving the contribution hall, Yang Kai went to the General Affairs Department to ask for leave. After all, he was still the High Heaven Pavilion's little servant. Since he was going to Black Wind Mountain, he definitely wouldn't be able to return. The General Affairs Department's steward didn't make things difficult for him, and straightforwardly allowed him to stay for 3 days. After that, Yang Kai set off. Black Wind Mountain was only 20 li away from High Heaven Pavilion. It wasn't far, but it wasn't close either. In the past, Yang Kai often went hunting, so he was quite familiar with it. However, going into the mountains to pick herbs was a first for him. Yang Kai was also well prepared. He brought some water, a few rice balls, a spatula, and a cloth bag before setting off. Hurrying for an hour, Kai Yang arrived at the foot of Black Wind Mountain. As far as the eye could see, the pitch-black mountain forest was like a gigantic beast that stretched across the heavens and the earth, with no end in sight. The mountain was lush with verdant trees and rugged rocks. The scenery was unique and beautiful. Even the breeze that blew in Kai Yang's face made him feel refreshed. There were many ferocious beasts and birds of prey in the Black Wind Mountain. Many of these ferocious beasts and birds of prey could not be defeated by even a cultivator with a high level of cultivation. Therefore, most people who entered Black Wind Mountain would not dare to go too deep if they were not strong enough. The outer 15 kilometers was still considered a safe zone. Beyond that, it would be filled with danger. The further in one went, the more dangerous it would be. Yang Kai only wanted to find some herbs that weren't very valuable, so he naturally wouldn't go too deep, so his own safety wasn't a concern. During the 2-hour journey, Yang Kai did not idle. He had been trying to remember the herbs he had encountered before entering the Black Wind Mountain. At that time he did not recognize them, so he did not collect them. Now that he was prepared, he could not let them go. Thinking back, Kai Yang was able to think of quite a few places. Even the herbs that he needed right now could be found in one of these places. Yang Kai was full of enthusiasm. He immediately entered the Black Wind Mountain along the familiar path. Half an hour later, a sharpened tooth grass hidden among the thorns was successfully collected. With a good start, the scattered memories in Yang Kai's mind became clearer. He followed the map and collected the herbs as he walked. By evening, Yang Kai had already collected 4 different herbs. After all, this was the periphery of the Black Wind Mountain. There were often people coming in and out, so it was difficult for herbs to grow here. Basically, as soon as they grew, they would be taken away. Therefore, although Yang Kai only collected 4 herbs, he was satisfied. These 4 herbs were not what he needed, and their grades were not high. They were only the lowest common grade, but if he took them back, he could still exchange them for some contribution points. As the sun was about to set, Yang Kai hurriedly made his way to the last location where he could remember the herbs before the sun set. This was a very strange place. The surroundings were lush with vegetation, but the place in front of him was completely empty. The area within a radius of about 30 feet was practically a dead land. Not only were there no trees, there weren't even any weeds growing. In the center of this wasteland, there were 3 stalks of grass that were fluttering in the wind. The grass was a withered yellow color. At first glance, one would think that they were about to die, but in fact this was the original color of this herb. Seeing that the herbs were still here, Yang Kai could not help but feel relieved. He quickly ran over with a smile on his face and took a shovel to dig. Not long after, the 3 herbs were in his hands. Somewhat worried, Yang Kai took out the booklet given by Treasurer Meng and compared them. Only then did he feel relieved. These were indeed the dead Jedi tree grass. The real thing in his hands was no different from the illustration in the booklet. Even the growing environment was as described in the booklet. The dead Jedi tree grass grew in places where there were no trees, so it was quite easy to find. Basically, if there was a place in the mountain forest that became a dead land, it was definitely because of the growth of the dead Jedi tree grass. Carefully putting the 3 dead Jedi tree grass into his cloth bag, Yang Kai took out some water and rice balls and began to eat. This time, the main purpose of entering the mountain was to find the 3-leaved chaos spirit flower and the dead Jedi tree grass. Until now he had only found one and the amount was too little. He had to continue to work hard. But now that the sky was dark, it was naturally inconvenient to move, so Yang Kai decided to rest for the night and wait until dawn to continue his search. In the past, when he went hunting in the mountain, he would leave on the same day and return on the same day. Yang Kai really hadn't spent the night in the mountain, but as the saying goes, even if you haven't eaten pork, you still have seen a pig run. What to pay attention to when spending the night in the mountain Yang Kai naturally knew. Looking for a nearby tree, Yang Kai climbed up and found a suitable and comfortable place to sit down. He closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Unable to sleep for a while, Yang Kai summoned the wordless black book and flipped to the 3rd page. With a thought, the incense burner appeared. This was a secret that Yang Kai had inadvertently discovered. The things that came out of the black book could also be taken back. After all, the black book was made from the soul-suppressing stone. The soul-suppressing stone itself had the ability to open up a space and store things. It was not difficult to understand why the incense burner could be placed inside. The only thing that puzzled Yang Kai was that other than the incense burner, the black book could not accept other things. This made him somewhat puzzled. Could it be that the wordless black book made from the soul-suppressing stone could selectively store things? After playing with the black book for a while, Yang Kai was also tired. After all, he had walked a lot of mountain roads today, so he fell into a deep sleep. The night passed without any words. Early the next morning, Yang Kai practiced the tempered body technique for half an hour as usual. The results were good. Not only did he throw a few more punches compared to the previous 2 days, but the chi in his body also became more condensed. Yang Kai had a feeling that he was about to break through a barrier. The chi in his meridians seemed to have reached the limit, and he was only one step away from reaching the next level. Chapter 16. This discovery made Yang Kai excited. After cultivating in High Heaven Pavilion for 3 years, he was only at Tempered Body 3rd stage, but after obtaining the wordless black book, he broke through to Tempered Body 4th stage on the 2nd day. Now only 2 days had passed and he was about to break through again. This cultivation speed was terrifying even for Yang Kai. Practicing the tempered body record consumed a lot of energy, so Yang Kai rested for a long time before gradually recovering. He ate the remaining rice balls and continued his journey of searching for herbs. Yesterday he had already searched for all the herbs in his memory, so today he would have to try his luck. Fortunately, the value of these common grade herbs was not high, so not everyone would pick them, so he still had some harvest. During the day Yang Kai found 7 or 8 herbs, even 2 3-leaved chaos spirit flowers. This time he finally collected all the herbs he needed for cultivation, but the quantity was somewhat lacking. Time passed quickly, and when night fell, Yang Kai was still walking in the forest. It was not that he did not want to rest, but that he was too hungry. He originally thought that he would be able to hunt some game today, but he did not think that he would not even be able to find a rabbit. He only found a few fingernail-sized wild fruits, which he ate until his teeth ached. After eating them he felt even more hungry. If he had known earlier he would have made more rice balls and brought them along. He really regretted it. Where was he going to find food in the middle of nowhere? Just as he was feeling embarrassed from hunger, Yang Kai suddenly saw a trace of fire in the forest in front of him. He immediately became alert and quickly walked in that direction. Those who dared to start a fire in the mountains were either inexperienced idiots or experienced veterans. The one Yang Kai had encountered this time belonged to the latter. Just as he approached the fire, he heard an angry shout, "Who is it?" At the same time, Kai Yang felt his skin tighten and a cold wind blow down his spine. Looking over, he saw 2 figures, one tall and one short, standing next to the fire, both of them looking at him with vigilance. The taller one was a sturdy man. He held a bow in his hand with an arrow nocked on it. The bowstring was already pulled back and the tip of the arrow was aimed at himself. Beside this man was a boy of about 11 or 12 years old. Although he was young, the boy's eyes were very bright. Not only did he not show the slightest bit of fear, he even seemed to be eager to try. The little boy was also holding a bow in his hand, but it was much smaller, so it shouldn't be very powerful. Although he was being pointed at by 2 fully drawn bows, Yang Kai was not the slightest bit angry. When traveling outside, one must always be on guard against people, so what they did was not a big deal. "Don't be nervous. I'm just here to pick herbs," Yang Kai hurriedly said. Hearing this, the 2 men on the opposite side, one big and one small, carefully sized him up. The sturdy man slowly put down the bow in his hand and patted the small boy, indicating that he should relax. He then smiled and said, "I thought the fire had attracted some fierce beast." It was a false alarm. Sorry. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. The sturdy man was very forthright. He waved his hand and said, "Come here. The night wind is cold. It's not easy to make a living outside." Yang Kai thanked him and then went forward and sat by the fire. The sturdy man kept looking at Yang Kai. Seeing that he was thin, he couldn't help but feel some sympathy. Since they were sitting together, they naturally had to talk. During the chat, Yang Kai learned that this was a father and son. They lived at the foot of the mountain and hunted for a living. Although they were not rich, they were able to maintain food and clothing. Moreover, although the little boy looked young, he was also a veteran hunter. He had followed his father in and out of Black Wind Mountain many times. He had a lot more experience than Yang Kai. Yang Kai also introduced himself. After learning that he was a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, the sturdy man was a little surprised. The little boy was even more curious. His bright black eyes kept looking at Yang Kai. The man said, "My boy also wanted to practice martial arts, but his aptitude was not good enough, so he was rejected. So he admires you cultivators very much." These words made Yang Kai recall his own experience in the past 3 years. He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of sympathy. He reached out and touched the child's head. While they were talking, Yang Kai's stomach failed to live up to his expectations and growled. The little boy was stunned. He suddenly smiled and then took out some dry food from his bag and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was moved, but he didn't reach out to take it. Instead, he looked at the sturdy man. The man smiled and said, "Eat it? You don't seem to have eaten anything today." Yang Kai didn't refuse. He took the dry food and wolfed it down. After chatting for a while, the 3 people went to sleep around the fire. Yang Kai didn't dare to sleep too deeply. He was always in a light state. If there was any danger in the surroundings, he would eliminate it for the father and son. It could also be considered as returning the favor. But after a night passed, nothing happened. Morning came again. Yang Kai didn't wait for the father and son to wake up and quietly left. Before he left 2 herbs as a thank you gift for last night's meal. If these 2 herbs were crushed, they would have a certain healing effect. The father and son had been in the mountains for many years, so there would be a time when they could use them. The eastern purple chi overflowed, and Kai Yang practiced tempered body record for half an hour. When he finished, he inhaled a mouthful of purple chi. His meridians suddenly shook, and a warm feeling spread throughout his whole body. His sense of chi surged within his meridians. Tempered body 5th stage. Yesterday's feeling was right. He was about to break through. Today, after practicing for half an hour, he really broke through in one fell swoop. Yang Kai was very happy. He was looking forward to the tempered body technique more and more. He had only obtained the tempered body a few days ago, but he had already broken through twice. This cultivation speed was simply unparalleled. This was under the condition that there was a limit to the time he could cultivate. If he could cultivate at any time, how fast would his cultivation speed be? Yang Kai was a little speechless as he thought about it. However, the tempered body was only the foundation stage of a cultivator. Naturally, his cultivation speed would be faster. Later on, as his cultivation level increased, his cultivation speed would slowly slow down. After resting for a while, Yang Kai continued to look for herbs. Today's harvest was not bad. He collected more than a dozen herbs and also caught a fat rabbit, so he didn't have to worry about starving. On the 3rd day, Kai Yang ventured deeper into Black Wind Mountain, reaching the outer limit of 30 li. After reaching this point, Kai Yang didn't dare to go any further. With his current strength, if he were to encounter any vicious beasts or birds of prey, he would have no choice but to flee. If he wasn't careful, he would become food for those beasts. However, although he didn't go too deep, his harvest today was much better than the previous 2 days. There were more than 20 herbs. Including the harvest of the previous 2 days, he had found nearly 40 herbs. However, the 2 herbs he needed were still very little. In 3 days he had found 40 herbs. Although they were all ordinary level, low-level herbs, his harvest was not small. If he brought them back to the sect, he could exchange them for contribution points. However, this would delay his cultivation time, so the loss outweighed the gain. Chapter 17. In the afternoon, Yang Kai turned around and headed towards Ling Zhao's location. He had only taken 3 days off, so the day he set off didn't count. He had to get back before tomorrow morning, otherwise he would be punished. There was plenty of time. Yang Kai estimated that he was about 100 miles away from Ling Zhao, which wasn't too far, so he should be able to get there before dark. Looking forward to the third page of the wordless black book's incense burner, Yang Kai was in a good mood, so his footsteps were light. But before he was halfway there, Yang Kai suddenly heard a burst of roars and heart-wrenching shouts from not far away, mixed with the cry of a child. Hearing this movement, Yang Kai's footsteps paused and he quickly listened carefully. A moment later, Yang Kai's expression changed, and he quickly ran in the direction of the sound. He could tell that the angry roar came from the hunter he had encountered the night before, and the crying sound came from the little boy. This father and son pair must have encountered some kind of trouble, otherwise they wouldn't be so panicked. That night, Yang Kai had eaten their food, so he owed them a debt of gratitude, so how could he ignore them now? As he ran, the hunter's roars became more and more desolate, while the little boy's cries gradually weakened. Yang Kai's face was heavy, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. When Yang Kai reached the place, he couldn't even hear the hunter's roars anymore. He could only see a dark cave entrance at the foot of a high slope. The entrance was surrounded by thick grass and sea spiders. There was a small bough on the ground, which was the weapon that the little boy had held that night. Without thinking, Yang Kai quickly threw the things on his body to the ground, opened his eyes wide, and became vigilant of his surroundings. He directly rushed into the dark cave entrance. The light in the cave wasn't very bright, but he could still see things. Looking carefully, Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. He saw that the cave was full of spiders, and beside the cave walls and on the ground, there were layers of silvery white spiders, as thick as chopsticks, crisscrossing layer upon layer, blocking his path. The cave was damp and dark, with water dripping from the ceiling. When Yang Kai stepped on it, he felt like the ground was sinking slightly. Holding his breath, Yang Kai walked inside. After a few steps, he saw a person almost wrapped in spider silk lying on the ground, only his face showing. It was the hunter he had encountered the night before. Yang Kai rushed forward and probed him. Discovering that the hunter had only fainted due to anger, he didn't have any serious injuries. Quickly, Yang Kai pinched the hunter's philtrum. The hunter slowly woke up, and when he saw Yang Kai, he anxiously said, "Save the child." The child was dragged inside. "I beg you, please save the child." Dragged inside? Startled, Kai Yang tried to untie Hunter in a fluster. Unfortunately, the spider silk that was wrapped around his body was extremely tough. He couldn't untie it in a short amount of time, so he could only give up for now and dive into the cave. The hunter behind him warned, "Be careful, that's a spider monster beast." Hearing the word monster beast, Yang Kai's heart thumped. A monster beast was not like an ordinary beast that could only be slaughtered. It was a real beast, and Yang Kai couldn't afford to provoke any of them. The reason why the outer 30 miles of the Black Wind Mountain was defined as a safe zone was that there was no monster beast here. But now there was actually one here. It was really unexpected. Knowing that there was a monster beast inside, Yang Kai became more cautious. After walking for about 100 feet, he saw the hunter's son. At this moment, the little boy was tightly bound by spider silk like his father, stuck to a huge spider and suspended in midair. Next to the little boy, a huge flowerback spider was sticking out the straw in its mouth and inserting it into the little boy's arm. Strands of red blood were clearly seen flowing from the little boy's body into the spider's mouth. On the ground of the cave, various strange bones were piled up into a mountain. It seemed that the spider monster beast had hunted a lot of prey here. Kai Yang didn't have time to consider whether or not he had the ability to fight this spider. Any delay could cost the little boy his life, so he didn't say anything and rushed forward. The huge flowerback spider probably didn't expect to be disturbed at this time. While it was eating, a brute force hit from the side, and the huge spider was immediately hit with a big hole. The flowerback spider and Yang Kai flew out together, and the little boy fell to the ground. Suddenly attacked, the flowerback spider was furious. Its 8 hairy legs swung on the ground, and its eyes looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't have time to get up, and the flowerback spider pounced on him and pressed him to the ground. With a roar, Kai Yang sent out an iron fist towards the flowerback spider's mouth, causing it to stagger. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kai Yang sent out a kick, sending the spider flying. Yang Kai rolled on the ground and half-squatted, vigilantly watching the flowerback spider's movements. After this confrontation, he calmed down a bit. This monster beast's level wasn't high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight it. It was probably just a level 1 monster beast. But even if it was just a level 1 monster beast, it would be difficult for him to deal with it with his current strength. Both sides were sizing each other up. The flowerback spider wasn't anxious, but Yang Kai was a bit impatient. The little boy looked like he had lost a lot of blood and there were signs of poisoning. If he didn't quickly deal with this, he wouldn't be able to save him. Suddenly, the flowerback spider opened its mouth, and as it breathed in and out, a bright silk thread shot out from its mouth, heading straight for Yang Kai. Yang Kai had experienced the toughness of the spider's silk before, so he naturally knew that he couldn't be trapped. He immediately rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding it. Who would have thought that the flowerback spider wouldn't even care about his attempts to avoid it? It continued to spit out spider silk in one direction. By the time Kai Yang reacted, the cave had already been separated by a giant spider, completely cutting off his escape route and trapping him inside. Is this forcing me to fight to the death? Yang Kai smiled, and the last trace of worry disappeared. The arrogance in his bones was aroused. In this situation, if he didn't kill this spider, he definitely wouldn't be able to get out. Since that was the case, then he could only fight to the death. Time was of the essence, so Yang Kai didn't have time to waste. His feet kicked off the ground and he quickly approached the flowerback spider. Yang Kai was on guard against this move of the spider's, so how could he not avoid it? After dodging 3 consecutive spider's silk, he finally closed the distance between him and the monster beast. But before Yang Kai could punch, the flowerback spider raised one of its front legs and fiercely chiseled at him. Yang Kai raised his arm to block, and the flowerback spider's sharp front leg pierced through his arm. The pain caused Kai Yang to roar out in anger. His blood suddenly began to boil. Although blood flowed out, not only did he not feel fear or panic, instead he felt an inexplicable excitement and expectation in his heart. His bones began to creak as a warm feeling spread throughout his body. Chapter 18. Yang Kai's fist whistled through the air, hitting the left row of eyes of the flowerback spider, bursting 2 of them on the spot. The flowerback spider was horrified. What little consciousness it had left made it fear the person in front of it, who was still excited even though he was bleeding. It tried to withdraw its front leg from Yang Kai's arm, but Yang Kai tightened his muscles and held it in place. For a moment, it was unable to break free. Yang Kai's second fist whistled through the air, once again bursting 2 of the flowerback spider's eyes. The flowerback spider cried out in pain, its body continuously shrinking back, its few legs flailing around, leaving rows of wounds on Yang Kai's body. The wounds weren't deep, but there was still blood. The pain made Yang Kai more and more excited, as if his whole body was gushing with endless strength. The corner of his mouth revealed a cruel smile, and he used his uninjured fist to attack his opponent. The more he struck, the more powerful and faster he became. The flowerback spider's forehead burst open, and its body fluids splattered everywhere. Mournful cries continuously rang out. The flowerback spider was unwilling to sit still and wait for its death. It continuously spat out spider silk from its mouthpart, which Yang Kai couldn't dodge at such a close distance. He was quickly wrapped up. But at this moment, the flowerback spider was beaten to a pulp, its entire head almost bursting open. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a monster beast and had a strong vitality, it would have died long ago. Even so, after it spat out its last spider silk, it gradually stopped struggling and finally died under Yang Kai's fist. Yang Kai didn't expect that he would actually be able to easily defeat a monster beast and even kill it. Even if it was only a level 1 monster beast, it wasn't something that a body tempering stage level 5 could easily deal with. Although his injuries weren't light, he didn't feel that it was a big deal. After confirming that the flowerback spider was completely dead, Yang Kai pulled out the front leg from his arm. The moment he pulled it out, it brought with it a spray of warm blood. With no time to check his injuries, Yang Kai quickly tore off the spider silk tied around his body and hurriedly carried the little boy lying on the ground out. The little boy's father finally broke free from the spider silk and was running towards them. When he saw Yang Kai running out with his son covered in blood, he quickly asked, "What happened to him?" "He lost a lot of blood and was poisoned," Yang Kai answered. Rushing out of the cave, Yang Kai put the little boy flat on the ground and ran out again. He took some herbs from the bag and put them into his mouth to chew. He also found some herbs and handed them to the hunter. "Chew them as hard as you can and then feed them to him." When the hunter heard Yang Kai's order, there was no hesitation. He quickly put the herbs into his mouth and chewed. At this moment, Yang Kai's mind was very clear. The pharmacological characteristics of these herbs appeared in his mind one by one. Which herbs could detoxify, which herbs could heal, and which herbs could stop bleeding. He was comparable to a doctor who was proficient in pharmacology. Not long after, Yang Kai took out the herbs in his mouth and smeared them on the little boy's injured arm. The hunter also fed the herbs in his mouth into the little boy's mouth. Under the nervous and expectant gaze of the two people, the little boy's pale face gradually had a trace of color, and his breathing was much steadier than before. The hunter's heart was finally relieved. He fell on the ground and wailed, "Fortunately, it's all right. Fortunately, it's all right." Yang Kai poured cold water on him. "It's not enough. These herbs are of the lowest grade. They can only relieve his symptoms. He must go down the mountain to find a doctor, otherwise, I'm afraid it will leave a lasting illness." The hunter listened to Yang Kai's words and immediately said, "Then I'll take him to find a doctor now." "Don't be in a hurry." Yang Kai stopped him. "Let's wait for him to calm down first." Oh, what the benefactor said is right. The hunter had suffered such a big disaster and had long lost his backbone. Whatever Yang Kai said was what it was. After saying that, he suddenly remembered that the benefactor in front of him was also injured. He was worried. "Benefactor, do you want to treat your injuries?" Yang Kai waved his hand. "No need. But you've lost so much blood, how can you stand it?" The hunter looked at him in shock. "I don't know." Yang Kai stood up and jumped. "I don't know why, but I feel good." Not only did he feel good, but he was also very excited. Yang Kai guessed that all of this had something to do with his unyielding golden skeleton, but how could he explain it to the hunter? Recalling the battle just now, Yang Kai's blood boiled. This was the first time he faced a life-and-death battle, but not only did he not have the slightest fear, but he also enjoyed the feeling of blood splashing, as if all of this was a common occurrence. "By the way, wait a moment, I'll be right back." Yang Kai suddenly picked up his bag and rushed into the cave again. The hunter thought that he was going to clean up the monster beast's body, but in fact that was not the case. Although the flowerback spider was a monster beast, its body had no value and its level was too low. Yang Kai entered the cave to pick herbs. When he was fighting with the flowerback spider, Yang Kai inadvertently found a large purple flower in the cave. At that time he didn't have time to look carefully, but now that he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel excited. If he was not mistaken, those purple flowers were the three-leaved chaos spirit flower that he urgently needed. The three-leaved chaos spirit flower grew in damp and dark places with a lot of dead bodies, and this cave was a suitable environment for its growth. With great expectations in his heart, Yang Kai returned to the cave to take a look, and almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. People say that good people have good karma, and now it seems that this is really the case. If he didn't come to rescue the hunter and his son, how could he have encountered such a good thing? The large patch of purple flowers in front of him was indeed the three-leaved chaos spirit flower. Moreover, there were quite a number of them. Roughly counting, there were about 30 to 40 of them. The small purple flowers connected together and looked very pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and quickly took out a shovel and put the three-leaved chaos spirit flower into his bag. After working for a while, Yang Kai was satisfied, and just as he was about to leave, he saw a dark red mushroom-like thing in the corner of the cave. Yang Kai's heart moved and he walked forward to take a closer look. This thing was about the size of a bowl, dark red, and looked like a mushroom but also like a Ganoderma lucidum. Yang Kai didn't recognize this thing, and there was no description of it in the booklet that Treasurer Meng gave him. Could it be some kind of rare treasure? Yang Kai rubbed his hands, and no matter what it was, he would take it back first. After all, it didn't take up much space. When Kai Yang came out of the cave, his small bag was already filled to the brim. "Let's go, I will go down the mountain with you," Yang Kai said to the hunter outside. "Thank you, benefactor." The hunter was very grateful, and he knew that Yang Kai was afraid that they would be in danger, so he wanted to follow them. "It's just on the way, no need to thank me," Yang Kai said and hurriedly ran down the mountain with the hunter. They didn't arrive at Black Plum Town until dusk, and quickly found a medical center in town. Chapter 19. After settling the little boy down, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to leave. After all, the little boy had given him some food that night, so he had to wait for him to wake up before he could leave. The hunter was very nervous as he rushed in and out of the clinic. Not long after, he was kicked out by the doctor who thought he was too noisy. Dr. Chu said that fortunately it was dealt with in time, otherwise my son would have really lost his life. "Benefactor, I Zhang Shan, am unable to repay your kindness. In this life I will be your slave at your beck and call." Finished speaking, the hunter knelt down in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't help him up, he just smiled and said, "Brother Zhang, a man has gold under his knees. You have already repaid your kindness, so you don't need to worry about it in the future. I also ate your son's food, so I still owe you." After he finished speaking, he helped the hunter up. Zhang Shan was moved. He cried, "Benefactor, you are really a good person." Just as they were talking, the doctor came out and said to Zhang Shan, "There is no big problem, no need to worry. However, he has lost a lot of blood, so I am afraid he will sleep for a while. When he wakes up, he will be fine." Hearing this, Yang Kai and Zhang Shan felt relieved. As soon as his mind relaxed, Yang Kai felt a little tired. Today was really too exciting. He had also suffered a lot of injuries and lost a lot of blood. Although he was excited at the time, there was still some damage to his body. As soon as he relaxed, he fell asleep and slept until dawn. Early morning, High Heaven Pavilion. Many disciples had woken up early in the morning. They were all excited and gathered together, looking forward to a certain place. Their eager eyes, craned necks, and restless mood made them look like a group of women waiting at home for their husbands who had finally returned after so many years. They were so focused and full of expectation. As time passed, more and more people gathered here. Everyone cast their gazes in the same direction. That direction was the location of Yang Kai's hut. Today they could challenge Yang Kai again. How could any of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples let go of these contribution points that were practically free of charge? Some people couldn't bear it and sympathized with Yang Kai's experience. After all, every 5 days he would be beaten up. It was really too miserable. But thinking about it carefully, their sympathy was useless. There were so many people who wanted to challenge Yang Kai. If they didn't challenge Yang Kai, someone else would. In any case, he was going to be beaten up anyway, so they might as well do it themselves. Thinking about it, they decided to try their luck. If he chooses me, I will definitely go easy on him so that he won't feel pain. Many people found excuses for themselves in their hearts. Did he sleep with her? Did he leave High Heaven Pavilion already? Impossible, you know Yang Kai's temper. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't leave. If he wanted to leave, he would have left a few months ago when he was demoted to a trial disciple. Why would he wait until now? Everyone present was talking about it, but no one knew that Yang Kai had gone to Black Wind Mountain a few days ago and hadn't returned yet. This wasn't surprising. Yang Kai usually didn't interact with others, so naturally no one paid attention to his whereabouts. While the commotion was going on, a group of people walked over from not far away. The person in the lead had a jade-like face and was very handsome. He was a handsome young man, but for some reason this young man had a gloomy expression on his face at this moment. As he walked, he gritted his teeth and cursed someone. Beside this young man, there were many High Heaven Pavilion disciples. They surrounded him like stars around the moon, making him stand out from the crowd. Arriving here and seeing so many people gathered, the young man leading the group showed a displeased expression and asked, "What's going on? Why are there so many people here?" A person next to him quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Young Master Su, today is the day we can challenge Yang Kai, so our brothers are all gathered here to wait for contribution points." The young man called Young Master Su raised his eyebrows and laughed. "It looks like our brother Yang is having a hard time." His words were full of schadenfreude and happiness. And he's basically beaten every 5 days. Not only that, he's knocked unconscious. The person who spoke earlier explained. Young Master Su smiled again, and I don't know why, but young Master's resentment has been vented a lot. But this isn't enough. You must drive him out of High Heaven Pavilion. As long as he's not a High Heaven Pavilion disciple, I can play with him however I want. Young Master Su, you're right. This brat dares to ruin your business in Black Plum Town. He really doesn't know how many eyes young Master Su has. He doesn't even know who young Master Su is. This flattery made young Master Su feel very comfortable, and he nodded again and again. Young Master Su was the one Yang Kai had met in Black Plum Town, Sassafras. On that day, Sassafras and the two big men had been exposed by Yang Kai and had left in anger. After returning to High Heaven Pavilion, young Master Su began to inquire about Yang Kai's identity. In the end, he had some means and channels, so in less than a day he knew Yang Kai's details. However, under the sect's iron rules, it was not convenient for him to make a move directly, so he had waited until today to bring people to Yang Kai. He hadn't expected that there would be so many people gathered here, and all of them were staring at Yang Kai. This made Sassafras somewhat unhappy, so he waved his hand and said, "Tell them to disperse. Tell them that Yang Kai is mine today." These words were spoken as if Yang Kai was a prostitute who sold her body. One of the people behind him quickly stepped forward and cupped his fists to the crowd. "Brothers and sisters, today's battle with Yang Kai has been decided by Sassafras, so I ask that everyone make way for us. I'm sorry for troubling everyone to wait here, so please forgive me." As soon as these words came out, many people were alarmed and looked towards Sassafras. Some of the people who didn't understand shouted, "Why? Yang Kai always uses a broom to choose his opponent, so why should he let you win? Isn't there a first-come first-served rule?" As soon as his voice fell, someone pulled him and whispered, "That's Sassafras. Sassafras, do you know who he is?" Oh. This person hadn't been in the sect for long, so he really didn't know. "Stupid, our High Heaven Pavilion has an elder surnamed Su, and one of the 10 core disciples is also surnamed Su. Who do you think he is?" Although his words weren't clear, the listener wasn't a fool, so he immediately shut up. He was just an ordinary disciple, so when he heard that Sassafras had such a big backer, how could he dare to be noisy? Winning against Yang Kai won't give you many contribution points, so it's not worth offending him. Yes. The listener was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 20. Sassafras looked at the crowd's reaction with satisfaction and snorted in disdain. Although Sassafras had already decided to challenge Yang Kai today, the people gathered here did not leave. They did not know how Yang Kai had offended Sassafras, so they naturally wanted to stay and watch the show. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai was still nowhere to be seen. Sassafras could not hold it in any longer and asked, "Where is he?" "I don't know. He usually comes out to sweep the floor, but I don't know why he's not here today. Young Master Su, do you want to take a look at where he lives?" Sassafras thought for a while and nodded, "Sure. He's just a little boy sweeping the floor. How dare he make me wait? I'll teach him a lesson later." It was not a secret where Yang Kai lived, so the people around Sassafras led the way. The people who were watching the show also followed them. After a while, the group of people arrived at Yang Kai's hut. Looking at the shabby wooden hut, Sassafras felt refreshed for no reason. He pointed at the hut and asked, "That kid lives here?" "Young Master Su, Yang Kai is a trial disciple. He has to take care of his own food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. The sect will not care about him. This is probably a hut that he built himself." Good. Sassafras was very happy. He was in a good mood when he thought about how Yang Kai would become a drowned rat on a rainy day. Sassafras coughed lightly and stopped smiling. He walked up to the hut and shouted, "Yang Kai, get your ass out here and die." His shout was like a bell, but it was full of hatred. It was full of blood and tears. The people who heard it trembled in their hearts. They secretly thought that the grudge between Yang Kai and Sassafras was not small. Sassafras was awe-inspiring. After shouting, he stared at the door of the wooden house with anticipation. He imagined the scene of Yang Kai running out of the house and begging for mercy. The more he thought about it, the more proud he became. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement in the room. Sassafras was a little embarrassed and he roared again, "Yang Kai, if you know what's good for you, you'd better come out now. Otherwise we're going to charge in." There was still no movement. Sassafras also felt that something was wrong. If Yang Kai was really inside, he should be breathing. Could it be that he wasn't inside? Tilting his head, Sassafras signaled one of his men with his eyes. The man quickly rushed out, kicked open the door of the wooden hut and ran inside. Not long after, the man ran out again and said to Sassafras, "Young Master Su, there's no one inside and there's some dust. It seems that the kid knew that he was in trouble and ran away a few days ago." Ran away. Sassafras almost vomited blood. He had been preparing for this for a few days, and he even brought so many people with him to keep up appearances. That Yang Kai actually ran away? It was as if he had thrown an aggressive punch, but it landed on cotton. Sassafras felt an indescribable sense of helplessness and depression. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Yang Kai in the past few days. A wise man submits to circumstances. Yang Kai offended Sassafras. He probably knew that he was in trouble, so he left the sect. No wonder he didn't appear until now. Sigh, now that Yang Kai is gone, there won't be any free contribution points in the future. The onlookers whispered, but not a single word escaped Sassafras' ears. Although he was pleased with himself, Sassafras was still unhappy that he couldn't get his revenge. After thinking for a while with a gloomy face, Sassafras had to accept this reality. He said angrily, "That kid got lucky. But if I don't get my revenge, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Burn this broken house down." Everyone was shocked. Even the people Sassafras brought were hesitant. One of them said, "Young Master Su, it's not good to set fire to the sect, right? What are you afraid of?" Sassafras glared. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Besides, this isn't the sect's property. What's the big deal if it's burned down? This is a broken house and it's in the eyes of the young master. Hearing this, everyone's worries were dispelled. After all, young Master Su had someone backing him up. Burning down a broken house wasn't a big deal. Immediately, someone went to get the fire and dried grass. After a while, everything was ready. Sassafras had a ferocious look on his face as he held a torch that he made on the spot. The light from the burning flame distorted his face. "Yang Kai, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." Sassafras gritted his teeth and cursed. Just as he was about to throw the torch in his hand into the wooden house, he smelled blood beside him. Someone patted him on the shoulder and asked, "What are you doing?" Sassafras didn't even think and answered, "I'm burning down the house." "Why are you burning down my house?" The voice of the person was a little annoyed. "Your house." Sassafras pursed his lips and turned his head to look at the person. As soon as he saw the person, Sassafras immediately jumped a few steps to the side like a rabbit. His movements were unbelievably agile and he put on a defensive posture. His face was full of panic and his hair stood on end. It was because the appearance of the person was too horrifying. His clothes were tattered and his hair was messy like weeds. Not only that, there were countless bloodstains on his body, and his clothes were stained with blood. There was a small bag on his shoulder and the bag was bulging. No one knew what was inside. A light breeze blew, and this person's tattered pants were messy in the wind, revealing the strong leg hair on his legs. What Sassafras couldn't stand the most was the smell of this person. It was a mixture of blood and sweat. It was nauseating and he wouldn't be able to eat for 3 days. This appearance, this style, it was really weird. If he were to hold a broken bowl in his hand, he would look like a beggar who ate from hundreds of families. But why did he look so familiar? Sassafras carefully looked at the person, and the more he looked, the more confused he became. After thinking for a while, he suddenly slapped his thigh and said, "Yang Kai." Who else could it be but Yang Kai? Although his appearance was different and his face was full of dirt, how could Sassafras, who had a grudge against Yang Kai, not recognize him? How could he not recognize him? Yang Kai also recognized Sassafras. He grinned, revealing his white fangs, and said, "Isn't this the junior brother who showed his prowess in Black Plum Town?" Sassafras's face turned green and red at the ridicule. He jumped and said, "Yang Kai, you didn't take the road to heaven, but you barged into hell where there was no door. You're going to die today." "Are you looking for trouble with me?" Yang Kai frowned. "Nonsense," Sassafras proudly said. "Do you think I'm here to visit you? If you're looking for trouble with me, just come find me." "Why did you burn my house?" Yang Kai asked. Sassafras quickly threw away the torch and rushed forward to stomp on it. It was as if he was stomping on Yang Kai himself. He felt extremely relieved, and only after a long time did he extinguish the torch. After this delay, the onlookers finally came to their senses. Only now did they know that Yang Kai didn't leave Sky Tower because he was afraid of Sassafras, but because he went out to do something. But what did he do to make himself so miserable? Wasn't there too much blood? There were also scratches on his clothes. It was obvious that they were made by some kind of sharp weapon. Did he fight with someone? And was it a life-and-death battle? Chapter 21. These wounds and bloodstains were the result of the battle with the flowerback spiders. He didn't have the time to take care of them, and he had to find a doctor for the little boy when he returned to Black Plum Town. Naturally, it was delayed. After that, Yang Kai fell asleep. He only woke up this morning and the little boy was already awake. Yang Kai felt relieved and hurried back to the sect. From afar, he saw a group of people surrounding his wooden house. Some of them were even holding torches. It looked like they were going to burn down his house. How could Yang Kai allow that? Naturally, he walked over and asked. He didn't expect that it was Sassafras who was looking for trouble with him. Sassafras, who had failed to set the house on fire, didn't feel guilty at all. Instead, he became even more excited. He pointed at Yang Kai and said, "Yang Kai, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. If you can, wait a moment." Yang Kai raised his hand and walked into the house. "Hey." Sassafras swallowed his words. He felt like he had eaten a fly, and it was the kind that flew up from fresh feces. It was extremely uncomfortable. "Young Master Su, this guy is too disrespectful." One of Sassafras's subordinates felt that it was unfair. Sassafras sneered, "Beat him up hard later. I heard that this guy never admits defeat, so don't go easy on him. Today we must let him know the consequences of offending me." Yes. Yang Kai walked into the house and took off the small bag on his shoulder. This bag of herbs was the harvest of his 3 days of hard work. Yang Kai was a little worried if he didn't put it down first. After putting the bag away, Yang Kai walked out again. He looked at Sassafras with a serious face and said, "What did you want to say just now?" Sassafras looked at him with hatred. His face was full of resentment, and he had the urge to vomit blood. Just now he had prepared his lines for a long time, but before he could say them, he was interrupted by Kai Yang. At this moment, seeing him open his mouth to ask again, he couldn't wait to shout out, "Kai Yang, don't say that this young master didn't give you a chance. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me a few times in front of all these brothers, and call me grandfather a few times, then I will spare your life. Or else." Those snorts were meaningful, and the smell of threats arose spontaneously. After saying that, Sassafras had a look of satisfaction as if he really did something to Yang Kai. Kai Yang slowly shook his head, looking at Sumu with a pained expression. "What?" Sassafras felt a little guilty. It was mainly because Yang Kai was too calm, which made him feel a little uncertain. After all, he had suffered a loss at Yang Kai's hands in Black Plum Village, so there was a shadow in his heart. "You're unfilial." Yang Kai sighed. The onlookers were stunned, and so was Sassafras. He thought to himself, how is this unfilial? "What do you mean?" Sassafras asked fiercely. "You don't understand? Come, I'll teach you." Yang Kai acted like a kind person and said earnestly, "Let me ask you, do you have an elder in Sky Tower? At least you have some eyesight." Sassafras was so proud that his tail was about to reach the sky. Yang Kai smiled. "You came to take revenge on me with such fanfare, so naturally you have someone to rely on. If there wasn't anyone above you, how would you dare to be so presumptuous and even burn my house? This person has a lot of power in the Sky Tower, right?" Yang Kai asked again. "The position of an elder." Sassafras snorted, "I have an elder sister who is a core disciple. She can crush you with just a finger." Yang Kai suddenly understood a little about Sassafras. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "That's right, you're too unfilial." "What's right?" Sassafras was furious. He was confused by Yang Kai's words and didn't know what he was going to say. "You can't even understand such a simple thing. What's wrong with your head?" Yang Kai frowned and looked at Sassafras with pity. He patiently explained, "Your sister is my senior sister. If I really called you that, how would your sister address you? How would that elder address you? You're unfilial, very unfilial. If I were that elder, I would lock you in the coiling dragon stream today and make sure you don't come out for the rest of your life." Sassafras's body shook and his face turned pale. The coiling dragon stream was High Heaven Pavilion's most terrifying place. High Heaven Pavilion had existed for hundreds of years and had dozens of generations of disciples. There would always be some disciples who, after leaving the sect, committed heinous crimes. Once these heinous criminals were caught by the sect, their cultivation would be crippled and they would be thrown into the coiling dragon stream. Basically, entering that place was equivalent to death. The 3 words coiling dragon stream were extremely famous within a radius of a few thousand miles. It was notorious for its ferocity. Sassafras wasn't afraid of Yang Kai, but when he heard these 3 words, he instinctively felt some fear. Noticing that Sassafras's state was not right, one of the people who followed him quickly stepped forward and said, "Young Master Su, this brat has a sharp tongue. Don't waste your breath on him. Today we're here to help you vent your anger." Sassafras came back to his senses and said angrily, "Yang Kai, don't talk nonsense. Today, if you don't kneel down and apologize, this young master will make you regret being born in this world." Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a cold light. He clenched his fist and said, "Junior brother, you want to spar with me?" Sassafras said with disdain, "I want to, but you're not worthy. You don't have the qualifications. This young master is at tempered body 9th level." Hearing him say this, Yang Kai immediately understood. The sect's rules stated that when disciples challenge each other, the difference in strength cannot exceed 3 levels. Sassafras really couldn't challenge Yang Kai. The difference between the two was too big. This was also the reason why he brought people here. These people were not just here to keep up appearances. Sumu looked at Kai Yang with contempt, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Without turning his head, he said, "Everyone, I heard that this senior brother Kai has already reached the tempered body 3rd stage. Which brother wants to go up and give him some pointers?" Tempered body 3rd level, such a high level. The crowd burst into laughter. Everyone here joined the sect later than Yang Kai, but who didn't have a higher level than him? Let me do it, young Master Su. My strength is the lowest among the brothers, but I'm only at tempered body 5th level. I should be able to play with Yang Kai for a while. One of them walked through the crowd and looked at Yang Kai with disdain. Yang Kai looked back at him and laughed. He laughed at their outdated information. 5 days ago he was indeed at tempered body 3rd level, but now he was different from before. However, Yang Kai naturally would not spread this news. Advancing 2 levels in 5 days was a bit strange. The person that Sassafras brought said, "Brother Yang, my name is Jianghu. You must remember who beat you up today." "I'll remember," Yang Kai said with a serious face. Jianghu seemed to want to give Sassafras face. He waved his little finger at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, don't say that I don't give you face as a junior brother. I'll give you 3 moves. If you can make me move my feet, you win. If you can't, then don't blame this junior brother for not showing you mercy." Sumu was dazzled by Jianghu's arrogant provocation and blatant contempt. He exclaimed in his heart that Jianghu was really capable. He knew how to humiliate others and did a good job. Jianghu is really capable. He knows how to humiliate others. Although there were only 2 levels between tempered body 3rd level and tempered body 5th level, there was a gap between these 2 levels. The strength that could be displayed was completely different. Chapter 22. What's more, Yang Kai was currently in a sorry state. It was obvious that he had been through a lot, so how could he have any strength left to fight? In addition, his body was thin and malnourished, so it was easy for people to look down on him. Almost everyone thought that Yang Kai would not be able to escape today. Even Xia Chang, who was standing on a nearby tree, thought so. As a member of the Dark Hall, Xia Chang had come today to record Yang Kai's battle results. That's not good. How can I let junior brother go easy on me? Yang Kai was a bit hesitant. There's nothing wrong with that. Jianghu insisted, as junior brother, it's only right for me to let you have 3 moves first. Ah. Okay. Yang Kai seemed to be unwilling. Since junior brother Zhao says so, then this big brother won't be polite. Bring it on. Jianghu shouted. His feet were like boulders as he stood in place. His muscles bulged and blue veins popped out. Looking at the skinny Yang Kai who was walking towards him step by step, Jianghu sneered in his heart. He thought to himself, with your small body, I can blow you away with one breath. What kind of strength can you use? Yang Kai slowly walked in front of Jianghu. He raised a fist and deliberately waved it in front of Jianghu's eyes. He smiled and said, "Junior brother Zhao, big brother is really going to fight. Come." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai's fist had already smashed into Jianghu's chest. Boom. A muffled sound rang out. The surrounding people did not even see any trace of Yang Kai's attack. This fist had just strangely landed. Jianghu's face paled. His chest could not help but cave in. Boom. The second punch arrived, landing on Jianghu's abdomen. Jianghu's body suddenly bent down, only to feel a stomach acid overturn. Bah. Yang Kai kicked Jianghu's chin, and Jianghu was sent flying. He fell to the ground, motionless. He won. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at Yang Kai in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Sassafras's eyes were especially wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. 2 punches and 1 kick. Jianghu, who was at body tempering stage level 5, was sent flying. Was this something a body tempering stage 3rd level cultivator could do? Although Jianghu didn't fight back from beginning to end, his strength was too great. How could a person weighing more than 50 kilograms be sent flying several feet away without any strength? Moreover, his speed was incomparably fast. Just a moment ago, Jianghu still had a disdainful smile on his face, but in the next moment he was unconscious. Not only were the spectators in front of the hut unable to believe their eyes, even Xia Chang, who was watching the fight from the treetop, was the same. Her booklet clearly recorded Yang Kai's battle record. In more than 2 years he had lost 147 times without a single victory. Unexpectedly it was rewritten today. Moreover, he won so cleanly. Xia Chang was originally gracefully stepping on the branches, but in the end she was so shocked that she couldn't recover from the Yuan Qi. Her body lightning technique was interrupted, and her body suddenly fell. With a light crash, this masked woman fell from the treetop 3 feet high. Her small butt first touched the ground and she couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Fortunately, she was agile and her reaction was not slow. At the last moment she borrowed some strength. Otherwise, the consequences of this fall would have been quite serious. Even so, her two perky buttocks were burning with pain. She tightly pursed her lips, and a layer of mist appeared in her watery eyes. Resisting the pain, she slowly stood up. Her two slender legs were slightly trembling. Xianing Chang nervously looked around. Seeing that no one had seen her, she let out a sigh of relief. If someone saw her like this, she would have lost a lot of face. Circulating her yuan qi to relieve the pain in her buttocks, Xianing Chang's eyes flashed. She really couldn't understand. How did Yang Kai's strength increase so much in just a few days? The spectators weren't very strong, so they couldn't see anything special. However, how could Xianing Chang's eyesight be compared to ordinary people? Just now, when Yang Kai made his move, Xianing Chang clearly felt the qi in his meridians stir. To be able to cultivate qi, Yang Kai was clearly at tempered body 4th level. Moreover, it seemed that Yang Kai's strength was higher than tempered body 4th level. But didn't he just reach tempered body 3rd level a few days ago? That stinky junior brother. He actually hid his strength. Not only did he scare those people, but he also scared her so much that she fell from the tree. How hateful. Vaguely, Xianing Chang had already blamed the pain in her buttocks on Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced in the direction where Xianing Chang was hiding. Although Xianing Chang's scream was short, he still heard it. However, he was a bit far away and didn't notice anything strange. He didn't think too much about it. He just frowned and looked at his fist as if he was dissatisfied. Yang Kai was indeed dissatisfied. After all, this was the first time he had sparred with someone after obtaining the unyielding golden skeleton. He didn't control his strength well and actually sent Jianghu flying. Originally, he only wanted to make his opponent move, but it seemed that he used more strength than expected. In the field, Sassafras was the first to recover. He pointed at Yang Kai and shouted, "You cheated." Yang Kai looked at him calmly and said, "Junior brother, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." "How did I cheat?" Sassafras was speechless. That's right, how did he cheat? Jianghu just stood there and didn't move. He arrogantly said that he would let Yang Kai make 3 moves. In the end, the other party really did use 3 moves to defeat him. How could this be considered cheating when it happened in front of so many people? How could he cheat? Young Master Su, it seems that the information is wrong. This kid's strength isn't just tempered body 3rd level. I'm afraid that he has already advanced. Otherwise, how could he beat up Jianghu? Some people with good eyesight saw some clues and whispered to Sassafras. So that's how it is. Sassafras nodded. His face was gloomy. Jianghu was too careless. If he really fought with him, how could he be defeated? In Sassafras's opinion, Jianghu's defeat this time was purely due to carelessness. After all, even if Yang Kai had advanced, he was only at tempered body 4th level. There was still a gap between him and Jianghu. If they really fought, Yang Kai would definitely lose. Brother Yang, you hit it well. Sassafras looked coldly at Yang Kai. He didn't get to vent his anger today. It was really uncomfortable for him to hold it in. Yang Kai didn't deny it and just shrugged his shoulders. We have plenty of time in the future. You won't be so lucky next time. Sassafras snorted coldly and led the people back the way they came. One of his subordinates carried the unconscious Jianghu on his back. Before he left, he gave Yang Kai a hateful glare. This grudge was really formed. Yang Kai didn't care. After all, the sect had its own rules. If they wanted to find trouble with him, they had to challenge him. Moreover, he needed someone to test his cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how much he had grown. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai felt that it was a blessing to have made a feud with Sassafras. Today's battle was really not satisfying. Yang Kai was a little unsatisfied. After Su Mu left, the excitement was over. The crowd of onlookers naturally dispersed, but many people still felt as if they were in a dream. The trial disciple Kai Yang, who had not tasted a single victory in over 2 years, had actually won today. Although there was an element of trickery involved, it was still a victory. Chapter 23. This matter caused an uproar among the ordinary disciples who were watching the battle. If it weren't for Su Mu's identity, perhaps everyone would have rushed to spread the news and spread it. But because this matter was related to Sassafras, the crowd was tactful and didn't dare to spread the news. They could only keep today's matter in their stomachs. It was finally quiet in front of the hut. Looking at the sky, Yang Kai was a bit depressed. Today he was delayed by Sassafras and missed the time to practice the tempered body technique. He couldn't help but say it was a pity. After returning to the hut and taking out his last set of clothes, Yang Kai ran to the side of the small pond and took off his tattered clothes, preparing to take a bath. These days he had been wandering around in the mountains and fought with the flowerback spider, so there was a strange smell on his body. Xiaoning Chang stealthily approached the hut. She wanted to see what realm this junior brother of hers was at. Because she was too far away, she wasn't able to see clearly. However, there wasn't anyone in the hut. Circling to the back of the hut, Xiaoning Chang swept her eyes around. What came into her eyes was two shining white buttocks. Moving her eyes up, she saw that Kai Yang had already taken off all his clothes and was currently in a diving posture. Xiaoning Chang's little face turned red. Although she was very strong, she was still a young girl. Not to mention buttocks, she hadn't even seen a man's thighs. How could she bear to see such a scene? It was too exciting. Xiaoning Chang's heart thumped and she quickly hid her body. Why was she so fated with that place today? The poor girl's tears were about to fall. How could she care about prying into Yang Kai's secret? She stomped her feet and disappeared in a flash. This stinky junior brother, he dared to be so unrestrained in such an important place. He was naked in broad daylight. He was too shameless, too shameless. In the pond, Yang Kai was bathing while checking his body. He realized that ever since he started practicing the tempered body technique, his muscles had become much stronger. Although he was still skinny, he was skinnier than before. Furthermore, the wound on his abdomen from yesterday's battle with the flowerback spider had already scabbed over. Only the wound on his arm, where the flowerback spider had pierced through him, still hurt faintly. After all, it was a penetrating wound, so it was impossible for it to heal so quickly. However, it was not as serious as he had imagined. It seemed that he would only need a few more days to fully recover. Recalling the life and death battle yesterday, Yang Kai was a little excited. He didn't know why, but the more dangerous the situation was, the more motivated he became. He wasn't like this in the first place. Could it be that he subconsciously had masochistic tendencies that only awakened after living for more than 10 years? Thinking of this, Yang Kai quickly sank into the pond and held his breath for a long time before popping his head out. Although he had a lot of things to do, Yang Kai still took a broom to sweep the floor after he finished bathing and putting on his clothes. After all, this was a job in High Heaven Pavilion. Since he had accepted this job, he had to treat it seriously. While sweeping the floor, Yang Kai clearly felt that many of his brothers were looking at him strangely, full of doubt. Presumably, these people had seen the commotion in the morning and didn't understand how he had been able to knock out Jianghu. Yang Kai calmly continued to work. After sweeping the floor, Yang Kai returned to the wooden house and opened his bag. He took out the 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flower and Dead Jedi Tree Grass he needed and put the rest back. Yang Kai had no use for these remaining herbs, so he could sell them to the contribution hall for some contribution points. Grabbing the bag, Kai Yang was just about to go out, but after thinking for a bit, he changed back into the blood-stained clothes and painted his face. Only then did he rush out. In the contribution hall, Old Man Meng was sitting behind the counter with a teapot in his hand. He was leisurely sipping his tea while humming a little song. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by the doorway. Old Man Meng weakly raised his head to look. Just as he was about to scold the bastard who didn't open his eyes and came to disturb this old man's peace so early in the morning, he saw Kai Yang walk in. His tattered clothes couldn't cover up his body at all. His 2 thighs were faintly discernible and the fine hairs on his legs were clearly visible. The 2 female High Heaven Pavilion disciples who were passing by saw this scene and cried out in alarm, covering their faces and retreating in shame. What kind of mental strength did Treasurer Meng have? He had climbed a mountain of blades, entered a sea of fire, piled a mountain of corpses, yet his expression didn't change. He had slaughtered 10 cities with ease, yet at this moment he had spat out a mouthful of tea. Little Yang Kai, what are you doing? Old Man Meng hurriedly stood up and stared dumbfoundedly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai rushed to the counter and took a deep breath. I'm back. You must have suffered a lot, right? Treasurer Meng couldn't help but feel pity for Kai Yang. A few days ago when Kai Yang had left his place, he was still fine. He didn't expect that after just one trip to Black Wind Mountain, he would become like this. Looking like neither a human nor a ghost, it was simply too tragic. Yes, it was a bit dangerous. Yang Kai nodded and didn't waste any more words. He quickly opened the bag and pointed at the pile of herbs inside, but the harvest was not bad. Treasurer Meng, do you want to accept these herbs in the contribution hall? Treasurer Meng took a look and frowned. These were only common-level low-level herbs, they didn't have much value. There were many of these herbs in the contribution hall, even if he accepted them, there would be no place to put them. Just as he was about to refuse, Treasurer Meng saw Yang Kai looking at him with a face full of expectation. Looking at his clothes, Treasurer Meng's heart softened and he nodded, "Okay, I'll accept them. Every 2 herbs will be exchanged for 1 contribution point." "Then you take a look." Yang Kai didn't haggle and pushed the bag forward. Treasurer Meng took a look and found a total of 32 herbs, a total of 16 contribution points. He immediately recorded Yang Kai's account. "You ran around Black Wind Mountain for 3 days and you only got these?" Treasurer Meng casually asked. Being able to obtain this much is already quite good. While Kai Yang was speaking, he also looked around furtively. Cough cough, it's not bad. Old man Meng couldn't bear to hurt Yang Kai. After all, he also knew about Yang Kai's difficult situation. This kid's aptitude wasn't good, but he was willing to work hard. There weren't many young people who could endure hardships like him. Unfortunately, his aptitude was his weakness and he was destined to not have much success in this life. Just as he was lamenting in his heart, Treasurer Meng saw Yang Kai looking around and couldn't help but ask, "What are you looking at?" Yang Kai mysteriously leaned forward and whispered, "Treasurer Meng, this time when I entered the mountain, I seem to have found an incredible thing." Seeing Yang Kai so cautious, Treasurer Meng knew that this incredible thing wasn't ordinary. His expression became serious and he whispered back, "What is it?" "I don't know. Didn't I bring it back so you can help me take a look? You're experienced and knowledgeable so you should be able to recognize it." As Yang Kai spoke, he reached behind his butt and took out a bag and gently placed it on the counter. Chapter 24. Treasurer Meng looked at Yang Kai and saw that Yang Kai's face was filled with anticipation and nervousness. He couldn't help but become cautious as he gently opened the package and looked inside. It was about the size of a bowl and was dark red in color. It looked like a mushroom or a Ganoderma lucidum, and its shape was not bad. Cough, cough, cough. Treasurer Meng couldn't help but lightly cough a few times. Yang Kai nervously looked at him and softly asked, "What is this thing?" Treasurer Meng looked at him strangely and didn't answer. Instead he asked, "You? Where did you find this?" "In a cave. There was a Class 1 demonic beast guarding it. In the end it was killed by me. Only then was I able to harvest it." Treasurer Meng's heart jumped. "You encountered a monster beast? Didn't I tell you not to go too deep?" "I didn't go too deep. I don't know how it ended up in the outskirts of Black Wind Mountain." Yang Kai felt wronged. Treasurer Meng couldn't help but sigh, thinking that the reason why this brat ended up like this was because he had fought with that monstrous beast. With his strength, even if it was only a first-grade monstrous beast, it definitely wouldn't have been easy to deal with. How pitiful. At such a young age, he had toiled for 3 days in the Black Wind Mountain range to earn a mere 16 contribution points. Furthermore, he had to fight against a level 1 demonic beast and narrowly escape death. If he were to find out about this was not appropriate, this was too hurtful. Forget it, this old man rarely does good deeds, so I'll just treat it as accumulating good karma. Yang Kai saw that Treasurer Meng's expression was dignified, but he still didn't answer. He couldn't help but become anxious. Just as he was about to ask again, Treasurer Meng took a sip of tea, smacked his lips and squeezed out a smile. "You little brat, your luck is pretty good." Hearing this answer, Yang Kai's anxious heart immediately relaxed. He was really worried that this thing wasn't worth a single cent. That would be a big joke. "Treasurer Meng, what is this thing? How many contribution points is it worth?" Yang Kai rubbed his hands in anticipation. Oh, this thing is called blood lingji mushroom. It's a rare medicinal ingredient, an ordinary. Before Treasurer Meng could finish, he saw the disappointment on Yang Kai's face and hurriedly changed his words. No, it's an earth-grade low-grade medicinal ingredient. And it's an earth-grade low-grade medicinal ingredient. That's right. His tone was so firm that Treasurer Meng almost believed it himself. Earth-level low-grade? Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. "Treasurer Meng, are you sure you're not mistaken?" Treasurer Meng's face stiffened. What a joke, this old man has spent his entire life reading women. Cough cough, I mean reading countless medicines. I have developed a pair of discerning eyes, how could I possibly be wrong? How many contribution points can I exchange for? Yang Kai was only interested in this. I'll give you 20 points. So little? Yang Kai was a little disappointed. He had thought that this item would be considered a low-level item and would at least cost a few dozen contribution points. That's quite a lot, kid. Treasurer Meng thought to himself, this is free, how can I give you so much? But he still found a reason. Although this blood lingji mushroom is an earth-grade low-grade medicinal ingredient, Its size is small and its age is not high, so it's only worth 20 points. Yang Kai didn't refute and straightforwardly said, "Then I'll give you 20 points." Treasurer Meng nodded and recorded it in his account. This time, excluding the 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flower and Dead Jedi Tree Grass that he needed, he had a total of 36 contribution points. Adding the contribution points he had saved before, he now had a total of 48 contribution points. Yang Kai suddenly felt that he had become somewhat rich and overbearing. Although he could obtain contribution points by going into the mountains to gather medicinal ingredients, it would also delay his cultivation time. Moreover, he also had to rely on his luck, so it felt like he was putting the cart before the horse. Although he was excited, Yang Kai decided that in the future, unless he had no other choice, he wouldn't do such a thing. The purpose of accumulating contribution points was to cultivate, so Yang Kai was still able to distinguish between the two, so he didn't let the harvest this time go to his head. He currently had a lot of 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flowers. In the end, he had collected 30 to 40 stalks of 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flowers in the cave, but the amount of Dead Jedi Tree Grass was very small, only 5 to 6 stalks. If he really wanted to use them for cultivation, he was afraid that they wouldn't be enough. He would have to exchange for some from the contribution hall, just in case. After making up his mind, Yang Kai said, "Treasurer Meng, give me 10 stalks of Dead Jedi Tree Grass." Old Man Meng glanced at him. Although he was puzzled as to why Yang Kai wanted them, he didn't ask. He only calmly looked at Yang Kai and said, 10 stalks of common grade low-grade herbs for 10 contribution points, are you sure you want them? Yang Kai frowned and suspiciously said, "That's not right, didn't you just say 2 stalks of herbs for 1 contribution point? The charging price is the charging price, the selling price is the selling price, they are not the same." Treasurer Meng's smile was particularly brilliant, and a thick smell of profiteering spontaneously emerged. Yang Kai angrily pointed at Old Man Meng's nose and said, "You are completely profiteering, taking advantage of the difference in price. This is too shameful. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" Old Man Meng waved his hand and said, "This is not me profiteering, this is the price set by the sect. It has nothing to do with me. All the goods in the contribution hall are clearly marked with a price. This old man is only responsible for looking after the sect. Otherwise, how do you think the sect is going to support your 3,000 disciples?" Yang Kai was stunned, but when he thought about it, doing business was all about making money. In such a big high heaven pavilion, if they didn't have some means, how could their 3,000 disciples survive? Although this was indeed a case of taking advantage of the difference in price, no one was forcing you to buy or sell. "Then do you still want the Dead Jedi Tree Grass?" Treasurer Meng saw Yang Kai's pained expression and his mood immediately improved. Yang Kai clenched his teeth, sooner or later he would need it. Since he didn't want to go into the mountains to pick herbs, then he could only buy it here. Treasurer Meng turned around and went to the back of the hall. Not long after, he came back with 10 stalks of Dead Jedi Tree Grass. Yang Kai counted them while Treasurer Meng recorded down the accounts. Humph. After eating a loss, Yang Kai was somewhat unhappy, so he took the herbs and turned around to leave. "Come back often when you have time." Treasurer Meng warmly called out from behind. "Come often so you can take advantage of me." Yang Kai finally understood how his nickname of Treasurer Meng came about. 3 steps turned into 2 steps, Kai Yang hurriedly rushed out. Just as he was about to reach the door, a figure flashed in from the outside, almost colliding with Kai Yang. The two people's reactions were quite fast. Yang Kai suddenly stopped, and the other person also stopped. A refreshing fragrance blew in his face. Looking up, Yang Kai saw a pair of bright moon-like eyes staring at him, but he couldn't see the face because this person was actually wearing a veil. This was a woman, although her face couldn't be seen clearly, but judging from the color of her skin, she shouldn't be very old, so she should be his senior sister. Yang Kai nodded at her, slightly apologetic, and then moved aside half of his body, indicating that she should come in first. Unexpectedly, after being stunned for a moment, the other person's ears suddenly turned red, and she looked at his eyes evasively. Yang Kai saw this and thought that this senior sister was quite shy, so he quickly looked away so as not to offend her. Xianing Chang was embarrassed to death. She never thought that she would meet Yang Kai at the entrance of the contribution hall. As soon as she saw this person's face, Xianing Chang thought of her own. Then she thought of his. In an instant, Xianing Chang's face turned red, and her ears became hot. She hurriedly flashed into the room, not daring to raise her head. Yang Kai thought it was a bit funny. Such a timid woman was rare, and there were many female disciples in Sky Tower Pavilion, But those who practiced martial arts were generally more open-minded, unlike her who just blushed when he looked at her. No wonder she was wearing a veil. This senior sister was quite cute, but why did he feel that her fragrance was somewhat familiar, as if he had smelled it before? Chapter 25. When Xia Ning Chang entered the contribution hall, she secretly glanced back and saw that Yang Kai had already left. She couldn't help but sigh in relief. It was probably because of what happened in the morning that made her feel a little guilty. Just as her heart was in a mess, she heard Treasurer Meng sigh from behind the counter. "What's wrong, master?" Xia Ning Chang asked. "I'm just feeling sorry for that little brat." Treasurer Meng sighed. "He's a good child, willing to endure hardships and work hard. His character is also good and his temper isn't bad either." When Xia Ning Chang heard her master praise Kai Yang, she immediately became angry. She thought to herself, "You still don't know what he did to your disciple this morning. He actually went so far as to take off all his clothes, sullying your disciple's eyes and scaring her." Treasurer Meng kept on talking, and the more Xia Ning Chang listened, the angrier she became. She reached out her hand and slapped the counter. Pah! The sound of something being smashed rang out. Treasurer Meng looked over and his face immediately became distorted. He howled, "My 20 contribution points worth of earth-level low-level blood lingji mushroom? This is a blood lingji mushroom?" Xia Ning Chang looked at the powdered mushroom on the counter and wondered if her master's eyes were blurred. How could this be a blood lingji mushroom? No, I saw wrongly. Treasurer Meng lightly blew on the counter and the powdered mushroom flew out. It was as if it was pinched by an invisible hand and scattered outside the door. "That's right, why did you come looking for me today?" Treasurer Meng's face became serious. "I broke through." Treasurer Meng's face twitched as he carefully examined Xia Ning Chang's realm. He couldn't help but nod. Good, I didn't see wrongly. Only your physique is suitable for this technique. Come eat this pill, it'll stabilize your realm." Xia Ning Chang took the pill and hesitated for a moment before softly asking, "Master, how are your injuries?" Treasurer Meng smiled. "Don't worry about me, it's been so many years, it's not a big deal." Kai Yang was filled with excitement and anticipation as he rushed back to the wooden hut. Now that the 3-leaved chaos spirit flower and the dead Jedi tree grass had been prepared, and the quantity was not small, it should be enough for a while. Everything was ready except for the east wind. Yang Kai really wanted to know if the incense burner could really help him cultivate. The wooden hut was located in the most remote and desolate part of High Heaven Pavilion, so basically no one cared about it, so Yang Kai didn't need to worry about exposing his secret. Walking into the hut, he summoned the wordless black book and flipped to the 3rd page, then took out the incense burner and placed it beside the bed. He then took out the 3-leaved chaos spirit flower and the dead Jedi tree grass, stuffed the 2 herbs inside and closed the lid. In an instant, a faint fragrance filled the wooden hut. Yang Kai took a deep breath and carefully sensed it. He found that although this fragrance was a bit special, there was nothing noteworthy about it. Moreover, after he took a breath, his body didn't feel anything. However, from the holes in the incense burner's lid, a steady flow of fragrance drilled into Yang Kai's nostrils. It was like a slender snake, strangely enough, entering Yang Kai's body through his mouth and nose. It was as if there was something extra in his body, in his flesh, blood, meridians and even his bone marrow. A numbing feeling spread throughout his body. Yang Kai didn't dare to be negligent, quickly taking the incense burner and preparing to cultivate. As soon as he took a step out, Yang Kai was surprised. His foot seemed to be filled with lead, incomparably heavy, and with this step, his physical strength was rapidly draining away. Taking another step, Yang Kai had the illusion that his whole body was about to collapse. Cold sweat broke out all over his body and all his muscles tightened. The chi that he had just cultivated not long ago was beating in his meridians, and the bones all over his body were making cracking sounds. After the 3rd step, Yang Kai's legs went soft, and he directly fell to his knees, the incense burner in his hand rolling far away. With both hands on the ground, Yang Kai was motionless like a mountain, but his heavy breathing was like a broken bellows. His chest violently rose and fell, and his flesh and blood were twitching. His meridians, internal organs and bones were expanding and contracting, and the numbing feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Yang Kai wanted to roar, but he firmly restrained himself. His current situation was clearly a state of overexhaustion. He had experienced this several times before, so Yang Kai was quite familiar with it. But just now he had clearly only taken 3 steps, so how could he use up all his physical strength? Not only was his physical strength exhausted, even his spirit was exhausted. It was as if he hadn't slept for several days and nights, and his eyes were a little blurred. It could be said that his spirit had fallen to the lowest point, and he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. At this moment, the effects of the three-leaved chaos spirit flower and the dead Jedi tree grass appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Both herbs were slightly poisonous, but the toxicity wasn't strong. Ordinary people could eat a few of them, but the former was harmful to the spirit while the latter was harmful to the body. Combined with his current physical condition, Yang Kai somewhat understood. Perhaps it was because he had inhaled the strange fragrance in the incense burner, that was why this happened. But whether it was the three-leaved chaos spirit flower or the dead Jedi tree grass, it was impossible for them to have such a strong medicinal effect. The mystery must have appeared in the incense burner. It could infinitely amplify the effects of these two herbs. He had obtained the unyielding golden skeleton, so his recovery ability was extremely strong. That day he had cultivated for a long time without feeling tired, so naturally he couldn't reach his limit. Without reaching his limit, he couldn't force out his potential. But now it was different. He had only taken 3 steps and he was already exhausted. If he reached his limit so easily, would he still be afraid of not being able to cultivate in the future? Yang Kai had always believed that a person's potential was limitless, and the key was how to dig it out. Although aptitude could affect a cultivator's growth, one's own efforts were also indispensable. So all these years, even if he knew that his aptitude was not good enough, he still worked tirelessly and never gave up on cultivating. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's spirit was lifted. His hands gradually used strength to support his exhausted body. His 2 legs trembled violently. Yang Kai's veins were exposed and his eyes were about to burst. Little by little, inch by inch, he propped himself up. All the physical strength in his body was almost exhausted, and his consciousness was about to blur. But in his heart, an obsession fiercely burst forth. In his life he had never had such a strong desire, the desire to win. Stand up. Pick yourself up from where you fell. Stand up is to break through the limit and win. Time had never passed so slowly. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai half straightened his body. His feet stepped on the ground and his legs were slightly bent, shaking like a pendulum. But the momentum of straightening his body was so firm, and even if it was slow, it did not change. Finally, accompanied by Yang Kai's roar, his body straightened up. He slightly staggered, but his feet firmly fixed in place. Chapter 26. At this moment Yang Kai smiled. Even though his physical and mental strength were exhausted, his eyes couldn't see anything, his ears were ringing, and his brain was stinging like needles, he still smiled. He won. The joy of defeating himself was far stronger than defeating others. Just when Yang Kai thought he was going to faint, a warm feeling suddenly spread through his body. This warm feeling came from his bones, like the spring wind and rain, like rain after a long drought, scraping every inch of his skin, every inch of his flesh and blood, bringing a burst of vitality. His exhausted physical strength recovered a little, and even his mental strength was a lot better. Although he didn't fully recover, he didn't faint. Kai Yang didn't try to be brave anymore. Instead, he sat down on the ground and carefully examined the situation in his body. He discovered that the original numbness in his body had disappeared. Instead, it had become a kind of comfort, so comfortable that he almost moaned out loud. His whole body rhythmically pulsated, and with this pulsation, it was obvious that he had become more solid and explosive. The qi in his meridians was constantly pulsing, and his bones seemed to have become more solid. Just like this, his body seemed to have become a lot stronger. Yang Kai pondered. The warm feeling that came from his bones at the last moment should be the work of the unyielding golden skeleton. After experiencing this several times, Yang Kai could be considered to have grasped the key point. Only when he was unyielding and tenacious in the face of adversity could he stimulate the potential of the unyielding golden skeleton. If he had compromised in the face of adversity, the unyielding golden skeleton would not have provided him with any help. It really was a unique golden skeleton. Yang Kai chuckled. At this moment he finally understood why the incense burner was able to help him cultivate. The medicinal effect of the herbs in the incense burner was magnified thousands of times. After inhaling it, it increased the speed of his physical strength loss, and the degree of mental fatigue. That's why he only took 3 steps before he almost fainted. But this kind of medicinal effect magnified by the incense burner, although tyrannical, shouldn't cause any sequelae, otherwise it wouldn't be able to help him cultivate. Only by overcoming this difficulty and stimulating the recovery ability of the unyielding golden skeleton could he obtain real benefits, and only then would he be able to break through his limits and become stronger. The incense burner wafting out of the incense burner and the unyielding golden skeleton complemented each other. All of this was Yang Kai's own guess. But considering what had just happened, it was basically the truth. Next, Yang Kai had to verify it carefully. The strange fragrance in the incense burner never stopped. Even though there was no wind in the room, it still drifted towards Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai discovered that if he stayed where he was, the fragrance would not have any effect on him. After resting for an hour, Yang Kai felt that he had recovered a lot of strength. He stood up shakily and Yang Kai once again stepped forward. Having suffered a great loss once, Yang Kai walked very slowly this time. As he walked, he carefully sensed his surroundings. When his foot landed on the ground, Kai Yang discovered that the strength in his body was like a flood breaking through a dam, gushing out of his body. His spirit was also the same. He suddenly felt exhausted. There was no reason for it, no sign of it. With another step, the little bit of strength that he had recovered was completely drained. Yang Kai almost fell. Clenching his teeth, Yang Kai's stubborn temper rose again, and he desperately moved his feet. This time Yang Kai walked 4 steps before he had to stop. Although he did not want to admit defeat, his body could not keep up. After all, his strength was still too weak. The warm feeling in his body slowly spread out, and the strength he had recovered was not enough to make him faint. After many tests, all of Yang Kai's conjectures were confirmed to be correct. Although the incense burner wafting out of the incense burner made people feel tired, it did not cause any sequelae. The unyielding golden skeleton also needed to be stimulated. The more unyielding the heart, the stronger the warmth, and the greater the benefits it would bring to the body. This kind of cultivation method was simply unimaginable. To put it bluntly, it was like playing with one's life. If one was not careful, it would be beyond redemption. Fortunately, Yang Kai was very self-aware. Every time he broke through his limit, he would stop. After accumulating time after time, the results were very impressive. A person's potential was indeed limitless, but if one wanted to become strong, there was always a gradual process. After a whole day of torment, Yang Kai's progress was very obvious. He could already walk 6 steps, which was a big improvement compared to the first time. However, Yang Kai was still not satisfied. He was only walking while smelling the incense. If he could use his fists and feet while smelling the incense, then it would be true cultivation. Then Yang Kai found a big problem. This kind of cultivation method consumed too many herbs. Putting a 3-leaved chaos spirit flower and a dead Jedi tree grass into the incense burner could only last for about an hour. After an hour, he had to put in the herbs again to produce the incense. Yang Kai calculated with his fingers, and his face suddenly became ugly. There were 24 hours in a day, and he cultivated for 14 to 14 hours a day. This would require at least 14 herbs. With his current reserves, he would use up all the dead Jedi tree grass and half of the 3-leaved chaos spirit flower in 2 days at most. What would he do if he ran out of herbs? He only had 38 contribution points now. How many days could he sustain himself? He originally thought that he was very rich, but now it seemed that he was still very poor. That night, Yang Kai fell asleep with deep worries. His mind was full of how to get herbs and contribution points. Even in his dreams, he found a large number of 3-leaved chaos spirit flowers and dead Jedi tree grass. That night, Yang Kai did not sleep well. That night, Sassafras did not sleep well either. Sassafras tossed and turned restlessly when he thought about how he had aggressively brought people to find trouble with Yang Kai in the morning, only to be defeated by him. If it wasn't for him, he might have already hooked up with Boss He's daughter. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have to suffer so much. Thinking about the He family's daughter, Sassafras was filled with resentment. He would never have the face to meet her again. As the saying goes, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. Yang Kai, you've gone too far by breaking up an affectionate couple. As the saying goes, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but it's always too late for a villain to take revenge. Sassafras was undoubtedly the latter. Although he could challenge Yang Kai again in a few days, Sassafras could not wait until then. He couldn't wait to beat Yang Kai up right now, only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Tossing and turning, Sumu couldn't sleep, so he got up in annoyance. Not only did he get up, but he also woke up his subordinates in the middle of the night. Chapter 27. Not long after, a group of sleepy Sky Tower disciples gathered in Sassafras's room. "Young Master Su, what's the matter?" one of them asked while rubbing his eyes. "Nothing, it's about this morning." Sassafras tried his best to calm down. "I called everyone here because I want everyone to give me some ideas on how to take revenge and resolve the hatred in my heart." Another person said, "Young Master Su, can't we just wait for another 4 days? After 4 days I will challenge that Yang Kai and I promise to beat him into a pig's head." Sassafras was displeased. "Why would I call you all here if I could wait until then?" The group of people were sleeping soundly when they were woken up. Obviously, they didn't have the energy to respond to Sassafras's words. Instead they kept yawning. Seeing their reaction, Sassafras became even more annoyed. He slammed the table and shouted, "All of you think carefully. If you can't come up with a good idea today, none of you can go back to sleep." Everyone was shocked. Only now did they realize that Sassafras was really angry. Their sleepiness disappeared and they quickly thought of a plan. Not long after, a Sky Tower disciple named Li Yuntian rolled his eyes and thought of a good idea. He said to Sassafras, "Young Master Su, we can do this." As he spoke, he leaned over and whispered in Sassafras's ear, telling him how they could do this and this and this and this. Sassafras was overjoyed. He patted Li Yuntian's shoulder and said, "Not bad, not bad. This is a good idea. I'll leave this matter to you." "Young Master Su, don't worry." Li Yuntian also smiled. "Go back to sleep." Sassafras waved his hand. Everyone was relieved and quickly dispersed. Looking at the dark night outside, Sassafras laughed sinisterly. "Yang Kai, brother Yang, let's wait and see." After a while, Sassafras fell asleep contentedly. The next day Yang Kai woke up and practiced the tempered body technique. Then he went out to sweep the floor. Yesterday he had used the incense burner to cultivate. Although it was torturous and his back was still aching, the results were quite obvious. The most obvious result was that when he was practicing the fist and leg techniques of the body tempering chapter, he could clearly feel that the power of heaven and earth had decreased a little. This was easy to understand. The incense in the incense burner gave him a great deal of pressure. Practicing the tempered body technique also gave him a great deal of pressure. Once he adapted to one type, he would naturally be able to adapt to another type. An incense burner is a good thing. Yang Kai was excited and wanted to finish his work as soon as possible so that he could continue his cultivation. However, Yang Kai was only halfway through when a person suddenly blocked his path. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the other person. He vaguely felt that this person was somewhat familiar. At this moment, this person was looking at him with a smile. Last night, Li Yuntian gave Sassafras an idea. Although he already had a plan in mind, he didn't dare to be careless. He was confident that he could deal with Yang Kai. Now, the most important thing was to find a way to trick the other party and make him fight with him. Fortunately, when he went to cause trouble with Sassafras yesterday, he hid behind the crowd. At that time he didn't say much. This Yang Kai shouldn't have noticed him. This made things easier for him. Early in the morning, Li Yuntian waited while Yang Kai was sweeping the floor. Sure enough, he saw Yang Kai walking towards him. He immediately put on a smile and put on a harmless expression as he walked over. His current appearance should be friendly enough. Li Yuntian encouraged himself. "Junior brother, is there something I can help you with?" Yang Kai didn't stand on ceremony. After all the tempered body disciples were his junior brothers. Although his level was low, there were benefits to entering the sect early. When he saw a tempered body disciple, he could call them brother. "Are you Yang Kai, brother Yang?" Li Yuntian asked despite knowing the answer. Yang Kai nodded, "Yes." Li Yuntian was overjoyed. "It really is you. Brother Yang, I've heard of your name for a long time. Seeing you today, you really do live up to your reputation." These words made Li Yuntian feel disgusted, but he had no choice but to show his sincerity. "You're too serious, too serious." Kai Yang was very clear about his own situation. His name was very famous among the ordinary disciples. Li Yuntian acted as if he was very familiar with Kai Yang. Grabbing hold of Kai Yang's large hand, he vigorously shook it. "Senior brother Kai, I heard that you taught that Jianghu a lesson yesterday. It really is satisfying." "What? Do you have a grudge against him?" Yang Kai sized him up. Li Yuntian's face turned cold. "There is some enmity. This person has a human face but a beast's heart. He is despicable and shameless. He once humiliated me." "Then why don't you take revenge?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Even in my dreams I want to take revenge, but..." Li Yuntian sighed. "Senior brother Yang, I'm afraid you also know that there is someone behind Jianghu. I don't care about a trivial Jianghu, but the person behind him is not someone I can provoke. That's true. Yang Kai nodded. Sassafras had someone backing them up. Ordinary disciples really didn't dare to provoke them. So, Brother Yang teaching Jianghu a lesson yesterday really helped junior brother vent his anger. Li Yuntian shed tears of gratitude. Yang Kai smiled. It was just a spar between fellow disciples. It wasn't much. Li Yuntian continued, Brother Yang was able to beat Jianghu, so your strength can't be considered weak. Yang Kai waved his hand, small tricks not worth mentioning at all. Li Yuntian sneered in his heart, thinking that you actually spoke the truth. If you hadn't used tricks yesterday, how could Jianghu have lost? But he didn't dare show it on his face. If Yang Kai became suspicious, then it wouldn't be good. Brother is too modest. Come. I Li Yuntian like to spar with others. Brother Yang is also my benefactor. Since we've met today I can't miss it. Li Yuntian beat around the bush for a long time before finally finding a chance to express his intentions. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, you want to spar with me? Li Yuntian nodded, of course. I hope brother won't be stingy with your teachings. Let junior brother see how brother taught Jianghu a lesson yesterday. It'll also solve one of my worries. This reason was really a bit far-fetched. Yang Kai shook his head, forget it, I don't usually spar with others. Li Yuntian was anxious, that won't do. Brother, you have to agree today even if you don't want to. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Li Yuntian's heart jumped. He was too anxious just now and his tone was a bit harsh. He quickly put on a smile and said, Junior brother is a martial arts fanatic. If he doesn't spar with others, he'll feel uncomfortable. I hope brother can help. That's not good. Yang Kai refused. What's not good? There's no reason for this. Li Yuntian saw that Yang Kai seemed to be moved. He quickly struck while the iron was hot. Spar with fellow disciples to test each other's skills. Why would there be a need for a reason? A friendly spar is beneficial to both you and me. Even if that's the case, it still won't do. Yang Kai repeatedly waved his hands. Don't be like that, brother. A spar won't make you pregnant. Li Yuntian was anxious in his heart, but he didn't dare show it. His mind turned as if he had thought of something. He suddenly said, Brother, you're afraid that if you lose, your contribution points will be deducted. Chapter 28. Facing Li Yuntian's question, Yang Kai didn't answer. Li Yuntian thought he had guessed correctly and smiled. Brother, don't worry. Our strength should be about the same, so it's not certain who will win. If junior brother really wins, then brother's loss will be compensated by me. Are you serious? Yang Kai was a bit surprised. A gentleman's words cannot be taken back. Li Yuntian solemnly promised. Originally, Li Yuntian thought that he had fooled Yang Kai and was ready to show off his skills. He knew that Sassafras was definitely hiding nearby and watching. As long as he could ruthlessly teach Yang Kai a lesson and vent his anger on behalf of young Master Su, then he would gain a lot of face. But he didn't think that Kai Yang's eyebrows would wrinkle again. Li Yuntian almost jumped up and cursed out loud. This senior brother of his was really annoying, just like a girl. How could Jianghu lose to this kind of person? Brother, do you have any other questions? Li Yuntian felt that he was on the verge of exploding. Oh, although I also want to compare notes with you, I was already challenged yesterday. If you want to fight again, you will have to wait a few days. Pick. Li Yuntian almost couldn't catch his breath and hurriedly said, Brother, you can challenge me. I haven't been challenged in the past few days. Don't we High Heaven Pavilion disciples have a chance to challenge others every day? So it's like this. Yang Kai suddenly understood and dryly laughed. Junior brother, please don't blame me. Brother has never challenged anyone these past few years, so I completely forgot about this rule. Li Yuntian slowly exhaled, as if he wanted to spit out the anger and depression in his heart. After a long time he said, Brother, can we compare notes now? Yang Kai had another question. Junior brother, if I lose, will you really compensate me with contribution points? Compensate? I will definitely compensate, and I will compensate you 10 times. Li Yuntian gnashed his teeth. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't believe you unless you give me the contribution points first. How can I give it to you? Li Yuntian was extremely gloomy. Contribution points were all recorded in the accounts room and couldn't be carried around for transactions. This brother is too narrow-minded. Could it be that I would renege on this kind of thing? I have an idea. Yang Kai smiled slyly, beckoned to Li Yuntian, and then whispered a few words into his ear. Li Yuntian's expression changed several times. He couldn't help but admit that this Yang Kai's mind was really agile. He could even think of such a method. Junior brother, it's okay if you feel embarrassed. It's not that I don't trust you as a brother, it's just that. Yang Kai was playing hard to get. He wanted to say something but stopped. How could Li Yuntian not know what he meant? Although he despised him in his heart for the sake of his own plan, he could only endure. He opened his mouth and said, "No matter. Brother, just wait here. I'll come after I get the things. Just wait, my speed is very fast." As he spoke, he hurriedly ran away. Looking at his disappearing figure, Yang Kai was filled with emotions. In this world, there were still people who sent themselves to him asking to be beaten up. Once they failed, they still gave him things. It was really strange. But this was also good. It could be considered as solving his urgent situation. Unfortunately, this method could only be used once. The next time it couldn't be used again. For a moment, Yang Kai was a bit annoyed. If he had known earlier, he would have ruthlessly ripped him off like a lion. With Li Yuntian's eagerness, he reckoned that even if his request was a bit more excessive, he would still agree. Sassafras led a group of people and hid not far away. When they saw Li Yuntian and Yang Kai talking, they were secretly happy. They were prepared to watch a good show, but they didn't expect that Li Yuntian would actually hurriedly run away. This scene made Sassafras confused. The plan they talked about last night didn't include this step. What the hell was Li Yuntian doing? Sassafras was puzzled. He hurriedly sent people to intercept Li Yuntian. He wanted to ask about the situation over there. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, the person he sent out came back and whispered to Sassafras, "Young Master Su, Li Yuntian said that Yang Kai is very petty. He said that he wants him to go to the contribution hall to exchange for 10 herbs to compensate for his losses before he is willing to spar with Li Yuntian." Isn't that too petty? Sassafras was dumbfounded. Yang Kai is just a trial disciple. If he is defeated, he will only lose 1 contribution. Why would he have to compensate him with 10 herbs? That person replied, Li Yuntian boasted, so he wants 10 times the compensation, so, well, serves him right. Sassafras had a strange expression. But forget it. As long as we can teach Yang Kai a lesson, 10 herbs is nothing. 10 herbs? It was estimated to be 10 contribution points. Sassafras really didn't put it in his eyes. When the group knew the situation, they could only bide their time and wait bitterly. Half an hour later, Yang Kai was almost done sweeping the floor. Only then did Li Yuntian run back with a face full of sweat. It wasn't that this place was too far from the contribution hall, but that the contribution hall's old man Meng was still sleeping. He only woke up after Li Yuntian knocked on the door for a long time. Old man Meng was disturbed from his wet dream, so his temper was naturally not good. Li Yuntian didn't have time to teach Yang Kai a lesson before he was taken advantage of by old man Meng. He spent 20 contribution points to exchange for 10 ordinary low-quality herbs. Li Yuntian was furious. He secretly swore that he would definitely get back at Yang Kai later. When he arrived at the agreed place, Yang Kai was indeed still there. He was standing there with a broom in his hand. Li Yuntian took 3 steps and 2, panting as he ran to the front. He handed over the 10 stalks of herbs in his hand and unhappily said, "Here, senior brother, take a look." No need. Yang Kai appeared to be very generous. He took the broom and the herbs without even looking at them. "Brother, can we compare notes now?" Li Yuntian asked. Yes. Junior brother didn't need to go through so much trouble. Junior brother only needs to say one word, brother will believe it. Yang Kai cheerfully laughed. Li Yuntian was so angry that 1 Buddha almost left his body, 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven, 3 Buddhas nirvana, 4 Buddhas in the same hall. The one who said he wanted the herbs first was you, and the one who said he would believe it was you. All the good and bad words were said by you alone. This father had been busy all morning and hadn't eaten anything. Was it all for nothing? But forget it. Li Yuntian took a few breaths and calmed his mind. Now that half of his goal had been achieved, as long as this Yang Kai dared to challenge him, he would not show mercy. Then junior brother, shall we begin? Yang Kai asked for Li Yuntian's opinion. Good. Li Yuntian's spirit was greatly aroused. He cupped his hands and said, "Please advise me, brother." "I don't dare." Yang Kai smiled. Neither of them reported their current realms to the other. Li Yuntian was afraid of scaring Yang Kai away, and Yang Kai was happy to do so. With a tacit understanding, the challenge began. With Zhao Hu's example yesterday and today's grievance and hatred, how could Li Yuntian be courteous? He was prepared to use the power of thunder to defeat this brother. In the time it takes for sparks to fly, Kai Yang and Li Yuntian had already begun to exchange blows. Li Yuntian's aura was as deep as the abyss. Li Yuntian suppressed his anger and didn't hold back at all. He used his full strength, his palms flying up and down, each palm faster and heavier than the last. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. His thin body's muscles tightened. The results of his training these past few days were displayed at this moment. He only used Sky Tower Pavilion's basic skills, long fist and whip kick, to face his opponent. As the palms and fists intersected, Li Yuntian was shocked. A strong force came from the other side, shaking his footing, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Not only that, his palms felt as if they had been imprinted on a rock, causing his bones to feel numb from the rebound. Chapter 29. After suffering a loss, Li Yuntian didn't dare to be negligent. Relying on his nimble movements, he circled around Yang Kai and leaped up and down, finding the right time to strike. Very quickly he landed a dozen or so palm strikes on Yang Kai's body. Who told you to be so petty? Who told me to go to the contribution hall so early in the morning to be bullied? Li Yuntian was secretly pleased. Every time he struck Yang Kai's body, there would be a ping-ping sound. Sassafras, who wasn't far away, was dazzled as if he was the one who struck Yang Kai. The two combatants were both tempered body stage martial artists. Their cultivation had just started, so they didn't have many tricks up their sleeves. Adding on the fact that Kai Yang wanted to test out his current body, Li Yuntian was able to gain quite a bit of advantage. After fighting for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Yang Kai already had a plan in mind. His current body was still okay, much better than it was a few days ago. Since his goal was achieved, Yang Kai didn't want to continue fighting with this junior brother. Just as Li Yuntian was about to follow up with another attack, he suddenly saw that brother Yang, who had been beaten back by him, suddenly had an excited expression. It was like a pervert seeing a naked girl. That excited expression gave Li Yuntian goosebumps all over his body. But upon closer inspection, this kind of excitement was different. This was a kind of cruel and bloodthirsty excitement. Li Yuntian cried out in his heart. Just as he was about to increase the distance between them, Yang Kai took a step forward, blocking his path like a mountain. Li Yuntian jumped high, wanting to break away from Yang Kai's pursuit. Yang Kai flew up and heavily swept Li Yuntian's waist. With a miserable cry, Li Yuntian flew out like a rag sack, falling several feet away. Without waiting for him to get up, Yang Kai rushed up and sat on Li Yuntian's body. His fists rained down like raindrops. Miserable cries rang out. This round of sparring finally ended with Li Yuntian begging for mercy. Originally, Li Yuntian wanted to retaliate when Yang Kai beat him to the ground, but Yang Kai didn't care about his attacks at all. He was like a madman who was willing to exchange injuries for injuries. After a while, Li Yuntian couldn't hold on any longer. He discovered a strange thing. After being beaten, his and Yang Kai's reactions were completely different. When he beat him, the more he beat him, the more he beat him. In this world, who would be excited to be beaten? In the end, Li Yuntian could even see that Kai Yang's skin and flesh had turned red. Under his skin, blood was flowing and blue veins were bulging. His appearance was ferocious like a mad demon. Li Yuntian really thought that Kai Yang had gone crazy. However, after the sparring session ended, this senior brother actually returned to normal. His face was amiable, and he even affectionately pulled her up from the ground. He smiled and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Only then did he take the broom and leave. When he was fighting and when he wasn't fighting, he was like a completely different person. Li Yuntian's entire body was in pain. After taking so many of Yang Kai's fists, how could he not be injured? This time it was like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Li Yuntian wanted to cry but had no tears. The other party had rejected him time and time again, refusing to spar with him. Yet, he had begged the other party to spar with him with the medicinal herbs that he had exchanged for with 20 contribution points. In the end he had been beaten up. Not only had the medicinal herbs been taken away by the other party, he had even lost the battle and had his contribution points deducted. This time it was a huge loss. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Li Yuntian was filled with regret. Sassafras and the others were also stunned. When Li Yuntian and Yang Kai started to spar, they couldn't help but cheer, celebrating the success of Li Yuntian's plan. They were about to see the scene of Yang Kai being beaten up. Sumu had even thought that after Kai Yang was beaten into a pig's head, he would go and taunt him a few times to release the pent-up anger in his heart. But when the battle started, everyone was shocked because Kai Yang and Li Yuntian actually fought to a draw. Sassafras felt a little dizzy. He asked suspiciously, "What's Li Yuntian's level again?" Tempered body stage 7. His body has already produced some yuan qi. But it hasn't been long, so he hasn't started practicing martial arts yet. Someone beside him answered. "What about Yang Kai?" Sassafras asked again. "Probably tempered body stage 4? His tone was a little uncertain. The group looked at each other in amazement. The two were 3 levels apart, but they were evenly matched. This was simply too sensational. No wonder Jianghu was defeated in 3 moves. With Yang Kai's current strength, even if Jianghu used all his strength, he still wouldn't be a match for him. But how could this rumored punching bag be so strong? If he really had this kind of strength, then why did he lose every battle before? Yang Kai had been in the sect for 3 years. Basically, he was challenged in the first year after he entered the sect. From then until yesterday he had never won. In between there were more than 2 years. Sassafras and the others were still shocked. Originally they thought that Yang Kai was able to fight against Li Yuntian. It was already a miracle that he didn't lose. But when Yang Kai really defeated Li Yuntian, the group suddenly became silent. They couldn't believe their eyes. A tempered body stage 4 defeated a tempered body stage 7. This kind of thing had never happened in Sky Tower's hundreds of years of history. Could it be that this stinky salted fish had a chance to turn things around? While in a daze, Sassafras suddenly felt someone pat his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw Yang Kai holding a broom and looking at him with a smile. His face was affectionate. "Junior brother, next time something good like this happens, remember to tell me." "You already knew?" Sassafras's mouth twitched. Yang Kai chuckled. "That junior brother Li hid behind the crowd yesterday. But as a brother he doesn't have any other good points. Only his memory is good." "So treacherous?" Sassafras gnashed his teeth. Only now did he realize that his group had been tricked by Yang Kai. "Same to you." Yang Kai smiled. "Oh right, I can still challenge you tomorrow. Isn't there a chance every day? Have fun everyone, I'll find you tomorrow." The group's faces immediately turned cold. Hearing Yang Kai's words, it seemed that he had taken a liking to this kind of thing. Looking at Li Yuntian's current appearance and comparing their own strength to Li Yuntian's, everyone shivered and asked in horror, "Young Master Su, what should we do?" Sassafras didn't know what to do. After all, challenging was a tradition of the sect. Which disciple hadn't been challenged before? Although he had a backer, he didn't dare to recklessly break the sect's rules. "Don't worry, he's probably just scaring you. If he really dares to challenge you, I'll make sure he gets the consequences." Hearing Sassafras's words, everyone's hearts calmed down a little. Yang Kai had only thought of this on the spur of the moment. Sky Tower disciples had a chance to challenge each day. He hadn't used this privilege before, so he had forgotten about it. Today, after being reminded by Li Yuntian, Yang Kai finally remembered this matter. Challenging once a day and defeating an ordinary disciple only gave him 2 contribution points, but even a mosquito's meat was meat. After a month of accumulation, it wasn't a small amount. What's more, the path of cultivation couldn't be closed off. Every day he would compare notes with these brothers and little brothers. It was indeed beneficial and not harmful. In any case, it didn't take much time. He could just treat it as relaxing and earning contribution points, so why not? All in all, he had earned a lot from today's challenge. Not only did he get 2 contribution points, he also got 10 stalks of dead Jedi tree grass. He had earned a lot. If someone could give him 10 stalks of dead Jedi tree grass every day, that would be great. Yang Kai's heart was daydreaming. Returning to the wooden house, Yang Kai took out the incense burner and lit it. Then he continued his arduous cultivation. Chapter 30. The next day, a group of High Heaven Pavilion disciples gathered together to practice. Everyone was talking and laughing. Although it was hard work, they were also enjoying themselves. Suddenly, one of them looked in a certain direction in horror and said in a trembling voice, "Su. Young Master Su, what's wrong?" Sassafras was puzzled. He really came. Who came? Sassafras was a bit impatient. He looked in the direction the person was pointing and saw Yang Kai walking over with a smile on his face and a broom in his hand. The group of people's faces changed greatly. "Good morning, junior brother." Waking up so early to practice, you're really diligent. Yang Kai greeted the crowd and deliberately looked at Jianghu and Li Yuntian. The two with bruises on their faces subconsciously shrank back. Thinking of how heavy Yang Kai's fists were, their skin tightened. What are you doing here? Sassafras's face was a bit unsightly. Although he knew Yang Kai's purpose, he still asked. After all, he had boasted in front of everyone yesterday. A challenge. Yang Kai smiled brilliantly. He swept his eyes over the crowd and asked kindly, which junior brother hasn't been challenged in the past few days? Why don't you spar with this brother? High Heaven Pavilion's rules stated that when sparring, one could not avoid or be afraid of a fight. Violators would be expelled from the sect. With this rule in place, no matter how afraid Sassafras was of Yang Kai, as long as the other party asked for a challenge and they hadn't been challenged in the past 5 days, even if they knew that the result would be a beating, they still had to accept. On this day, Sassafras's subordinate Zhang San was beaten. Yang Kai left satisfied while Sassafras cursed at his back. Another day Yang Kai came again. Sassafras's subordinate Li Si was beaten again. Yang Kai left satisfied, while Sassafras continued to threaten, but to no avail. On the third day Yang Kai came again. Sassafras's subordinate Wang Wu was unlucky and was beaten black and blue. Yang Kai once again left satisfied, while Sassafras cursed weakly. When Yang Kai came again, Sassafras learned his lesson. He didn't curse or threaten him because he knew that it was useless. This brother wasn't afraid of his threats. Sumu only glared at him fiercely, with a kind of unforgettable hatred. After being tormented again and again like this, Sumu's subordinates suddenly became unhappy. Yang Kai was too much of a bully. There were so many ordinary disciples in High Heaven Pavilion, but he didn't look for anyone but them. It was obvious that he was taking revenge. Moreover, the number of people in this group wasn't small. Yang Kai challenged one person a day, so he didn't leave empty-handed every day. Yang Kai's actions set off an uproar in the entire High Heaven Pavilion. This trial disciple's turnaround made everyone's attention focused on him. Since that day when he beat Jianghu, it was as if his whole person changed. He was no longer the soft persimmon that anyone could pinch. Every day he would find someone to fight, and every time he won, it was rumored that Sassafras was tormented by him to the point that he didn't even have the slightest bit of temper. Who was Sassafras? He was a person with a big backer. Even he couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, so how could the other ordinary disciples dare to provoke Yang Kai? This led to the fact that no one dared to challenge Yang Kai anymore. Everyone knew that this little brother who had been demoted to a trial disciple after only 3 years was not someone to be trifled with. When this news spread, everyone was guessing what level Yang Kai's strength had reached. Some guessed that he was at Tempered Body 4th stage, some guessed that he was at Tempered Body 5th stage, and some even guessed that he was at Tempered Body 8th stage. After all, he had even defeated Li Yuntian, who was at Tempered Body 7th stage. But no matter who it was, no one knew Yang Kai's true strength. Only Xianing Chang knew. These past few days, every time Yang Kai fought, she would peek. With her strength that was much higher than Yang Kai's, she could naturally see through Yang Kai's realm. But because she could see through it, Xianing Chang was secretly shocked. When this junior brother had defeated Li Yuntian, he was only at body tempering stage level 5. However, in less than 4 days, he had already reached body tempering stage level 6. How did he cultivate so fast? Even if it was her, with her special physique and the fact that she had taken many pills when she was in the tempered body realm, her progress wouldn't be this fast. In order to dispel her doubts, Xianing Chang even secretly went to Yang Kai's hut to ambush him and investigate how he cultivated. However, no matter how he investigated, he couldn't find anything. He was just using his fists and legs and there was nothing unusual. However, when he used his fists and legs, he would often use a few punches and legs to exhaust himself and sweat profusely. Xianing Chang couldn't understand why Sky Tower Pavilion's foundation techniques were so strenuous for him. It wasn't like they were mysterious martial arts. After investigating for a few days, Xianing Chang still couldn't find any clues. Although she faintly felt that Yang Kai still had some secrets, she was too embarrassed to continue investigating. After all, peeping at others wasn't something to be proud of, especially when peeping at a youth who was often naked. Every time Xianing Chang looked, her face would turn red and her heart would beat faster. She would feel ashamed and resentful. Every time this person started cultivating, he would take off his upper body, as if his ribs were so good to look at. But, he seems to be stronger than before and has also put on some weight. Recalling the first time she saw Yang Kai, Xianing Chang secretly compared them in her heart. After comparing, her face flushed red. Yang Kai naturally didn't know that he was being peeped on these past few days. Every day after he finished sweeping the floor of Sky Tower, he would go find Sassafras and the others to challenge them. Then he would return to the hut to cultivate. Although the days were boring, they were very fulfilling. The incense burner's effect was very strong. Combined with the half an hour of tempered body scripture every day, he had already stepped into tempered body 6th layer yesterday. The chi in his body was already showing signs of solidification. He was only one step away from tempered body 7th layer. At this level, his body would produce a little yuan chi. Although it wasn't much, it was still yuan chi. As long as he had yuan chi in his body, he would be able to start cultivating martial skills. At that time, his attacks would no longer be as boring as punches and kicks. From tempered body 7th layer to 9th layer, the yuan chi in the body would be produced, multiplied, and strengthened. It was also the time when the yuan chi would flow through the meridians of the body and be fully integrated. Only by letting the yuan chi form a large cycle in the body and opening the heaven and earth bridge could one break through the tempered body realm and reach another level. Cultivating like he was risking his life, Kai Yang could feel his growth every day. It was a very real feeling. Today Yang Kai could already use his fists and kicks under the incense burner's fragrance. However, the duration was not very long. Cultivating the tempered body scripture in the morning was also much easier than before. He was making progress every day. If he could keep up with the conditions, Yang Kai believed that he would be able to grow very quickly. However, Yang Kai discovered an awkward situation. He had used up all of his dead Jedi tree grass. Although he still had some left over from the 3-leaved Chaos Spirit flower, he didn't have much left. These days Yang Kai had been very frugal. However, he couldn't bear the fact that the consumption of herbs was too fast. After using them for a while, he ran out. Without any other choice, Yang Kai could only go to the contribution hall and use all of his remaining contribution points to exchange for some herbs. Chapter 31. This time Old Man Meng was kind enough to give Yang Kai a few extra stalks. However, he still held on to Yang Kai and asked him why his strength had improved so quickly. It seemed that the news of Yang Kai harming Sassafras and the others had also reached Treasurer Meng. Yang Kai had a good impression of Treasurer Meng. Although the old man was unreliable, lecherous and thick-skinned, he was very much to Yang Kai's liking. This matter was not easy to explain. Yang Kai could only say that he had accidentally eaten a fruit when he entered Black Wind Mountain. After that, he suddenly became enlightened and knew how to cultivate. Treasurer Meng pondered for a long time. Considering the time when Yang Kai had entered Black Wind Mountain and his performance, he could only believe his explanation. In the end, he concluded that it was a fortuitous encounter. Leaving the contribution hall, Yang Kai was deeply worried. All of his contribution points had been exchanged for medicinal herbs. He estimated that they would only last for 3 to 4 days. After that, where would he go to get more medicinal herbs? Although he could obtain 2 contribution points by challenging others every day, he could only receive them on the 8th day of every month. There were still about 20 days left. How could he wait until then? Unable to come up with a good idea, Yang Kai was helpless and could only cultivate. A few days passed quickly. Yang Kai's body tempering realm level 6 slowly stabilized and showed signs of advancing to level 7. He diligently cultivated every day, forgetting to eat and sleep. His hard work finally paid off. Compared to Yang Kai's good days, Sassafras and the others were suffering. These days, Yang Kai would come to find trouble with them every day, causing them to be extremely annoyed. They couldn't beat him in a fight and couldn't hide from him. They were simply sullen to death. Sassafras was confident that he could beat Yang Kai, but the gap between the two was too large. He simply couldn't challenge him. Sassafras had always thought that Yang Kai was only at level 4 or 5 of body tempering realm. Sassafras knew that this could not go on. If this continued, the hearts of the people would be broken. After thinking about it for a while, Sassafras steeled his heart and gathered all the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had been ravaged by Yang Kai. With a gloomy expression, he said, "Tonight, we will attack Yang Kai and wash away our shame." Since he couldn't follow the rules, then he wouldn't follow the rules. Everyone was shocked. A sneak attack? Yes. Sassafras nodded. That's not a good idea. Li Yuntian hesitated. Although that guy Yang Kai isn't very kind, he did challenge us fair and square. If we sneak up on him at night and news of this spread, I'm afraid we'll be punished. Li Yuntian's words received the approval of the majority of the people present. Sassafras said angrily, "But he's too much. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all." He comes every day. If we don't teach him a lesson, who knows how long he'll continue to be so arrogant. I don't care, I'm going to make trouble for him tonight. Those of you who want to come can come with me. Those of you who don't want to come, I won't force you. If something really happens, I, Sassafras, will bear all the responsibility. I won't drag you down. Sassafras's words were sincere. Even if some people felt that this was not a good idea, they didn't have the heart to refute. After all, Sassafras had already put all the responsibility on his shoulders. He had already done his best. Li Yuntian thought for a moment and said, "This is good. If we succeed, we'll let that bastard know that we're not to be trifled with. Young Master Su, this junior brother will play along with you and play with you." "We'll go too," everyone said in unison. Sassafras smiled and nodded. "That's more like it." At night, everyone was in high spirits. They gathered in Sassafras's room in the middle of the night. "Are you ready?" Sassafras asked in a deep voice. Everyone nodded. "Good, this time we'll definitely make that bastard unforgettable." Sassafras stretched out his hand and covered his face with a piece of black cloth, revealing only his eyes. The others followed suit and became excited. "Let's go." Sassafras raised his arm and gave the order. More than 10 black shadows rushed out and quickly blended into the night. Sky Tower also had disciples patrolling at night, but Sassafras and his group were originally from Sky Tower. They knew the patrolling disciples' movements like the back of their hand and easily avoided them. Why else would they say that it's hard to guard against a thief in your own home? Sassafras's current performance was the best example. Not long after, everyone gathered in front of Yang Kai's small wooden house. They were more than 10 feet away from each other. Everyone suppressed their breathing and looked at the dark wooden house with righteous indignation. There's no light in the house, Yang Kai should be asleep. Sassafras's heart was set. He turned to Li Yuntian and said, "Yang Kai's strength is not weak. Later you and I will go and capture him together. After that, the rest of us will beat him up." "Okay." Li Yuntian nodded. "Don't kill him. You can beat him however you want." Sassafras reminded again. Everyone quietly nodded. "Go." Sassafras waved his hand and immediately rushed towards the small wooden house. More than a dozen figures dashed through the darkness of the night. All of them were cultivators, so their movements were silent. Everyone's hearts were filled with resentment as they imagined the scene of them beating Yang Kai up and washing away their previous humiliation, causing them to feel extremely excited. These days they had been tormented by Yang Kai. When they were only a few feet away from the small wooden house, Sassafras's eyes became colder and colder. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. They were even closer now. The wooden door of the small house was right in front of them. Sassafras had already reached out a hand to touch the door. Suddenly, a strange fragrance entered the tip of Sassafras' nose. He gently sniffed and felt that this fragrance was a little strange. It was unpleasant but not unpleasant. It was a fragrance that he had never smelled before. Although he was puzzled, Sassafras didn't pay much attention to it. He just kept charging forward. After taking a step forward, Sassafras's body went soft and he almost fell to the ground. This unforeseen event made him break out in cold sweat. At that moment he felt as if half of his strength had been sucked away. There was a buzzing sound in his head and he was in a daze. He actually felt tired. After another step, Sassafras fell flat on his face. His nose touched the ground first, and 2 streams of warm air flowed out from his nostrils. His mouth was full of the smell of blood. Pa pa pa. A series of sounds rang out. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had gathered to charge towards the small wooden house all fell to the ground one by one like Sassafras. Each and every one of them was weak. Their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen. Wails rang out one after another. It was very lively. "What's going on?" Sassafras forced himself to stay awake and turned to ask Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian struggled to get up, but he didn't have the strength. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. His face was very ugly. He hesitantly said, "Young Master Su, I'm afraid we've been poisoned." "Poisoned?" Sassafras was shocked. "And it's highly toxic." Li Yuntian shakily stretched out a hand. Young Master Su, I'm afraid I'm not going to make it. You have to avenge me." After saying his last words, Li Yuntian's head fell to the side and he didn't move. Sassafras was shocked. He anxiously called out Li Yuntian's name, but no matter what he did, he couldn't wake him up. He turned his head and looked around. None of the brothers he had brought had escaped this disaster. They were all dead. An inexplicable panic and grief surged in his heart. Sassafras's mind actually calmed down at this moment. This was High Heaven Pavilion, how could they be poisoned? Moreover, the effect of this poison was so overbearing. In just 3 breaths of time, one life after another was lost. Chapter 32. Who poisoned him? Why did they poison him? Just as he was trying to figure it out, he heard a surprised voice. Huh. It was Yang Kai's voice. Sassafras hated Yang Kai to the bone, so how could he not recognize it? It was him, so this poison was Yang Kai's doing, bastard. We just wanted to teach you a lesson, but you actually used such a vicious method. Isn't this too cruel? Sassafras wanted to curse Yang Kai, but his consciousness was quickly fading away. Motherfucker, could it be that this young master is going to die just like that? This young master had so much ambition, but he didn't even get a chance to show it off before dying here. The heavens are jealous of the talented, the heavens are jealous of the talented. Yang Kai walked briskly to the front of the group, squatted down and removed their masks. Looking closely, he found that they were all familiar faces. After thinking about it, Yang Kai understood what they wanted to do. They were probably tormented by him for the past few days, so they wanted to take revenge on him tonight. But they were really unlucky. Yang Kai weighed the incense burner in his hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This was really an accident. Usually before going to bed, Yang Kai would put the incense burner into the black book. But tonight, he had cultivated for too long and was a little tired, so he accidentally fell asleep and forgot to put away the incense burner. The herbs he put in were not used up, and Sassafras and the others happened to smell it. The incense inside the incense burner was extremely potent. The first time Kai Yang had smelled it, he had only taken 3 steps before collapsing to the ground. Even Kai Yang, with his unyielding golden skeleton, was unable to do so. What about Su Mu and the others? They didn't have the unyielding golden skeleton, so they would need to rest for a few days to recover. Although he had to take some responsibility for his own negligence, Sassafras and the others' carelessness was the root cause. If they had held their breath when they smelled the incense, perhaps they wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Hey, why do you have to do this? Yang Kai sighed and put the incense burner back into the wordless black book. He stared at the people on the ground with a troubled expression. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai still decided to drag them all out, then casually found a place to throw them, no longer caring about them. After returning to the cabin, Yang Kai continued to rest. Today's matter had alerted Yang Kai. He had to quickly break through to the body-tempering realm. The incense burner could only be used outside, but once he broke through the body-tempering realm and reached the initial element realm, it wouldn't be so troublesome. At that time, even if the incense burner was placed inside the wordless black book, it would still work as long as the Yuan Qi in his body could communicate with the wordless black book. Over the next few days, Yang Kai had been diligent in his cultivation. He used the 2 herbs sparingly, but they were still decreasing day by day. On the morning of the 3rd day, Yang Kai finished practicing the tempered body technique. Along with the inhalation of the Eastern Purple Qi, the feeling of Qi in his meridians suddenly became extremely excited. It was as if the Qi had turned into a small insect, moving back and forth in his meridians. With a dignified expression, Yang Kai hurriedly used his heart to feel. The feeling of Qi stirred up his flesh and blood, making his whole body feel limp and numb. He didn't know how long this situation lasted. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt his whole body become light and his abdomen warm up. At the same time, the feeling of Qi disappeared without a trace. As he transmitted his thoughts, the feeling of warmth in his abdomen seemed to come alive and was jumping around excitedly. Yuan Qi. He had finally taken this step. Body tempering realm 7th stage, Yuan Qi was produced in his body. This was the most obvious sign. A person's first Yuan Qi was always produced in the Dantian. At this time, the Yuan Qi was very insignificant and couldn't support a cultivator in battle. This was because once it was used, this strand of Yuan Qi would disappear, and it would take a lot of effort to condense it again. But because the body had produced Yuan Qi, the cultivator could start practicing martial arts at this time. It couldn't be compared to High Heaven Pavilion's basic martial arts. Martial arts were moves that could be used with the help of Yuan Qi. It was the foundation of a cultivator's battle. The same punch had a completely different effect between a body tempering realm level 6 and body tempering realm level 7. If a body tempering realm level 6 punch could produce a force of 200 Jin, then a body-tempering realm level 7's punch with Yuan Qi could produce a force of 250 Jin or even 1000 Jin. Of course, when a cultivator was in the body-tempering realm, they would not use their martial arts easily because it was not easy to recover their Yuan Qi. Only after reaching the initial element state could one freely use Yuan Qi in battle. At that time, even if the Yuan Qi was depleted, one could quickly recover it. The root of everything was whether or not he could recover quickly. Therefore, starting from body-tempering stage 7, the cultivator needed to use this strand of Yuan Qi as the foundation to multiply and strengthen. One of the most common methods was to practice martial arts. Every type of martial arts required a few or even a dozen or more Yuan Qi meridians to circulate according to a certain order and route to form different martial arts. To strengthen the Yuan Qi in the process of practicing martial arts, to open up the inner body and reach the initial element state, this was something that every cultivator would do. Yang Kai was no exception. After knowing that he had reached body-tempering realm level 7, Yang Kai quickly calmed his excited heart and hurried back to his room to summon the wordless black book. He directly flipped to the 4th page and used his heart to feel it. In the past few days, every time he broke through, he would try to break the seal on the 4th page, but he never succeeded. Yang Kai estimated that only when he reached body-tempering realm level 7, the dividing line of the body-tempering realm, would there be a change on the 4th page. His guess was not wrong. After a few moments of feeling, a bright golden light appeared on the 4th page. Like the previous few times, this golden light broke free from the binding of the page and directly entered Yang Kai's mind. Suddenly, there was some information in his mind. True Yang tactics. This was what the black book gave him after he broke through this time. After carefully examining it, Yang Kai's expression became strange. This true Yang tactics was slightly different from normal martial arts. Normal martial arts had a fixed set of moves. Even if it could be changed, it would not deviate from the basic principle. There was a basic outline. If it went beyond this, then it would not be a martial art. However, this was not the case with the true Yang tactics. It did not have a fixed set of moves. It could be said that it could be changed at will. In other words, it did not have a set of moves. This was the first difference. The true Yang tactics was easy to cultivate, but there were requirements for cultivating it. It could only be cultivated in an environment where there was Yang Qi. However, when the true Yang Yuan Qi cultivated through this tactic reached a certain level in the body, it would condense into liquid and accumulate in the dantian. This was not possible with any martial arts or tactics because every cultivator's body would reach a point of saturation. Once cultivated to the peak, there would be no way to increase the Yuan Qi in the body, unless they broke through their own limits. Chapter 33. But the true Yang secret art was different. When the true Yang Yuan Qi reached its limit, it would turn into liquid and enter the dantian, which was equivalent to emptying the meridians, allowing one to continue cultivating. In other words, cultivating this secret art would not reach its limit. As long as there was Yang Qi, one could continue to cultivate without limit. This was the second difference, and this difference highlighted the extraordinariness of the true Yang secret art. Once the Yang liquid was formed, one could use it to attack in battle. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and decided to cultivate this true Yang secret art. First of all, he had no choice. Without contribution points, he could not obtain any martial skills from the sect. Secondly, he believed that anything from the wordless black book would not be bad. The martial skills from the sect would not necessarily be better than the true Yang secret art. As for the cultivation environment, it was not something to worry about. The sun was also Yang. As long as there was sun, one could cultivate this true Yang secret art. Of course, the efficiency was very low. After all, with the sun shining on the earth, how much could one person absorb? Having made his decision, Yang Kai immediately walked out of the room and sat cross-legged on the ground. He closed his eyes and thought about the true Yang secret art circulation route. He tried to control the only strand of Yuan Qi in his dantian and circulated it according to the true Yang secret art circulation route. Everything was difficult at the beginning. This sentence was not false at all. Although Yang Kai could communicate with the strand of Yuan Qi, it was extremely difficult for him to circulate it. After cultivating under the scorching sun for an entire day, the Yuan Qi in his body only increased a little, and the Yuan Qi circulation speed was also as slow as a turtle's crawl. But after all, it was his first time cultivating. With such results, Yang Kai was very satisfied. This was a process that was accumulated over a long period of time. It was not something that could be completed overnight. Patience was not something Yang Kai lacked. After 3 days of effort, Yang Kai finally guided the Yuan Qi in his dantian to his chest. With a thought, he controlled this strand of Yuan Qi, which was not very strong, to circulate through several important meridians near his chest. He had to follow the information he obtained from the wordless black book and form the origin of Yang Seal in his body. This was the first step to cultivating the true Yang secret art. This origin of Yang Seal had no other use than to sense the presence of Yang Qi. After all, Yang Kai was still young and his strength was too weak. He had not formed his own divine sense, so he could not investigate where there was a large area of Yang Qi. But with this origin of Yang Seal it was different. This thing was very sensitive to Yang Qi. As long as there was Yang Qi within a certain range, the origin of Yang Seal would react. The strand of Yuan Qi in his body was shuttling back and forth in his chest. Kai Yang's expression was meticulous, not daring to show the slightest bit of carelessness. Condensing the origin of Yang Seal was a very complicated and tedious process. If there was any mistake in the middle, all of his previous efforts would be wasted. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. Yang Kai, who was sitting under the sun, was completely soaked. The long period of sweating had even caused his body to show signs of dehydration. His lips were white, but Yang Kai's expression was firm. He continued to guide the strand of Yuan Qi to circulate through his meridians without any signs of irritation or discouragement. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a strange feeling coming from his chest, followed by a sharp pain, as if it had been branded by a hot iron. Yang Kai opened his eyes and gritted his teeth. This pain came and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, his chest had returned to normal. He even felt a little cool, but the sharp pain was still reverberating in his mind, making him feel apprehensive. Faintly, Yang Kai felt that there was something extra in his chest, but when he looked down he could not see anything. Was the origin of Yang Seal formed? Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a moment. The origin of Yang Seal should have been successfully formed. It should have been in the center of his chest, but he could not see it. But since the origin of Yang Seal had been formed, it should have reacted to Yang Qi. Why was he unable to detect it? Could it be that there was no rich Yang Qi nearby? Holding the idea of giving it a try, Yang Kai stood up and walked into the interior of High Heaven Pavilion. As he walked, he paid attention to the movement in his chest. After walking for a short while, a sudden warmth came from his chest. Yang Kai was shocked. Sure enough, the origin of Yang Seal had indeed formed in his body. There was no reaction because there was not much Yang Qi nearby. Now that there was a reaction, it meant that there was Yang Qi nearby. Yang Kai's face was filled with excitement. Cultivating the true Yang secret art required a very harsh environment. The denser one's Yang Qi was, the faster one could cultivate. Like Yang Kai, who only relied on the power of the sun to cultivate, was undoubtedly the slowest. Following the direction of the Yang Qi that the origin of Yang Seal had sensed, Yang Kai ran all the way. In just a moment, Yang Kai rushed into a room. Just as he entered, a familiar voice entered his ears. "Hey little Yang Kai, why are you here at this time?" Looking up, Yang Kai was surprised to find Treasurer Meng looking at him strangely from behind the counter. So this was the contribution hall. Looking at Treasurer Meng and then looking at the back of the contribution hall, Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. The source of the Yang Qi was very clear. It was definitely something with a Yang attribute in the contribution hall's warehouse. But that was something from the contribution hall. If he wanted it, he could only use his contribution points to exchange for it. Yang Kai currently had 0 contribution points in the treasury, all of which had been exchanged for the 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flower and the Dead Jedi Tree Grass. Understanding this point, Yang Kai was suddenly very disappointed. He didn't even bother to answer Treasurer Meng's question and dejectedly turned around to leave. "What do you mean?" Old Man Meng was suddenly depressed. Aimlessly walking around High Heaven Pavilion, the origin of Yang Seal on his chest would occasionally play a role, guiding Yang Kai in the direction of the Yang Qi source. But the source of the Yang Qi was either in the residence of the sect's leader or in someone else's pocket. Yang Kai even had the thought of covering his face and robbing them. But looking at his own small body and the strength of others, Yang Kai had no choice but to dispel this thought. Although he couldn't obtain these Yang attribute treasures, Yang Kai wasn't completely empty-handed. According to his many experiments and feelings, the origin of Yang Seal in his body could clearly sense the existence of Yang Qi within a 50 zhang radius. Beyond 50 zhang, the origin of Yang Seal couldn't sense anything. He reckoned that this was related to his own strength. In the future, when his strength increased, the origin of Yang Seal's sensing range would increase. Hurriedly walking through the High Heaven Pavilion for 2 to 3 hours, except for a few restricted areas, he had almost explored the entire High Heaven Pavilion, but Kai Yang still had not found anything. Thinking about it, since these things could be sensed by the origin of Yang, they must be very valuable. How could they be casually thrown on the road for him to pick up? His own idea was very naive and laughable. Should he go to Black Wind Mountain again? There must be something with a Yang attribute in this mountain range, right? Just as he was considering whether this idea was feasible, the origin of Yang Seal on his chest suddenly heated up. Yang Kai instinctively followed the direction of the origin of Yang Seal and walked in that direction. Chapter 34. After walking for a short while, an incomparably huge mountain stream appeared in front of him. A gust of wind blew towards him, almost causing Yang Kai to tumble. Yang Kai regained his senses, looked up and was immediately stunned. How could it be here? In front of him was 1,000 feet wide, almost bottomless, and he didn't know how long this mountain stream was. This was High Heaven Pavilion's most dangerous and most mysterious place, Coiling Dragon Stream. Speaking of which, the existence of this mountain stream itself was very strange. High Heaven Pavilion was not located in a mountain range, but rather in a flat area. Rather than calling this mountain stream, it would be better to call it a crack in the earth, but this crack was a bit too big. Coiling Dragon Stream, High Heaven Pavilion's forbidden area. Because of the extreme danger here with the howling wind, if one was not careful, one could easily fall. Once one fell, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Coiling Dragon Stream was also the place where High Heaven Pavilion banished traitors. For hundreds of years, whenever there was an unforgivable traitor in High Heaven Pavilion, their cultivation would be crippled and they would be banished to Coiling Dragon Stream. Yang Kai could not understand this. If they really were traitors, why not just kill them? Why did they choose to banish them? Crippling one's cultivation and being thrown here was tantamount to death. Of course, in addition to banishing traitors, Coiling Dragon Stream was also the first choice for many infatuated people to commit suicide. Within High Heaven Pavilion there were many such stories. Most of them were touching stories of how, after the death of their lover, they did not want to live, so they jumped off Coiling Dragon Stream. The High Heaven Pavilion's male disciples all had one or two of these stories hidden in their hearts, waiting for the right opportunity to pick up a girl. As long as the beautiful woman was exhausted from listening to them, the High Heaven Pavilion's male disciples would then show off their broad chest and warm arms. That was absolutely invincible, 100 times successful. These touching stories, who knew how many tender and beautiful stories, were the favorites of High Heaven Pavilion's male disciples. The information about Coiling Dragon Stream ran through Yang Kai's mind. He slowly walked forward a few steps and looked at the bottomless mountain stream, full of doubts. How could there be Yang Qi in this? Furthermore, it was different from what he had sensed earlier. Not only was there a strong Yang Qi below, but this Yang Qi was also continuously spreading upwards. Even though he was standing by the mountain stream, Kai Yang could still feel the slight warmth in the air. This warmth was not the power of the sun, but it was countless times purer than the power of the sun. After thinking for a moment, Yang Kai simply sat down on the ground and stopped thinking about the reason. Instead, he tried his best to absorb it. When practicing the true Yang tactics, the higher the concentration of Yang Qi in an environment, the faster the cultivation speed. Now that the Yuan Qi in his body was scarce, the true Yang Qi circulated slowly, but with the help of this Yang Qi, his cultivation speed should be much faster. It was evening and the sun was setting in the west. Although there was not much sunlight, Yang Kai could still feel that the efficiency of his cultivation was much higher than it was a few days ago. Once he started cultivating, he unexpectedly cultivated all night. When the next morning came, Yang Kai opened his eyes to check the results of his cultivation. There was a difference between Yang Qi and not having Yang Qi. Before, although he cultivated under the sun, it took him 3 days to cultivate a little bit of Yuan Qi. But now, in just one night, he had achieved what he had taken 3 days. The efficiency was so high that it made people speechless. The Yuan Qi in his body had also grown, and was no longer like a candle in the wind and rain a few days ago. Moreover, with the growth of Yuan Qi, Yang Kai found that it was much easier to control than before. It was a new day. Yang Kai did not continue to practice the true Yang tactics. Instead, he stood up and practiced the tempered body record for half an hour. At the edge of the Coiling Dragon Stream, Yang Kai was sweating like rain. Although he had cultivated all night, he was not tired at all. Instead, he was full of spirit. After finishing the tempered body record, Kai Yang then finished the sweeping servant's task. Only then did he run back to the house. In any case, his 3-leaved chaos spirit flower and dead Jedi tree grass were almost used up. The incense burner could not be used for the time being. Of course, the only choice left was to cultivate here. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to find Sassafras and the others to fight, but it was strange. Since that night, Sassafras and the others seemed to have evaporated from High Heaven Pavilion, never to be seen again. Although Yang Kai had some conflicts with them, it was not a grudge. Tangling with them was just for fun and to test his growth. He did not care about their sneak attack at night. If it was him who was bullied, as long as he had the strength to retaliate, he would do the same. Sitting next to the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai ignored the wind that was strong enough to blow a living person away. With a thought, the little yuan qi in his body shuttled back and forth in his meridians, circulating again and again. The circulation of yuan qi seemed to lead to a mysterious force, causing the pores on his skin to open up. The yang qi in the air was like a cat that smelled blood and could not wait to drill into his body. His whole body felt warm as if he was taking a hot bath. Yang Kai felt so comfortable that his body relaxed. 2 days passed in a hurry. Yang Kai had a great harvest. After 2 days of cultivation, the yuan qi in Yang Kai's body had grown a lot. Yuan qi also had a gentle force of yang inflammation. This was the most obvious characteristic of cultivating the true yang tactics. Because the yuan qi in the body was formed by absorbing yang qi, it was naturally yang. Chapter 35. Yang Kai did not know how much yang qi other people had when they were at the tempered body 7th stage, but it should not be as much as him. The initial accumulation of yang qi was always very slow. It was only because he had the true yang tactics that he could absorb the yang qi of heaven and earth. But in this world, how many techniques like the true yang tactics were there? On this day when Yang Kai finished his cultivation, he slowly opened his eyes. The yang qi that he had been absorbing these past few days had gradually become thicker and thicker. The heat in his meridians had also become more and more intense. Yang Kai faintly felt that the yang qi that he had absorbed these past few days had reached the point of saturation. Once the yang qi was saturated in his body, it would condense into liquid form and become a drop of yang liquid that was stored in the dantian. This so-called yang liquid had endless uses and could be used in battle. It could have unimaginable effects. Regarding this, Yang Kai was very much looking forward to it. Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Kai was preparing to adjust his breathing when from the corner of his eyes, he suddenly saw a person standing not far from him. Yang Kai's expression changed. He was immersed in his cultivation and did not notice when this person had arrived. This person was facing Yang Kai from the side. He was wearing a long green robe with elegant sleeves. His figure was tall and straight. Although his hair was white, his eyebrows were bright and there was a fine goatee on his chin. Looking at his age, he was about the same as Old Man Meng from the contribution hall. However, his temperament was completely different. The first time he saw this person, Yang Kai's mind could not help but think of the words immortal. This kind of temperament and Old Man Meng's roguish and lecherous temperament formed a stark contrast. Comparing the two, one was like heaven and one was like earth. At this moment, this person had one hand behind his back and the other stroking his beard. He stood there looking down at the coiling dragon stream. His expression was very strange to the point that it was somewhat complicated. This was a knowledgeable and wise man. At the same time, he was also an elder with superb martial arts skills. Yang Kai had a plan in his heart. He quickly stood up and performed a disciple's greeting. Disciple Yang Kai greets senior. Alarmed by Yang Kai's voice, the old man slowly turned around, looked at him kindly and nodded slightly, yes. How should this disciple address you? Although he knew that this person was definitely one of High Heaven Pavilion's upper echelons, Yang Kai had never seen him before, so naturally he had to ask to avoid confusion. The old man pondered and frowned as if Yang Kai had asked a difficult question. After a while he said, "You can just call me the 11th Patriarch." The 11th Elder? Yang Kai had some doubts. Although there were a few High Heaven Pavilion elders, it was absolutely impossible for there to be 11 of them. However, he was still an elder after all. Since he had said so, Yang Kai could only comply with his wishes. He immediately bowed again. Disciple greets 11th Elder. The 11th Elder stroked his beard and smiled. His face became more amiable as he asked gently, "Are you practicing martial arts?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "And it's a yang attribute martial skill?" "Yes." The other party was definitely not weak. How could he not sense that he was absorbing the yang qi here? How is your cultivation? I've only been cultivating for a few days, so it's okay for now. The 11th elder asked a few more questions and Yang Kai answered them one by one. He was slightly moved in his heart. This elder was so amiable and caring for a disciple at the lowest level. It was easy for others to have a good impression of him. Seeing the 11th elder so amiable, Yang Kai suddenly thought of a problem and said, 11th elder, disciple has been cultivating here for many days, but there is one thing I don't understand. Oh, let's hear it. The 11th elder suddenly became interested. Why is there yang qi overflowing from the bottom of this coiling dragon stream? The 11th elder smiled. Of course it's because there is a yang attribute treasure below. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could naturally guess this kind of thing, but he just didn't understand what was below. Do you know how this coiling dragon stream was formed? The 11th elder suddenly asked an irrelevant question. Although Yang Kai didn't know what the 11th elder meant, he could only honestly shake his head. The 11th elder glanced at the coiling dragon stream and slowly said, this stream was formed by a single stroke of a sword. Yang Kai's heart shook. The coiling dragon stream was over 1,000 feet wide and unfathomably deep. It was actually formed by a single stroke of a sword? If it were anyone else who told him this, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed them, but this 11th elder in front of him had no reason to lie to him. But, in the end, what kind of person could create such a powerful sword strike? What kind of realm was this person in? A few hundred years ago, High Heaven Pavilion didn't exist here. The 11th elder's eyes were deep as he spoke in a low voice. Yang Kai knew that this elder was going to tell him some unknown secret, so he held his breath and listened attentively. When the founder passed by this place, he encountered a powerful devil and the two of them fought here. No one knows the details of the battle, but at the end of the battle, the devil felt that he was no match for the founder, so he slashed out with his sword. As he spoke, the 11th elder used his hand to draw a line on the east and west sides of the coiling dragon stream. With one stroke, the coiling dragon stream was formed. The devil escaped to the bottom of the stream and the founder chased after him, spending a great deal of effort to finally kill him. However, the devil's strength was too great. Although he died, the founder couldn't feel at ease, so he established High Heaven Pavilion here and guarded it for several decades. After confirming that there was no more danger, he left. This is the origin of High Heaven Pavilion. The coiling dragon stream has been here for hundreds of years, and there has been no light at all. Later, many sinful disciples were exiled to this place, so it is possible that some kind of yang attribute treasure was born here. This is why you can absorb yang qi from here. Yang Kai nodded and asked doubtfully, is 11th elder also here to see that treasure? Meh. The 11th elder's expression was strange as he slowly shook his head. I'm not here to see the treasure, I'm here to see a person. See a person? The 11th elder smiled and said, I'm old, so I have a lot to say. Let's stop here for today. Cultivate well, but don't even think about going down there. There are so many dangers down there that even I don't dare to go down. With that said, the 11th elder left. Yang Kai's heart was filled with many thoughts and doubts, but he could only keep them to himself. Slightly recovering his mood, Yang Kai continued to circulate his true yang secret art. Now that he was circulating his true yang secret art, the speed at which he absorbed yang qi was many times faster than before. A few hours later, Kai Yang suddenly felt his meridians swell up, even his dantian was full. It was as if he had eaten too much at one meal and was stuffed to the brim. Was he going to be full soon? Yang Kai wasn't surprised but was instead happy and began to work even harder. Half an hour later, his meridians and dantian qi suddenly became lighter, and the feeling of swelling disappeared. All of the yuan qi in his meridians poured into the dantian, and a drop of hot liquid quietly formed, dripping into the dantian. Yang Kai even heard a light dripping sound. Yang liquid. He had finally formed his first drop of yang liquid. Chapter 36. Although he had not yet cultivated to the point where he could form his divine sense, Yang Kai could still clearly feel the existence of the drop of yang liquid inside the dantian. With just a thought, the yang liquid was at his disposal. The yang liquid could be used in battle, but Yang Kai had not tried it out yet. As for how to transform it, he would have to find an opportunity to hone himself in actual combat. These experiences could not be taught by the wordless black book. Although he had suffered for many days, now that he had condensed a drop of yang liquid, Yang Kai immediately felt satisfied. With a trace of excitement, Yang Kai continued to work hard, and once again spent the majority of the night cultivating at the edge of the coiling dragon stream. When he woke up in the middle of the night, Yang Kai did not continue. These days he had been cultivating without sleep and forgetting to eat. Although he had become much stronger, it had also put a lot of burden on his body. On the road of cultivation, one had to work and relax so that there would not be any hidden dangers. Standing up and patting his butt, Yang Kai walked back to his small wooden hut with light steps. The wooden hut's door was left ajar, which made Yang Kai somewhat puzzled, because he remembered that he had closed the door before he left. Walking forward and gently pushing the door open, Yang Kai glanced inside, but the scene that entered his eyes made him suddenly freeze in place. It was as if the scene had been copied from a painting. It was like a dream so unreal. In his small wooden hut, on the only small bed, there was actually a person sleeping, a woman. The moonlight poured in through several holes in the roof, illuminating the woman lying on the wooden bed. Under the moonlight, Yang Kai saw that the woman's hands were clasped together on her flat stomach, her towering chest slightly moving up and down with steady breathing. Under the moonlight, the skin on the woman's neck was crystal clear like ice, her black hair softly scattered, resting on her seemingly delicate shoulders, and her delicate earlobes exuded a different kind of temptation. Because she was lying down, this woman's slender legs, slender waist, and ample buttocks were vividly displayed in front of Yang Kai's eyes. He couldn't see her face clearly because it was covered with a thin veil, but her bright and clean forehead was decorated with a blue gem. This was the only piece of jewelry that wasn't expensive, but it perfectly highlighted her coldness and holiness. The hazy moonlight added a sense of enchanting beauty to her. She was like a fairy that had descended from the moon palace. There was not a single flaw on her body, and there was not a single part of her that did not exude a divine nobility. She lay there quietly as if she would never wake up. Inexplicably, Yang Kai felt a pang in his heart. Yang Kai was not a sentimental person, but today this poetic and picturesque scene deeply touched him. Even with the passage of time and the passage of decades, this scene would probably never be forgotten. For some reason, Yang Kai quietly walked over, suppressing his breathing and heartbeat for fear of disturbing her. Arriving at the side of the bed, Kai Yang carefully examined her from a distance of about 10 feet away. Sure enough, it was as he had guessed. This woman was actually the senior sister who had almost bumped into him at the contribution hall that day. When he saw the veil, he faintly guessed who she was. But at that time, she didn't have such an unattainable and inviolable holiness. She was only timid and shy, pure and cute. Raising his head to look at the holes in the roof, Yang Kai chuckled lightly. These holes that had not been repaired had done a good deed today. This chuckle startled Xianing Chang, who was lying on the bed. When Yang Kai lowered his head again, he was surprised to find that this senior sister was staring at him with wide eyes. That pair of bright eyes first showed some confusion and anger, but soon became shy. In the blink of an eye, Xianing Chang's small ears turned red again. Fortunately, it was night. Although there was moonlight, Yang Kai couldn't see clearly, so Xianing Chang avoided a trace of embarrassment. The two of them stared at each other, one on the bed and one under the bed. Yang Kai was full of doubts, but Xianing Chang wanted to slap herself unconscious. Her heart was tangled. She never thought that she would be so careless and fall asleep here. Ahem. Yang Kai lightly coughed, trying to make himself look more amiable. He asked, "How should I address this senior sister?" It was unknown whether it was because of the fluctuations in his emotions or something else, but Yang Kai's voice sounded quite ethereal. In the middle of the night, when a man and a woman were alone in a room, it sounded a bit strange. That sentence seemed to be asking, "How should I address this young lady?" It was a complete lecher's tone. Xianing Chang's face was as red as blood, but she still sat up from the bed in a reserved manner. She reached out to stroke her hair and softly said, "My surname is Xia." Xianing Chang didn't have the nerve to say her name. She felt that today was too embarrassing. "So it's Senior Sister Xia. Senior Sister Xia, why are you looking for me? If it wasn't for something, why would such a celestial beauty come to his shabby little wooden house?" Hearing Yang Kai's question, Xianing Chang remembered her purpose. She hurriedly took out a package from beside her and calmed down. She said, "This afternoon, a hunter from the foot of Black Wind Mountain came to look for you, but you didn't come back until it was time to light the lanterns. I saw that he was in a hurry to go back, so I went to ask him. That hunter said thank you for saving his life and told me to give this package to you. He said that he would personally thank you when he had time." Hearing her say this, Yang Kai immediately knew who that person was. Under Zhang Shan. The last time he went to Black Wind Mountain to pick herbs, he saved the father and son. Yang Kai reached out to take the package and nodded. So it's like this. Xiaoning Chang raised her eyes and quietly looked at him. She said, I was asked to wait here for you to come back. I didn't want to wait, so I waited, waiting and waiting, so I fell asleep. It was really embarrassing to say this out loud. It really felt like she had entrusted the wrong person. Moreover, she even slept in someone else's bed. Yang Kai already knew what happened today. He laughed and said, Senior sister, I'm sorry for troubling you. Next time, junior brother will definitely come back earlier. Xiaoning Chang didn't know if it was her imagination or if the other party deliberately said this. Anyway, these words didn't sound right. It was like a husband making a promise to his wife before going out. Lightly biting her lips, Xiaoning Chang said with some dissatisfaction, Whether you come back early or not, it has nothing to do with me. I've already given you the package, so I'm leaving. After saying this, she twisted her waist, stamped her feet, and disappeared. Only a wisp of fragrance lingered in the room and at the tip of a certain person's nose. The senior sister Xia was really shy. Thinking of the scene just now, Yang Kai felt a little warm. He came back to his senses and opened the package left by Zhang Shan. Yang Kai found 2 sets of cyan robes inside. These robes were sewn together needle by needle. The needle and thread were densely packed and the handiwork was very delicate. Yang Kai guessed that it was made by Zhang Shan's wife. Zhang Shan was very considerate. Last time when he was fighting the flowerback spider, his clothes were torn by the monster beast. It was because of this that he brought 2 sets of clothes for him today. Yang Kai smiled slightly, put away the things and then lay on the bed. That night, Yang Kai slept very soundly. Chapter 37. The next day, Yang Kai was woken up by a knock on the door. When he got up and opened the door, he found that there was no one outside. Instead, there was a familiar figure running away quickly. Li Yunqian's figure. What is this guy doing? Yang Kai was a little confused. Just as he was puzzled, he found a letter on the ground by the door. He bent down to pick it up and opened it. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There were some words on the letter and they were written with fresh blood. Brother, I haven't seen you for a long time. Junior brother misses you very much. I specially invite you to Black Wind Forest to have a chat. I hope that brother will not be stingy. Junior brother Sassafras personally wrote this letter. These words were bright red, and were indeed written with fresh blood. He just didn't know if it was chicken blood or some other kind of blood. Yang Kai guessed that Sassafras wouldn't harm himself. There was another line of words at the end. It was different from the previous genteel words. This line of words was much more crude and direct. Come if you have the guts. These 4 words were written with a majestic aura, and the tip of the pen carried a bone-deep resentment. It was full of provocation. Sassafras was probably afraid that his invitation would be ignored by Yang Kai, so he added a sentence at the end. Young people are easily provoked. Sassafras had experienced this countless times. He had long become a doctor and was very experienced. Holding the bloody letter in his hand, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Yang Kai didn't take Sassafras' provocation to heart. Maybe Sassafras really did bear a grudge against him, but Yang Kai didn't. Their states of mind were different, and their horizons were different. Yang Kai only saw this as an alchemy test to test the results of his cultivation. Although his initial meeting with Sassafras had led to some unpleasantness, and he had repeatedly come to find trouble with him, Yang Kai found that Sassafras was not a bad person in nature. He was just a little spoiled brat. If you were on good terms with this kind of person, then he would also be very good to you. If you were on bad terms with him, then he would be like a maggot in a tarsal bone, pestering you to no end. He had not seen Sassafras and the rest for the past few days. They were probably hiding from him. At this moment, for some reason, he suddenly had the confidence to defeat him and came to issue a challenge. Initially, Yang Kai didn't want to pay any attention to Sassafras. However, after giving it some thought while he was sweeping the floor, he decided to pay him a visit. Sassafras was undoubtedly a despicable person. He didn't follow the rules of the sect to issue a challenge. Instead, he issued a challenge to him. He was probably planning to gang up on him. The location he chose was also very clear. The Black Wind Forest was located at the foot of the Black Wind Mountain. It was a pine forest. It was the perfect place to set up a trap. Although there were quite a few people in their group, only Sassafras had reached Tempered Body Stage 9th level. Li Yuntian was at Tempered Body Stage 7th level, while the rest were at Tempered Body Stage 5th or 6th level. Yang Kai didn't know if he could deal with this kind of opponent. However, Yang Kai needed a proper battle to test his cultivation. It was different from a battle between fellow sect members. At this moment, Sassafras and the rest were waiting for him on the path from Sky Tower to the Black Wind Forest. The group didn't set up an ambush, but instead stood there valiantly. Thinking back to a few days ago when he was suddenly ambushed and fell unconscious, Sassafras's expression turned ugly. That night he didn't know what happened. The brothers who went to Yang Kai's hut suddenly fainted. Everything happened so inexplicably. They didn't wake up until the next morning. Although it was summer and they wouldn't feel cold even if they slept in the wild, they couldn't stand the mosquitoes. When they woke up, they felt as if there were hundreds of blisters on their bodies. They didn't know how much of their blood had been sucked away by the mosquitoes. For the next few days, Sassafras and the rest were bedridden. They were extremely weak. A few days ago when they recovered, the brothers ran out of Sky Tower under the lead of Sassafras. Since they couldn't provoke Yang Kai, why couldn't they hide? It wasn't until yesterday that Li Yuntian learned a new martial skill that Sassafras's desire for revenge was reignited. This was why Li Yuntian sent a challenge to Yang Kai, inviting him to the Black Wind Forest to fight. The reason why they didn't challenge him in the sect was because Sassafras didn't think that Li Yuntian would win. If Li Yuntian lost again, they would all rush up and beat Yang Kai up. They wouldn't care about the sect's rules and morality. They would just beat Yang Kai up until he became a pig's head. If they couldn't get rid of this anger, they would panic. Just as he was thinking, Li Yuntian hurried over. "Did you deliver it?" Sassafras asked, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. "Yes." "Good, let's wait for that bastard to come." After waiting for a long time and not seeing Yang Kai's figure, Sassafras's expression became impatient. He walked back and forth and cursed. Could it be that bastard doesn't have the guts to come? Just as he cursed, Li Yuntian suddenly said, "Young Master Su, someone's coming." Sassafras's spirit was lifted. He thought that Yang Kai really came out to die, but when he looked closely, it wasn't Yang Kai. "Young Master Su, it's the people from Stormhouse." Li Yuntian stared at the group of people walking over and said, "The one leading them seems to be Qing Xiaofeng." "Qing Xiaofeng?" Sassafras's expression turned cold. He raised his head and saw Qing Xiaofeng leading a group of people walking over. "Young Master Su, do you want to avoid them?" Li Yuntian asked hesitantly. He knew that Sassafras and this Qing Xiaofeng had a lot of conflicts. The two of them were the leaders of their respective sections. In the past few years they had clashed many times and won and lost some. If they were to meet now, there would definitely be some friction. "Avoid what?" Sassafras coldly snorted. "Does he have the right to make this young master give way?" Li Yuntian didn't try to stop him. He knew that this matter concerned one's reputation. Young Master Su was such a strong person, why would he give way? However, the other side had a lot of people. If they were to fight, he was afraid that his side would be at a disadvantage. While they were talking, Qing Xiaofeng had already seen Sassafras in the distance. Immediately, his expression became happy. He said something to the people behind him and couldn't help but quicken his pace. Not long after, the two groups of people met. The road that Sassafras and the others were occupying was the only way for High Heaven Pavilion to reach Black Wind Forest. However, it was also the only way for Stormy House to reach Black Wind Forest. In fact, it was a four-way intersection. One way led to High Heaven Pavilion, one way led to Storm House, and one way led to Blood Group. Sassafras and the others were blocking Qing Xiaofeng's path. I was wondering who was so blind. So it was Sassafras. Qing Xiaofeng walked forward and looked at Sassafras with contempt. His voice was somewhat strange. Sassafras rolled his eyes and still stood there like a javelin. He didn't even have the mood to respond. This kind of disregard made Qing Xiaofeng's face slightly unhappy. "He, little brother Qing, others are ignoring you." A tender laugh sounded. This voice was clear and melodious. It was very pleasant to hear, but it gave people a feeling of abandonment. Sumu followed the voice and looked in that direction. He saw a charming young girl flash out from behind Qing Xiaofeng. This young girl was wearing a loose top, half of her pink shoulders were exposed, shining with a seductive luster like porcelain. Her skirt covered her perky buttocks, half of which was white and slender. Her jade-like feet were small and exquisite, and her 10 sparkling and smooth fingers were very eye-catching. Chapter 38. The girl's age was about the same as Sassafras's group. Even though she wasn't much older than them, but when she walked, she bent her waist 3 times with every step she took. 10,000 types of amorous feelings gathered on her body. Her chest was also fiercely swaying, making people dizzy. At such a young age, she faintly had the temperament of a mature woman, but this temperament wasn't completely mature yet, making it somewhat unnatural. Who may err? Seeing this girl, Sassafras's expression couldn't help but change. His pair of eyes couldn't help but roll over this girl's body, fiercely swallowing a mouthful of saliva. If Sassafras was like this, then Li Yuntian and the others were even more unbearable. Pairs of eyes were like locusts, tightly biting onto Humayer's body, lingering on that beautiful figure. Their breathing gradually became heavy, making them look ugly. Although the people of Jianghu didn't care about trifles. But a girl dressed like Humayer was extremely rare, not to mention she was only a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Her skin was delicate, and her body's lethality was incomparable. Li Yuntian and the others were at the peak of their youth, full of vitality. Suddenly seeing such an exciting scene, one could imagine their mood. Not only did the impudent gazes of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples not annoy Humayer, she even seemed to enjoy it. Covering her mouth with her hand, she charmingly laughed. "So little brother Su knows big sister?" Sassafras quickly coughed and forced himself to look away, his face somewhat red. "Of course I know." Cheng Xiaofeng was the leader of the Tempered Body Disciples of Stormhouse, and this Humayer was the leader of the Tempered Body Disciples of Blood Group. This girl's identity was also extraordinary. She was the youngest daughter of the Blood Group's leader. However, her reputation was not very good. Blood Group Gang's gang leader, Human, did not care about her and allowed her to stir up trouble outside. Although this Humayer was young, the number of ministers under her was innumerable. But why was she together with Cheng Xiaofeng today? Could it be that the latter was also her guest? Thinking of this, Sassafras was both envious and carefree. Envious of Cheng Xiaofeng's luck with women, carefree because he was subdued by a girl. With that in mind, Sassafras couldn't help but reveal a strange smile on his face. When he looked at Xiaofeng again, his eyes were filled with contempt. This gaze made Cheng Xiaofeng very uncomfortable. What's more, the eyes of the High Heaven Pavilion group were still on Humayer, making Cheng Xiaofeng even more uncomfortable. Immediately, he took a few steps forward and stood in front of Humayer, blocking the High Heaven Pavilion disciples' impudent gazes. This seemingly careless action made Humayer purse her lips and chuckle. "Sassafras, tell your men to get out of the way." Cheng Xiaofeng's face was gloomy, and he didn't even bother to be polite. Sassafras chuckled coldly. "Let's go our separate ways. Are we in your way by standing here?" "Yes." Cheng Xiaofeng's face became more and more gloomy. "What if I don't?" Sassafras was tit for tat. The two of them didn't just have a day or two of grudges, so they were quite familiar with each other's methods. How could Sassafras be afraid of him? "Little brother Cheng, little brother Su, standing here doesn't matter. We can just take a detour. No one will say anything about you." Humayer suddenly interjected. It seemed like she was helping them out, but in reality she was fanning the flames. Sassafras cursed bitch in his heart. This woman's mind was really insidious. As a member of the Blood Group, she naturally wanted High Heaven Pavilion and Stormhouse to fight to the death. Cheng Xiaofeng heard Humayer's words, and his originally hesitant expression became firm. He sneered. "If you don't get out of the way, you will regret it." Since he wanted to show off in front of Humayer, how could Cheng Xiaofeng endure? Humayer's lips curled into a smile as she looked at the two of them with interest. Then she took a few steps back without leaving a trace. "If you have the guts, then try." Sassafras sneered at Cheng Xiaofeng. Li Yuntian and the others all stepped forward and stood behind him. "You asked for it." Cheng Xiaofeng suddenly laughed. He waved his hand and said to the people behind him, "Fight." As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Xiaofeng rushed in front of Sassafras and punched towards Sassafras' face. Sassafras sneered and met the attack with a palm. When the fist and palm collided, Sassafras was forced to take a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. On the contrary, Cheng Xiaofeng's face was calm and his body didn't even sway. "You broke through to the initial element stage?" Su Mu's complexion changed greatly. In the exchange of blows just now, he could feel traces of yuan qi from Cheng Xiaofeng's fist. Compared to his own, who was at the 9th stage of the body-tempering realm, the yuan qi within his body was much denser. This was clearly a strength that could only be displayed after breaking through to the initial yuan stage. Cheng Xiaofeng rushed towards Sassafras while laughing. Sassafras, you and I started training on the same day, but there are differences between people. From now on you, Sassafras, can only chase after my footsteps. Don't ever think of surpassing me." Sassafras's expression was ashen and his heart was bitter. This feeling of being surpassed by Qing Xiaofeng made him feel even more resentful than being humiliated by Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, Qing Xiaofeng was already within reach. Sassafras came back to his senses, but he didn't dare to be careless. He fully activated his tempered body 9th level strength, but he still couldn't block Qing Xiaofeng's attack. Before Yang Kai reached the Black Wind Forest, he heard the sound of fighting from afar. It was mixed with the cursing and shouting of Li Yuntian and the others. Their voices were filled with humiliation and grief. After listening for a moment, Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. Sassafras and the others seemed to have encountered some kind of trouble. Noticing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but quicken his pace. When he reached the four-way intersection, he was shocked to find Sassafras lying on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. Li Yuntian and the others had also gathered around Sassafras, desperately trying to protect him. However, it was to no avail. The other side had a lot of people, and their overall strength was higher than Li Yuntian's group. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples couldn't even take care of themselves, so how could they save Sassafras? "Do you admit defeat?" Qing Xiaofeng punched Sassafras in the eye. The corner of Sassafras's eye was cracked. "Admit defeat, my ass." Sassafras spat a mouthful of blood on Qing Xiaofeng's face. "Do you admit defeat?" Another punch landed on Su Mu's cheek, which was now swollen. "I admit defeat. I admit defeat to your 18 generations of ancestors." Sassafras was panting, but his mouth was tough. "Do you admit defeat?" "Admit defeat to your grandmother's ass." Qing Xiaofeng didn't say much to Sassafras. He just punched him and asked, "Do you admit defeat?" Sassafras's reply was always vulgar and vicious curses. This made Qing Xiaofeng's punches become heavier and heavier, more and more violent. Yang Kai stood not far away, quietly watching. He found that Sassafras had some backbone. Looking at Sassafras now was like looking at himself in the past. When facing an unstoppable enemy, although he was covered in wounds, he would never compromise. This wasn't stupidity but a kind of perseverance. Yang Kai didn't want to make a move. Sassafras must have offended someone, and now he was being targeted for revenge. Not only did he not have any friendship with him, but he also had a conflict with him. There was no need to get involved in this mess. However, he approved of Sassafras' unyielding character. At this moment, Qing Xiaofeng was also tired from the beating. Although Su Mu's face was bruised and swollen, his eyes were cracked and his mouth was full of blood, the look of disdain in his eyes did not change in the slightest. Hu Mei Er interrupted, "Brother Cheng, let him go. Brother Su has a backbone. Sister likes people like him." As soon as she said this, Sassafras couldn't help but turn around and curse, "Bitch?" Qing Xiaofeng laughed coldly, "Backbone? I like it too." As he said this, he picked up a stone from the ground and aimed it at Sassafras's head. Chapter 39. Sassafras glared viciously at Qing Xiaofeng, but he didn't even blink as he coldly said, "Qing Xiaofeng, if you don't kill this young master today, this young master won't let you off. You're still so arrogant." Qing Xiaofeng's hesitation was instantly overshadowed by his madness, and the stone in his hand ruthlessly smashed down. If this stone hit, even if Sassafras didn't die, he would be seriously injured. "Young Master Su." Li Yuntian and the others crawled on the ground holding their heads, letting the people from Stormhouse punch and kick them as they cried out in grief. Hu Mei Er's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment, and her heart couldn't help but violently beat. This was just a quarrel between the younger generation. She didn't expect things to escalate to this point. If Sassafras really died here, then with his status, Sky Tower and Stormhouse would probably go to war. Everyone had different thoughts, but their eyes were all focused on the stone in Qing Xiaofeng's hand. Just as the stone was about to hit Sassafras' head, a somewhat thin hand suddenly blocked in front of Sassafras. This hand didn't look very strong and was even somewhat thin. The sharp edge of the stone cut through the palm, and immediately blood splattered everywhere. The stone fell, but because of this hand's obstruction, Sassafras didn't receive any damage. With the fatal blow blocked, Li Yuntian and the others couldn't help but relax. They looked over, wanting to see who had saved Sassafras' life at this critical moment. But when they saw the person's face, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "Brother Yang?" Li Yuntian muttered. He never would have thought that the person who saved him was Yang Kai, the Yang Kai that they had plotted against today. For a moment, Li Yuntian was so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. The scene suddenly became quiet. The people who were beating people stopped, and the people who were being beaten quickly took the opportunity to catch their breath. Hu Mei, who was standing to the side, opened her mouth slightly, staring at Yang Kai in shock. She noticed that this skinny youth did not even frown even when his palm was bleeding. There was no expression of pain on his face. Instead, there was some excitement and eagerness. His bright and spirited eyes flashed with a ferocious light. For some reason, Hu Mei suddenly felt that this person was somewhat dangerous. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Dark red blood flowed through the gaps between his fingers, breaking the silence. Cheng Xiaofeng's face was gloomy as he looked at Yang Kai, coldly asking, "Are you a High Heaven Pavilion disciple?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. The familiar pain made him excited, and the blood in his body was boiling. He couldn't wait to fight to vent the restlessness in his heart. "Are you meddling in other people's business?" Cheng Xiaofeng's tone was unkind. When the other Stormhouse disciples heard this, they quickly abandoned Li Yuntian and the others and slowly gathered around. "Meddling?" Yang Kai grinned. "You said that I am a High Heaven Pavilion disciple. How is this meddling? No matter what, they still call me brother." "Good, another one delivering men." Cheng Xiaofeng laughed loudly. "Lousy really can't stand your High Heaven Pavilion. Today, however many come, I will take care of them all." "Brother Yang, quickly leave." Li Yuntian crawled on the ground and shouted loudly, "They have a lot of people, you are not their match, quickly." Li Yuntian was also quite unlucky. He was currently crawling not far away from a Stormhouse disciple. He was noisy and annoying, so the Stormhouse disciple quickly walked up to him and chopped his neck. Li Yuntian immediately went silent. On the other side, Cheng Xiaofeng and Yang Kai were in a verbal confrontation, bickering while fighting over the stone. Cheng Xiaofeng tried to snatch it, but the stone seemed to have grown legs and was caught in Yang Kai's hand. Cheng Xiaofeng was already at the initial element realm. Seeing this skinny High Heaven Pavilion disciple, who was only at the tempered body realm, actually make him suffer, his heart was immediately filled with anger. Letting go of the stone, he raised his arm and shouted, "Beat him!" When the surrounding Stormhouse disciples heard the order, they all rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly got up, holding the bloodstained stone in his hand. He directly smashed it towards a Stormhouse disciple's head. The power of fists and feet was always inferior to a weapon in hand. Although it was just a stone, it could still display more power than fists and feet. Before a Stormhouse disciple could even get close to Yang Kai, the stone ferociously smashed into his head. Immediately, his skin split open and he fell to the ground holding his head. After smashing this person, not only did Yang Kai not stop, his movements became even more swift and fierce. In a flash, he smashed towards the other Stormhouse disciples. Yang Kai's ruthlessness and cruelty far exceeded everyone's expectations. After taking down 4 Stormhouse disciples in succession, the stone in his hand also broke into pieces. Yang Kai punched out, causing the stone fragments to fly everywhere. It was as if he had used a hidden weapon. Densely packed pieces of stone flew in all directions. The Stormhouse disciples all cried out miserably, all of them covering their cheeks. Many of them were cut by the stone fragments, crying out in pain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai threw out 2 kicks, sending 2 Stormhouse disciples flying, but his whole body was instantly submerged by the enemy. The number of Stormhouse disciples was not small. Although Yang Kai had taken down a few, it was still difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. After a few clashes, Yang Kai's figure staggered, and several Stormhouse disciples fell. Those who fell to the ground were all burning hot, their faces flushed red. Yang Kai's true Yang tactics finally showed its power at this moment. His punches and kicks were mixed with true Yang Yuan Qi. How could these tempered body 6th or 7th layer disciples resist? This was without using the power of the Yang liquid. If he had used the Yang liquid, Yang Kai's strength would have increased by another level. However, after cultivating for so many days, how could Yang Kai be willing to use a single drop of Yang liquid? Many of the Stormhouse disciples were taken down by Yang Kai, but Yang Kai himself did not have an easy time. After all, he was only at the tempered body 7th layer and had not cultivated any movement skills. Facing so many enemies besieging him, how could he avoid? Blood flowed down Yang Kai's forehead, arms and thighs, but these injuries not only did not reduce Yang Kai's fighting strength, but instead made him braver and more ruthless. A warm feeling spread from his bones. Yang Kai seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of strength. As this warm feeling spread, not only did his strength increase, even his speed became faster. Yang Kai did not know what mysteries the unyielding golden skeleton hid, but every time he was injured, every time he felt pain, he would feel the effects of the unyielding golden skeleton. Injuries and pain would only make him stronger. Wuxia, who was standing at the periphery, had a strange light in her eyes. Her small mouth never closed. She originally thought that this High Heaven Pavilion disciple would be quickly defeated and then beaten up by Qing Xiaofeng and the others. But now the development of the battle had exceeded her expectations. On the Stormhouse side, nearly 10 people had fallen. Other than the few who had been knocked unconscious by the stones at the beginning, the rest were rolling on the ground. Their bodies were emitting waves of heat and their skin was red. This person was using Yuan Qi to fight? Wuxia was extremely shocked. For a martial artist who was only in the tempered body realm, if they used their Yuan Qi, it would be very difficult for them to recover. This was digging their own grave. Was he not afraid that doing this would affect their future cultivation? Chapter 40. The intense battle continued. Stormhouse disciples continued to fall, but every time one fell, Yang Kai's body would gain a new wound. After fighting for so long, his clothes were dyed red with blood. He was gasping for breath, the veins on his neck were exposed and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like a ferocious beast that was about to devour its prey. Sassafras was lying on the ground, exhausted. He watched as Yang Kai displayed his might, taking down one Stormhouse disciple after another. His heart was filled with bitterness. Today's matter was caused by him, and Yang Kai was also his enemy. But now, it was all thanks to him that he was able to survive. He wanted to help, but he didn't have the slightest bit of strength left in his body. After being beaten by Qing Xiaofeng, he had already lost most of his ability to fight. With a ping sound, the last Stormhouse disciple fell to the ground, howling in pain. The invasion of True Yang Yuan Qi made him feel as if his whole body was on fire, and the pain was unbearable. Yang Kai's bloodshot eyes glanced at the dumbfounded Qing Xiaofeng, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Qing Xiaofeng's heart jumped. Yang Kai's savagery made him feel apprehensive. Now that he saw him looking at him, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Wuxia laughed disdainfully. This laugh made Qing Xiaofeng's face lose a bit of face. He shook his head, coldly sizing up Yang Kai and slowly said, "I didn't expect you to have this kind of skill." Yang Kai walked towards him step by step. His footsteps were steady, and his thin body was like a crazy rainstorm. Qing Xiaofeng's breathing became hurried. His expression became ruthless and he suddenly shouted, "You are courting death, so don't blame me." After saying this, he actually pulled out the sword at his waist. Just now, when he was dealing with Sassafras and the others, he didn't use a weapon because he didn't want to kill anyone. Throwing a stone at Sassafras was also because his blood rushed to his head, and he didn't consider the consequences. But now that he didn't have a weapon in hand, Qing Xiaofeng felt that he didn't have any confidence. This High Heaven Pavilion disciple covered in blood was too cruel. "Be careful, this guy is already in the initial element state," Sassafras unwillingly reminded Yang Kai. "Initial element realm." Yang Kai murmured and stopped in his tracks. Qing Xiaofeng's face lit up with joy, he immediately became arrogant and laughed. "Little brat, you're only at the body tempering realm, how could you be my opponent?" After using so much Yuan Qi, it would take at least a few months for him to recover. If he continued to fight, his foundation would be damaged and he would never be able to make a comeback in this lifetime. "Kneel down and beg for mercy." Before Qing Xiaofeng could finish speaking, Yang Kai had already rushed over like the wind. "You." Qing Xiaofeng was shocked. Was this person an idiot? Knowing that he was in the initial element state, he still dared to rush over. Although he was shocked, Qing Xiaofeng didn't dare to be negligent. The long sword in his hand flashed and stabbed towards Yang Kai. Facing this oncoming sword, Yang Kai did something that no one expected. He opened his large hand and actually grabbed the long sword. Although this long sword was only in the common grade, it was still a weapon. How could a human body withstand its sharpness? Qing Xiaofeng's face lit up. He thought to himself, "You're courting death." The speed of the long sword in his hand increased by a fraction, meeting Kai Yang's palm head-on. With a piu sound, as everyone expected, the long sword pierced through Yang Kai's palm. Blood immediately splashed out. Wuxia's expression was startled. Originally, when she saw Kai Yang's brazen approach, she thought that he had some sort of unfathomable method. But now that Qing Xiaofeng had so easily stabbed his sword, she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. This person wasn't that great after all, so stupid. Before Hu Mei's thoughts could finish, a sudden change occurred. After Yang Kai's palm was pierced, he didn't retreat. Instead, he approached Qing Xiaofeng at an even faster speed. In the blink of an eye, the two people were very close. The sound of the long sword rubbing against flesh made people feel cold from the bottom of their hearts. With a bang, Yang Kai's hand that was pierced grabbed Qing Xiaofeng's hand that was holding the sword. The back of his hand was completely pierced through by the long sword. Looking at the crazed Kai Yang in front of him, Qing Xiaofeng could no longer hide the fear in his heart. He wanted to use all his strength to pull back his sword, but Kai Yang's grip was as firm as iron, making him unable to move. Yang Kai grinned at him, his scarlet eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty luster. He raised a red fist and smashed it towards Qing Xiaofeng's face. In a panic, Qing Xiaofeng raised his hand to block. The yuan qi in his body also hurriedly moved to defend. But Qing Xiaofeng had just advanced to the initial element realm. How much yuan qi could he have in his body? Yang Kai's fist fiercely smashed into the right side of Qing Xiaofeng's face. A tooth flew out. His cheek immediately swelled up. The part of his face that was hit was red, as if it was scalded by boiling water. What a tyrannical yuan qi! Qing Xiaofeng finally panicked. He found that even though he was in the initial element realm, the yuan qi in his body couldn't resist the invasion of this heat. For a moment he was burned until his head was dizzy. In a daze, Yang Kai's second punch arrived. Qing Xiaofeng's mind was suddenly blurred. Another punch. Qing Xiaofeng's body softened. He half knelt in front of Yang Kai. His head was lowered and his eyes were unfocused. Yang Kai rolled up his leg and kicked him away. The whole place was silent. Hu Mei was shocked beyond words. So this person wasn't stupid. He took the initiative to grab the long sword. Only by grabbing it, Qing Xiaofeng didn't have any space to dodge. Stormhouse's more than 10 disciples, including the initial element realm Qing Xiaofeng, were completely annihilated. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Hu Mei. Being stared at by his blood-red eyes, Hu Mei couldn't help but shiver. She had never seen a person in the tempered body realm who was so fierce. Even the young talents of the blood group couldn't be compared to him. Chi-chi. A series of teeth-numbing sounds were heard. Yang Kai slowly pulled out the long sword from his palm, bringing with it a spray of warm blood. During the whole process he didn't even frown. Throwing the long sword to the side, he slowly walked towards Hu Mei. This flirtatious girl nervously swallowed her saliva and squeezed out a dry smile. Just as her smile blossomed, Yang Kai had already rushed in front of her. His large hand covered in blood grabbed her slender white neck and then ruthlessly threw her to the ground. When her delicate body hit the ground, a muffled sound was heard. Hu Mei's throat made a burning sound, causing people to be lost in wild and fanciful thoughts. Yang Kai leaned over Hu Mei and looked at her with a smile. Hu Mei's nervous heart was beating fast. She quickly opened her mouth to explain, "I am not with them. I am a member of the blood group. I also didn't act against the High Heaven Pavilion disciples." "Is that so?" Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. And Hu Mei saw that this person could still communicate and immediately relaxed. Although she was a girl and her strength wasn't higher than Qing Xiaofeng, she had an advantage that others didn't have. That was her body. "You are very powerful." Hu Mei plucked up her courage and extended her jade-like hand, probing into Yang Kai's chest. When she took it out again, her hand was stained with blood. She didn't avoid it and actually put her finger into her mouth and sucked on it. Immediately, a soul-stirring beauty appeared on those ruby-red lips. Her bewitching eyes flashed with a different kind of light. Chapter 41. I don't know if you're this powerful in other places. Hu Mei's pair of watery eyes looked at Yang Kai meaningfully as she said these explicit words. Such blatant teasing. As long as it was a man, he wouldn't be able to remain indifferent. What's more, Hu Mei's appearance wasn't bad and her figure wasn't bad either. A series of gulping sounds came from all directions. Sassafras and the others were already weak, and after being provoked like this, their blood rushed to their heads and several of them fainted on the spot. Yang Kai also felt a wave of lust rush up, and his Adam's apple couldn't help but move. His breathing became heavy, and the hand holding Hu Mei Er's neck involuntarily increased its strength. Hu Mei Er panted and her body twisted a few times. She rebuked Yang Kai with a glare, "You're still not letting go?" As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and gently pried open Kai Yang's hand. She didn't know if it was intentional or not, but she actually placed Kai Yang's hand on her round and full chest. An astonishing elasticity and warmth came from her palm, and Yang Kai clearly felt a small protrusion on his palm. This kind of stimulation caused the blood flowing from his wound to accelerate. Yang Kai's face was a bit red. He never would have thought that this woman would be so wanton. How old was she? Sure enough, one's ambition wasn't determined by age, and one's flirtatiousness depended on the present. Seeing Yang Kai's embarrassed state, Hu Mei Er giggled and said, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai looked at Hu Mei Er below him and felt like a dog biting a porcupine. Speaking of which, in the entire battle, Hu Mei Er really didn't make a move against the High Heaven Pavilion disciples, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't hit her. The reason why he wanted to teach her a lesson was because this woman had been fanning the flames in the middle. But being teased like this, Yang Kai was a bit angry. He was a man, so how could he be played in the palm of her hand? After thinking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly squeezed the hand that was covering Hu Mei Er's chest. And Hu Mei Er's expression changed as she moaned. In an instant, her face turned red as she glared angrily at Yang Kai. She didn't expect him to not know how to be protective of the fairer sex. Amidst the laughter, Yang Kai stood up and looked at Hu Mei Er. "You can leave." Hu Mei Er's expression froze as she stared blankly at Yang Kai. She did not expect that her successful attempt at seduction would not work. Who knew how many people were staring at this body of his, wanting to have a taste of it? Normally there would be countless young people fighting over this matter, but today it was rare for them to be interested in a man and take the initiative to entice him, but they were actually ignored. Was he still a man? After staring blankly for a moment, Hu Mei Er suddenly smiled and stood up gracefully. She looked deeply at Yang Kai, lightly bit her red lips, and whispered into Yang Kai's ear. "You're very interesting." After saying that, she giggled and turned to leave. Her slim waist and full buttocks were extremely flirtatious. Sassafras and the others were stunned, their eyes filled with envy. They did not expect Yang Kai to reject such a good thing. They all asked themselves if Hu Mei Er had said those words to them, what would they have done? They might have done it. No, they definitely would have done it. Why would they reject such a good thing that fell from the sky? Anyway, there was no loss. After Hu Mei Er left, everyone turned their heads to look at Kai Yang. Each and every one of them was filled with resentment and shame. Sigh. Many sighs sounded. Yang Kai crouched down and tore some cloth from the unconscious disciples of Stormhouse. He then wrapped it around his injured hand. Looking at Sassafras and the others, these junior brothers all looked embarrassed. "Do you still have the strength to walk?" Yang Kai asked. Everyone nodded slightly. "Then let's go." The group of people returned to High Heaven Pavilion with bruises all over their faces and scattered to find medicine to heal their wounds. Although there was a fight today, it was still a fight between the younger generation. This kind of thing often happened between the three major forces, so there was nothing to be surprised about. As long as it was not an important person who died, the elders of each force would turn a blind eye to it and never ask about it. Only with competition can there be progress. Every force's elders hoped to use this kind of method to temper their disciples. Yang Kai returned to the small wooden hut. He originally wanted to take out the remaining half bottle of blood-clotting cream, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. The most serious injury today was the wound on his hand that was pierced by the long sword. Other than that, there was nothing serious. However, although the wound on his hand looked frightening, it was not as serious as he had imagined. When he had grabbed Qing Xiaofeng's sword, Yang Kai had avoided his bones and meridians. Although there was a hole in his hand, it was only a flesh wound. It was not much different from the last time he had fought the flowerback spider. Last time he had recovered in 3 or 4 days, so this time should be the same. Moreover, in such a short time his injuries had healed a lot, and his physical strength had also recovered a bit. Yang Kai carefully felt for a moment and found that not only did the warmth from the unyielding golden skeleton have healing properties, but the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body also had healing properties. With the help of the two, his injuries healed quickly. After finding out that the true Yang Yuan Qi also had healing properties, Yang Kai hurriedly ran to the coiling dragon stream to absorb the Yang Qi. Although he did not use the last drop of Yang liquid in today's battle, the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body had been greatly consumed and urgently needed to be replenished. As he was absorbing the yang qi, Yang Kai suddenly felt a surge in his body. The yang qi from the outside world had uncontrollably drilled into his body. In just an instant, it was equivalent to 1 or 2 days of normal effort. Not only was the true Yang Yuan qi completely replenished today, it was even denser. His meridians also seemed to have become tougher and wider. Tempered body stage 8 stage? Yang Kai came back to his senses, his face filled with joy. Breaking through to tempered body stage 8 stage so quickly was not within Yang Kai's expectations. He had originally estimated that he would need at least 7 or 8 days to break through. For something like this to happen, it seemed that it had something to do with his all-out battle today. Fighting with others really did have its benefits. With joy in his heart, Yang Kai put even more effort into cultivating the true Yang tactics. After breaking through to the next stage, the speed at which he absorbed the Yang Qi had clearly increased. Every aspect of his body had improved. At night, Yang Kai returned to the wooden house to rest. After all, he was injured today, so it was not suitable for him to stay up all night to cultivate. For the next few days, besides eating and sleeping, Yang Kai cultivated at the coiling dragon stream. On the other hand, Sassafras and the others did not appear. They were probably all recuperating. A few days later, early in the morning, Yang Kai was sweeping the floor when he saw Sassafras leading Li Yun Tian and the others over. The people who had participated in the battle that day were all present, and all of them valiantly followed behind Sassafras. Although they had been recuperating for several days, this group of people still looked somewhat miserable. Their eyes were bruised and the corners of their mouths were swollen. It was very comical. Yang Kai glanced at them and couldn't help but laugh. "Junior brother, is your skin itching again?" Chapter 42. Sassafras blushed and glared at Yang Kai. He then stood in front of him and stared at him coldly. However, there was a complicated look in his eyes. There was admiration, unwillingness, annoyance, and relief. "Give it to me." Sassafras suddenly stretched out his hand. Li Yun Tian quickly passed 2 wine jars to Sassafras. Sassafras took the wine jars, kept one for himself, and gave the other to Yang Kai. Without saying a word, he opened the jars and started drinking. A group of Sky Tower members who were passing by were all dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Sassafras. They didn't know what was wrong with him today. He was drinking wine so early in the morning. Smiling faintly, Kai Yang also reached out and tore open the seal, taking a big gulp. "Good." Li Yun Tian shouted from behind Sassafras. "Good." The others also cheered. So 2 sounds broke through the air. Yang Kai and Sassafras wine jars broke at the same time, and the wine spilled all over their clothes. A dark hall disciple came out from the side and coldly said to Yang Kai and Sassafras, "Drinking in the daytime and ruining the reputation of the sect. Since this is your first offense, each of you will be deducted 5 contribution points. If there is a next time, you will be severely punished." Deduct, deduct, deduct. Yang Kai didn't care. If it was a month ago he would have been heartbroken, but now he didn't care. Even Kai Yang didn't care, so why would Su Mu, the second-generation ancestor, care? He had a powerful backer and contribution points were worthless to him. "Jianghu, help Brother Yang sweep the floor." Sassafras waved at Jianghu. "Okay." Jianghu, who was defeated by Yang Kai in 3 moves a few days ago, quickly stepped forward and took the broom from Yang Kai. "I don't think that's a good idea." Yang Kai glanced at the Dark Hall disciple. The Dark Hall disciple coldly snorted and turned to leave. "Come, let's go to your hut." "I have something to tell you," Sassafras said. Beside the small house, Sassafras and Yang Kai were half squatting on the ground. In front of them was the small pond. Behind them, a group of people were busy repairing the hole in the roof for Yang Kai. From the looks of it, Sassafras and his men had completely let go of their grudges with Yang Kai after what happened that day. Not only that, they even wanted to befriend him. "Why did you save us?" Sassafras asked after a moment of silence. "Why?" Yang Kai frowned. "You call me brother, so I naturally have to act like a brother. That's probably the reason." Of course, the most important thing was that the Sassafras were not evil by nature. Sassafras turned his head and looked deeply into Yang Kai's eyes. "Really?" Yang Kai smiled. "What do you think?" Sassafras was silent. He felt bad. After a while he said, "Fine, you treat us as junior brothers, so we'll treat you as a brother. Junior brother was blind in the past." "I'm sorry, brother." "I didn't care in the first place," Yang Kai said. The two of them looked at each other and laughed out loud. This was probably what the saying, "A smile wipes away all enmity." After letting go of their grudges, Sassafras was no longer so reserved and awkward. He truly treated Yang Kai as a brother. After the two of them talked about some nonsense, Sassafras suddenly licked his lips. His face turned red as he stammered, "Brother, let me ask you something." "What is it?" Yang Kai looked at him strangely. "That day. Go. Did you touch?" Sassafras did not dare to look Yang Kai in the eye. "What did I touch?" Yang Kai did not understand. "That one." "Which one?" Sassafras was depressed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Humea." As he spoke, he even grabbed his own chest. It was a very touching scene. Yang Kai could not help but laugh. Young people were indeed very curious. Sassafras was shameless to ask such a thing. "Didn't you see it?" "I didn't see it clearly. Did I really touch it?" Sassafras's mouth was wide open. "So what if I did?" Yang Kai grinned. "She put my hand on it. I was just teaching her a lesson." Gulp. Sassafras swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His eyes were full of expectation. "How did it feel?" "Junior brother, you haven't tried it before?" Yang Kai looked at Sassafras in confusion. He wondered if this rich kid was still a pure little virgin. Sassafras shook his head like a rattledrum. He asked suspiciously, "Brother, have you tried it before?" Yang Kai showed a thoughtful expression. A beautiful face flashed in front of him. He sighed faintly. "Sigh, the past is not worth mentioning." Sumu was stunned for a moment. Hearing the implication, he couldn't help curling his lips and saying, "You're bragging. Senior fellow apprentice, you joined the sect 3 years ago. During these 3 years you didn't make friends with anyone. How could you have such an opportunity? If possible, it could only be 3 years ago. How old were you 3 years ago?" 3 years ago, 12 years old. 12 years old. That dragon lady had the nerve to lay her hands on him. If she was not 15 years old, and if both of them were not ignorant back then, something might have happened. Thinking of that seductive woman, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little sad, wondering how she was doing right now. "But brother, you have to be careful. Humei has a high opinion of herself. You have embarrassed her this time. She won't let it go so easily." Sassafras reminded him. "She wants to deal with me?" Yang Kai's face turned cold. Sassafras smiled meaningfully. "Yes, she wants to deal with you in bed. Just wait and see. She will definitely try to seduce you. She won't give up until she gets what she wants. Brother, you have good luck with women. I don't like that kind of person." Yang Kai did not take this to heart. He looked at Sassafras and said, "You said you have something to tell me. So this is it?" "Of course not." Sassafras straightened his face and said, "Brother, you have used up a lot of precious yuan qi to deal with Cheng Xiaofeng and the others. I just want to make it up to you." "Make it up to me?" "Yes." Sassafras nodded. He then took out a bottle and handed it to Yang Kai. "This is a bottle of small qi recovery pills. Brother, take it. It should be able to make up for the yuan qi you lost." Yang Kai had heard of small qi recovery pills before. These pills were not very effective. In fact, they were very mild. This was because they were mainly used for cultivators like Yang Kai who were around tempered body stage 7. From tempered body stage 7 to tempered body stage 9, yuan qi was produced in the cultivator's body. It could be slowly increased through the cultivation of martial arts. However, because the cultivator had not reached the initial element stage, there was no way to quickly recover yuan qi. Therefore, yuan qi was very precious. Once it was lost, one would have to pay a huge price to cultivate it back again. Small qi recovery pills could save a lot of cultivation time. For cultivators at tempered body stage 7 to tempered body stage 9, these pills were very popular and expensive. However, for cultivators at the initial element stage and above, they were completely useless. However, Yang Kai's situation was different from others. He cultivated the true yang tactic, so he did not need to worry about the yuan qi in his body. Even if his yuan qi was depleted, he still had yang liquid. Therefore, this bottle of small qi recovery pills was not very valuable. Just as he was about to refuse, Sassafras seemed to have seen through his thoughts. He said seriously, "I don't want to owe people favors." "Alright, then I'll accept it." Yang Kai did not refuse. Sassafras smiled. "Brother, wait for me here tomorrow. I'll take you to a good place." "Where?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Sassafras smiled but did not answer. He only asked him to wait and promised that he would not let him down. Chapter 43. In the Black Wind Forest, Ling Zhao's group of more than 10 people was walking. Yang Kai didn't expect that the place Sassafras wanted to bring him to was actually the Black Wind Forest. Walking in the forest, Yang Kai saw a very obvious path. In this kind of dense forest, if it wasn't for the frequent movement of people, it would be impossible to create a path. Were there a lot of people going in and out of the Black Wind Forest? Yang Kai looked around and found that this was indeed the case. Not far from them there were some people walking in the same direction as them. "Brother, do you know why we met Qing Xiaofeng and his group at the edge of the Black Wind Forest?" Sassafras and Yang Kai walked side by side and asked for no reason. Yang Kai's expression changed. He had a faint guess in his heart. Could it be that Qing Xiaofeng and his group also want to come to the Black Wind Forest? That's right. Our Ling Xiao, Stormhouse and Blood group aren't too far from each other. This Black Wind Forest is also about the same distance from the three families. Basically, if our three families' disciples want to come here, they have to go through that fork in the road. What's so attractive about this place? Why else would all of you come here? Sassafras smiled proudly. "Brother, you don't know. There is a trade market here in the Black Wind Forest. It is where our three families' disciples and even the entire Black Plum Town's cultivator trade. Disciples can use their useless cultivation materials to exchange for useful things. They can also sell them for gold and silver. This Black Wind trade market is very lively. Brother, you must come and take a look." Li Yuntian also said, "That's right, brother, you can often find good things here. Last time, young Master Su bought a Heaven Origin fruit for 10 taels of silver." Heaven Origin fruit? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. "Yes, a low earth level spirit fruit. The seller didn't know the value of the fruit, so I took advantage of it," Sassafras said proudly. If a low-grade earth-level spirit fruit were to be exchanged for silver, it would be worth at least 1,000 taels of silver. However, Sassafras had bought it for only 10 taels of silver. Wasn't that a huge bargain? Yang Kai had never heard of this Black Wind trade before. He had joined Soaring Cloud Academy for more than 3 years, but he had never made friends with anyone. Naturally, no one had told him about this. From the looks of it, Sassafras and his group frequented this place frequently. They were all familiar with each other. From their conversations, Yang Kai heard a lot of interesting stories. He was looking forward to this place. Since he practiced the true Yang secret art, he could find some Yang attribute pills to use, but he was a bit short on money. Recalling the small bottle of Qi recovery pills that Sassafras had given him yesterday, Yang Kai felt a little more confident. The Black Wind trade market was a little far away, so the group chatted as they walked. Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Junior brother, does our Soaring Cloud Academy have an 11th elder?" He remembered the old man he saw that day at the Coiling Dragon Stream. That old man was full of mystery and it was hard to forget him. 11th elder? Sassafras was stunned. Where did Soaring Cloud Academy get this 11th elder? "Oh, I was just casually asking." Kai Yang finally understood. When the old man said he was the 11th elder, he had some doubts. Now it seemed that this identity was fake, but the old man's temperament was kind, and he didn't have any malicious intentions towards him. Kai Yang naturally didn't want to get to the bottom of this matter, as it would only annoy the old man. Li Yuntian smiled. "Brother Yang is always cultivating, so I'm afraid you don't know much about our Soaring Cloud Academy. There are only 5 elders and no 11th elder." This group of people all knew that Yang Kai had been bullied and humiliated in the past, so they kindly explained a lot about Soaring Cloud Academy to him, so that he wouldn't ask any embarrassing questions in the future. Sassafras had an elder as his backer, so he knew more about Soaring Cloud Academy than anyone else. As they talked, they somehow ended up talking about the Soaring Cloud Academy sect leader. Sassafras lowered his voice and said, "I heard old ghosts say that our sect leader is an extraordinary person. His strength has already reached the peak of the immortal ascension boundary, and he only needs one step to break through. He is the #1 expert within a few thousand miles." Peak of the immortal ascension boundary. Yang Kai's heart was shocked. A cultivator's cultivation level starts from the tempered body stage, and goes up to the initial element stage, the Qi transformation stage, the separation and reunion stage, the Yuan Qi stage, and the immortal ascension boundary. Each stage has 9 stages, and the higher one's strength, the harder it is to break through. The immortal ascension boundary is very rare, but who would have thought that the sect leader of Soaring Cloud Academy had already reached the peak of this realm? That blood group's leader, Human, and Stormhouse's leader, Xiaorua Han, are only at the 6th or 7th stage of the immortal ascension boundary. They can't be compared to our sect leader. Sassafras said with a face full of pride. After all, if a sect leader's strength was tyrannical, his disciples would also feel proud. How long will it take for the sect leader to break through? Li Yuntian asked excitedly. If the sect leader suddenly broke through, then within a few thousand miles, Soaring Cloud Academy would be the only sect leader. Who would dare to provoke him? Sassafras's expression darkened, and he slowly shook his head and sighed. What's wrong? Li Yuntian saw him like this and couldn't help but feel nervous. Old Ghost said that the sect leader had actually reached the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary more than 10 years ago. Then why hasn't he broken through until now? Everyone was puzzled. More than 10 years, no matter how difficult it was to cultivate, he should have broken through by now. Sassafras could only shake his head. I don't dare to say. Young Master Su, how can you be like this? You arouse the curiosity of our brothers and then you don't care. Isn't this the same as taking off a beauty's clothes and not touching her? That's too inhumane. Jianghu shouted, and the group of people also enthusiastically asked Sassafras to continue speaking. Alright, but you all have to remember this matter must not be spread out or else there will be big trouble. Sassafras took a good attitude, looked around and lowered his voice. More than 10 years ago, a big matter happened in Soaring Cloud Academy. It was because of this matter that the sect leader's cultivation has been stagnant. What matter? Everyone swallowed their saliva. Our sect leader had no wife or children in his life, and only took in 2 disciples. The cause of this matter was because of these 2 disciples. Of these 2 disciples, the eldest brother was diligent, and the second junior brother was intelligent. Both of them were outstanding, and the sect leader also taught them with all his heart without holding back. The 2 of them also worked hard, and in terms of strength they were neck and neck and neither was inferior to the other. However, because the 2 of them had different temperaments, the sect leader's teaching methods were somewhat different. He praised the eldest brother, but was harsh and strict towards the second junior brother. This caused the second junior brother to misunderstand the sect leader's intentions, thinking that the sect leader was biased towards the eldest brother. Because of this hatred, the second junior brother gradually distanced himself from the eldest brother, and his heart became more and more depressed, to the point where he found an evil secret art from somewhere to practice. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Sassafras continued to speak and everyone listened attentively. Who would have thought that Sassafras was born with a sharp tongue, and his storytelling skills were definitely top-notch. His words were incisive, and in just a few words, he had revealed the grudge between the brother and the second brother in front of everyone. Yang Kai only listened in silence and did not interrupt. He felt that this matter should be true, but Sassafras had also exaggerated. Chapter 44. After cultivating this secret art, the second junior brother's temperament changed greatly, but his strength also increased greatly. Unexpectedly, the eldest brother was not his opponent. The second junior brother thought that because his strength had increased, the sect master would favor him. However, the matter of him cultivating this secret art was finally discovered by the sect master. The sect master was heartbroken and decided to cripple his cultivation. However, before the sect master could act, the second junior brother had already received the news in advance. This news caused the second junior brother's mind to be completely swallowed up by the demonic chi, becoming the demon race. That night more than 10 years ago, High Heaven Pavilion was bathed in blood. The eldest brother died tragically on the spot, while the second junior brother fled for his life. At this point, Sassafras paused for a moment, turning his head to see everyone nervously holding their breaths, listening attentively. Feeling satisfied, he continued, "Overnight, the sect master's hair turned white. Of his 2 most proud disciples, one died and the other became the demon race. The blow to him can be imagined. Since then, the sect leader has lived in seclusion and very few people have seen his shadow. Everyone thought that his soul had been shattered and that he had passed away. Who would have thought that after a few years, the sect leader would once again come out of seclusion? This time, he had personally captured his second disciple and sealed him in the coiling dragon stream." Yang Kai's heart suddenly moved, suddenly remembering the last words of the mysterious 11th elder. "I didn't come here to see a treasure, I came here to see a person." See who? Undoubtedly, it was the person sealed in the coiling dragon stream. Could it be that this 11th elder, Sassafras continued, but after this incident, the sect master was unable to break through to the immortal ascension boundary and could only remain at this stage. If this knot is not untied, he will not be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. After listening to the story, everyone couldn't help but sigh, feeling pity for High Heaven Pavilion sect master, cursing the second disciple who had fallen into the devil's path. Yang Kai's mood was also fluctuating. Was this 11th elder really the demon race? If Sassafras' story was true, then this old man was very likely to be the sect master. At this moment, a burst of lively noise came from the front. Raising his head, Kai Yang saw that there was a large open space in the middle of the forest. At this moment, there was a boiling cauldron of voices, like a huge market. The disciples of the nearby 3 sects had all gathered here. Large and small stalls were filled with a dazzling array of goods. It was a feast for the eyes. There were even dozens of wooden houses next to it. The wooden houses were built very simply. Some were big and some were small. The small ones were for people to live in, while the big ones were for people to shelter from the wind and rain. They could accommodate many people. Because it was a sunny day, the disciples of the 3 sects had set up their stalls in an empty space. The Black Wind Trade Market was a completely different world. Alright, we're here. Su Mu's main purpose this time was to bring Kai Yang here, to let him know of the existence of this place. In the future, if he had any needs, he could come here to trade. This place is not bad. Yang Kai looked at the people coming and going in the market with a somewhat excited expression. Sassafras laughed, of course. Here we have everything that we low-level cultivators want. Moreover, we don't have to worry about safety. The 3 sects all have experts here to maintain law and order. Do you see those small wooden houses? That is where the High Heaven Pavilion disciples are stationed. My sister is inside. Your sister? Yang Kai looked at him and suddenly remembered that last time when Sassafras came looking for trouble, he said that his sister was a core disciple. Core disciples were the future hope of High Heaven Pavilion. Sassafras suddenly became alert. I'm warning you, don't even think about having any ideas about my sister. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Sassafras said again, but even if you have any ideas about her, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Is your sister very strong? Of course. Yuan Qi 3rd stage. Not many people in the younger generation can be her opponent. Yang Kai was slightly moved. As a disciple of the younger generation, being able to cultivate to the Yuan Qi stage was already very rare. Above the Yuan Qi stage was the Immortal Ascension stage, which was the sect leader's current stage. If your sister is so strong, why are you only at the tempered body stage? Yang Kai looked at Sassafras with a puzzled expression. As if he had been poked at a sore spot, Sassafras' face suddenly became embarrassed. After a long time he said, Isn't it because I want to play? But don't worry, I will definitely cultivate diligently in the future. I can't let a trial disciple like you surpass me. Yang Kai nodded slightly. It seemed that the suffering of the past few days had aroused Sassafras' competitive spirit. Let's go, I will take you to see my sister first. With her protection, it will be more convenient to do things in Black Wind Trade. Speaking of going to see Sassafras' sister, the group's expression immediately became serious. Even Sassafras himself tidied up his clothes and flicked off all the dust on his body. It was obvious that Sassafras was very afraid of his sister, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that he respected and worshipped her. What is Sassafras' sister's name? Yang Kai asked Li Yuntian in a low voice. Su Yan. Her name was not bad, but he didn't know what kind of person she was. Not long after, the group arrived at one of the wooden houses. Yang Kai looked up and found that not only this wooden house, but also the other wooden houses next to it had the words High Heaven Pavilion hanging on them. It seemed that these houses were all occupied by the experts of High Heaven Pavilion. Sassafras was a little nervous. He gently breathed in and carefully walked up the stairs. Then, he elegantly raised his hand and gently knocked a few times. His voice was as obedient as a kitten's. Sister, I've come to see you. Li Yuntian and the others tried their best to hold back their laughter, their shoulders shaking. Yang Kai also couldn't help but laugh. Sassafras seemed to know the expressions of the group behind him and couldn't help but glare at them. Come in. A somewhat cold voice came from inside. It was like a mountain stream refreshing everyone's eyes and ears. Sassafras waved at everyone and stepped inside. Walking into the house, Kai Yang quietly glanced around. He discovered that this house was even more simple and crude than his own cabin. There was nothing inside, but once he entered the house, the noise and bustle outside was suddenly cut off, making it very quiet. There should be something mysterious about this wooden house, Otherwise it wouldn't have such an effect. Just as he was looking around the house, Sassafras suddenly screamed. Yang Kai looked over and saw Sassafras half squatting on the ground while holding his head. Not far in front of him, there was a woman in white clothes with an ice-cold expression. This woman had a head of beautiful black hair that was tied into a cloud bun. She had crescent-shaped willow leaf eyebrows, a pair of slender and bright eyes, a delicate nose, rosy cheeks, delicate cherry lips, skin that was like snow jade and tender like honey. Her figure was graceful and slender, and she was indescribably charming. However, her temperament was unusually cold, causing the temperature of the wooden house to drop a few degrees. At this moment, this woman was sitting cross-legged on the ground, coldly looking at Sassafras. Needless to say, this was Su Yan. "Do you know why I hit you?" Su Yan asked. Sassafras shook his head. Seeing the ominous light in his sister's eyes, he quickly nodded. "Tell me." Su Yan's voice was very soft, but there was a kind of feeling that made people unable to resist. Kai Yang now understood why Su Mu was so afraid of his elder sister. Who would have this kind of elder sister who wouldn't be able to stand it, even if she was an absolute beauty? Chapter 45. Because I was beaten up by someone, Sassafras did not dare to ignore his sister's question, and as he answered, he secretly glanced at Su Yan. Su Yan's face was cold. "Why were you beaten up?" "My skills were not as good as others." Sassafras lowered his head. "Why were you not as good as others?" Su Yan asked. Sassafras stuttered, "I didn't cultivate properly." Su Yan nodded slightly. "At least you have some self-awareness. Do you know what to do in the future?" "Yes." "Remember what you said today. If you dare to play around in the future, the one who will beat you up will not be someone else but me." Sassafras's expression changed, and he repeatedly promised that he would cultivate diligently and not disappoint his sister's expectations. After teaching Sassafras a lesson, Su Yan raised her head and looked at the people behind him. Her beautiful eyes swept across them and fixed on Yang Kai. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes and she said, "You were the one who beat up Cheng Xiaofeng?" Yang Kai secretly thought that this senior sister was very well informed. Even though she was cultivating here, she still knew what was happening outside. He nodded slightly and said, "Yes. You're more promising than Sassafras." Su Yan didn't pay too much attention to it. Kai Yang didn't look very old, but he was at least 15 to 16 years old. Even now he was only at the tempered body 8th stage, so his aptitude shouldn't be too good. Naturally he wouldn't enter her eyes. The only reason she was willing to talk to Kai Yang was because he had saved Su Mu's life. "Let me give you a piece of advice. Please speak, senior sister." Yang Kai's expression was calm. "Stay away from Sassafras. If you continue to stay with him, your achievements will end here." Yang Kai smiled slightly but did not reply. She could belittle Sassafras but Yang Kai could not. Sassafras heard this and his face immediately turned bitter, but he did not dare to say anything. "Go out, I want to cultivate." Su Yan said and closed her eyes again. The group of people quietly left the room and closed the door. They looked at each other and couldn't help but gasp for air. The pressure inside was too great. Although the beauty was pleasing to the eye, they were afraid that even their bodies and minds would be sealed in ice after a long time. "I'm going to take a look at the progress of the Dan I had people refine a few days ago," Li Yuntian said, then took his leave. "I want to go too." A few people quickly followed. Not long after, everyone dispersed and went about their own business. Only Sassafras and Yang Kai were left. Yang Kai saw that Sassafras seemed to have something to do as well, so he smiled and said, "Junior brother, go ahead and do your own thing. I'll just walk around here." Sassafras nodded. "Sure. Let me know if you see anything you like. I'll help you check it out. Although most of the people here are decent, there are still some who are treacherous. Don't let them take advantage of you." After parting ways with Sassafras, Yang Kai casually walked around Black Wind Trade. The disciples of the three sects were all sitting around with stalls in front of them. They had things they wanted to sell or put up signs to say what they wanted to buy. Some of them were shouting loudly like vegetable sellers in the market, promoting their goods with enthusiasm. Some had arrogant expressions and put on an expression that said it was up to them whether they wanted to buy or not, putting on airs to lure others into taking the bait. Some of them were bored and actually cultivated on the spot, not fearing that their goods would be taken away by others. There were all kinds of appearances and so on and so forth. After walking for a while, Yang Kai found that the stalls here were not only for selling and buying things. There were also some low-level alchemists who put up signs to refine Dan for others, and did not accept a single cent. Don't think that they were doing something good. In fact, they just needed to use other people's materials to practice. These people did not have enough experience in alchemy. 8 out of 10 of their furnaces were broken, so these stalls were relatively quiet. However, there were not many of these stalls. After all, alchemists were relatively rare. Yang Kai had been paying attention to Yang attribute items. In fact, before he entered this Black Wind trade, the origin of Yang on his chest had already reacted. The chaotic reaction showed that there were many Yang attribute treasures here. But along the way, Kai Yang had discovered that many things were of a lower grade. The Yang Qi contained within those herbs was not as dense as the one that overflowed from the coiling dragon stream, so he naturally wouldn't be interested in them. He also took a fancy to a few items, but after asking about the price, he could only shake his head and sigh. The price was too high, and it was not something that he could afford right now. After walking around for an hour, Yang Kai still had not found anything. However, he figured out the price of the small Qi recovery pills. Because the small Qi recovery pills were only for body tempering realm level 7 to level 9 cultivator, this kind of Dan was only worth about 50 taels. The bottle that Sassafras gave him had 10 Dan pills, which was worth about 500 taels. 500 taels was not enough to do anything. The stall in front of him had a fiery red stone. Yang Kai could clearly feel the hot Yang Qi coming from it. It was many times denser than the one in the coiling dragon stream. Yang Kai estimated that if he absorbed the Yang Qi in this stone, he would be able to condense at least 2 to 3 drops of Yang liquid. This was equivalent to many days of bitter cultivation. Even though he knew that the stall owner in front of him was not easy to get along with, he would definitely ask for a high price. Yang Kai did not give up and squatted down in front of him. The stall owner's face was cold as if someone owed him money. He only glanced at Yang Kai and then ignored him. Yang Kai pretended to pick up the other items and asked for the price. The stall owner was a man of few words and casually answered. Then Yang Kai casually picked up the fiery red stone and asked, "How much is this?" The stall owner sneered and this time said a few more words. "This is the most expensive item in the stall, 3,000 taels." Yang Kai completely lost his mind. This was a completely sky-high price. This price was too far from his bottom line. How could he negotiate? Just as he put down the items and was about to stand up, Yang Kai felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw a charming woman smiling at him. "It really is you." Umair was a bit surprised. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai frowned. To be honest, he did not have a good impression of this wanton woman. Although she was dressed quite neatly, her impudence that day had already left a bad impression on Yang Kai. Sensing Yang Kai's coldness, Umair glared at him and said, "Nothing, I just came to say hello. And goodbye." Yang Kai indifferently replied and turned to leave. "Hey." Umair followed closely behind and walked together with Yang Kai. Intentionally or unintentionally, her delicate body stuck close to him. While walking, she also observed Yang Kai's reaction. After walking for an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai was a bit depressed. He found that this woman was not only flirtatious but also thick-skinned. He clearly did not want to pay attention to her, but she still refused to leave. "Why are you following me?" Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and was a bit unhappy. "I'm not following you. This is Black Wind Trade City, I'm just strolling around. What's wrong, do you care about me?" Umair laughed. "Don't follow me anymore, be careful or I won't be polite to you." Yang Kai was angry. Not only was Umair not afraid, she was even eager to try. "How will you not be polite? Like last time?" Chapter 46. Yang Kai didn't have a good way to deal with this woman's pestering, so he could only ignore her. Umair could also see Yang Kai's indifference, so she didn't dare to tease him anymore. She just followed him like a shadow. Following the direction of the origin of Yang seal, Yang Kai walked for a while before stopping in front of a stall. After taking a quick look, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He found that the items in this stall were quite good and most of them were to his liking. Those round stones were the size of a baby's fist, emitting a rich hot Yang Qi. They were much better than the ones in the previous stall, but they weren't as big. The price shouldn't be more expensive than the previous one, right? Yang Kai couldn't decide, but the stall owner enthusiastically greeted him. "Little brother, what have you taken a fancy to?" My items here are good quality and cheap, so don't miss this opportunity. Whether you use them for yourself or resell them, they are all profitable transactions. Bracing himself, Yang Kai asked, "How much are these stones?" The stall owner looked down and smiled. "You're talking about the Yang inflammation stones? They're not expensive, just 500 taels each." Yang Kai's face darkened. Although he knew that this price was fair, he still shook his head. That's a bit expensive. He only had about 500 taels on him. The stall owner smiled and shook his head. "Little brother is joking. My items here are clearly marked, so I definitely won't ask for too much. You can go to other stalls and see their prices. Then you'll know how much I can offer." These words were true. Yang Kai hadn't bought anything on the way here, but he had heard a lot about the prices and knew that this stall owner's prices weren't high. But this was business, so of course he had to haggle. Helpless, Yang Kai could only engage in a war of words with the stall owner, trying to get the other party to give him some benefits. But the stall owner kept shaking his head. In the end, the stall owner became depressed and had no choice but to say, "Little brother, these things don't belong to me. I'm selling them on behalf of the gang, so I can only sell more, not less. Otherwise, I'll have to pay for it out of my own pocket. Please don't make things difficult for me." The gang? Yang Kai was stunned. He turned his head to look at Hu Mei, who was standing at the side. There was only one gang in the vicinity, the Blood Group. Hu Mei smiled sweetly. "That's right, this is my family's stall. Do you want these stones?" Yang Kai nodded. "Promise me one thing and I'll give you all of these stones." Hu Mei rolled her eyes. "Miss." The stall owner's expression changed drastically. If he lost this batch of goods, he would be in big trouble. "Don't worry, I'll tell father." Hu Mei comforted him. When the stall owner heard this, he immediately shut up. "How is it? You just need to promise me one thing." Hu Mei beamed with delight. "For you men, it's a very simple matter. Don't even think about it." Yang Kai flatly refused. He didn't need to think to know what Hu Mei was planning. "You." Hu Mei angrily glared at Yang Kai. Her eyes looked as if she wanted to eat him. In fact, she wasn't very interested in Yang Kai. It was just that when she took the initiative to seduce him that day, he wasn't conquered. This made Hu Mei somewhat depressed. Not only that, she also suffered a small loss. There wasn't a single man who wouldn't be tempted by her beauty. Hu Mei firmly believed in this point. She wanted to make Yang Kai yield. When he yielded, she would withdraw and properly watch him make a fool of himself. If Hu Mei wanted men, she could just casually wave her finger and there would be a pile of them. If she didn't have other motives, how could she wrong herself like this? She was flirtatious and wanton, but that was just a facade. A facade to confuse others. "I don't believe that I can't conquer you." Hu Mei's heart hardened. Rolling her eyes, Hu Mei said to the stall owner, "Sell it to him at a cheaper price." The stall owner scowled miserably. "That's not good. I said sell it to him at a cheaper price." Hu Mei lightly gritted her teeth, her charming eyes cold. Just as the stall owner was about to nod, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "No need, just 500 taels. If he bought it for 500 taels, he wouldn't make a profit, but he wouldn't lose out either. It was the market price." As he said this, he took out the bottle of chi recovery pills and said, "Can I use these pills to exchange for it?" The trade market here also had the rules of bartering. Finished pills could generally be circulated. "Sure." The stall owner nodded. "This bottle of chi recovery pills has 10 pills. It's about 500 taels. You can count them." Yang Kai threw the chi recovery pills to him and then picked up a yang inflammation stone from the stall. The moment it entered his hand, Yang Kai felt a surge of yang energy. He immediately felt happy as he knew that this transaction was the right one. Hu Mei gritted her teeth hatefully. Yang Kai's actions clearly showed that he didn't want to owe her a favor, which meant that her goodwill just now was wasted. The stall owner observed her expression and knew that this lady with a bad reputation was probably thinking about Yang Kai. Although the transaction just now was fair, the stall owner knew that his lady wasn't very happy. After thinking for a while, he picked up something from the stall and said, "Little brother, if you don't mind, I'll give you this seed. It won't sell for much anyway." "What seed?" Yang Kai took it and actually felt a bit of yang qi from the seed. However, this yang qi was very weak. "The seed of the three-sun fruit. We found it when we were helping to mine the yang inflammation stone," the stall owner said truthfully. "The fruit produced by this fruit tree is a low-grade earth-grade spirit fruit, but it takes a long time to mature." Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. He thought to himself, "Why would I want a seed? If this thing was planted, it wouldn't bear fruit for at least 10 years. However, since the other party had good intentions, Yang Kai couldn't very well refuse. After all, this thing wasn't very valuable, so there was no harm in accepting it. Thanks. Yang Kai stood up and put the seed and the Yang inflammation stone into his pocket. A bottle of Qi recovery pills was already gone, so Yang Kai was too lazy to stay here any longer. After looking for Sassafras and the others for a while, Yang Kai didn't see them. Thus he walked towards Black Wind Forest alone. Behind him, Hu Mei Air refused to leave. She followed him like a tail with an angry expression on her face. He had to think of a way to get rid of her. Otherwise, if she followed him to Sky Tower, who knew what others would think of him? This woman's reputation wasn't very good. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly deviated from the main road and walked towards the depths of Black Wind Forest. As he walked, he turned around and laughed coldly at Hu Mei Air. The meaning was self-evident. It was as if he was saying that if she dared to follow him, he would first rape and then kill her, then rape and then kill her. A sinister feeling arose spontaneously. Hu Mei Air was frightened by his laughter. Seeing Yang Kai actually walk into the forest, she hesitated. Speaking of which, she wasn't familiar with Yang Kai. If she followed him in and he really did something to her, what should she do? That day she had seen Yang Kai's strength and knew that she wasn't his match. If he went berserk, she might end up with scars all over her body. After hesitating for a moment, Hu Mei Air suddenly stomped her feet and followed him in. She was 80% sure that Yang Kai was just scaring her. Seeing that Hu Mei Air really did follow him in, Yang Kai was immediately annoyed. The reason why he did this was to scare Hu Mei Air off. However, he didn't expect that this woman's courage would be so great and cause his plan to fail. In a moment, anger rose from his heart and he became bold. He thought to himself, wait until we reach a place where there's no one and I'll let you know my strength. Chapter 47. When Yang Kai and Hu Mei Air's figures entered the depths of the forest one after the other, two figures flashed out from behind a tree not far away. One of them looked at the direction Yang Kai disappeared with a bone-deep hatred. His handsome face still had some bruises. With one look, it was clear that he had been beaten up recently. The other person's eyes were malicious, staring at Hu Mei Air's swaying hips, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Junior brother Cheng, you were beaten up by that kind of person? The young man with a cold expression looked at Cheng Xiaofeng with some interest. Although you just entered the initial element stage, you shouldn't be unable to beat him. That brat looks like he's only in the tempered body stage. Cheng Xiaofeng's face was embarrassed. I was a bit careless at that time and that guy was really strange. When he fought, he didn't care about his life at all. When I stabbed my sword, he actually blocked it with his palm. When my sword passed through, he didn't even make a sound. Not only did he stop my sword, he also grabbed one of my arms. Because of this, I lost. That's a bit interesting, but I don't know who is fiercer between him and me. Cheng Xiaofeng smiled. Naturally, brother Nu Tao is more powerful. How could he compare to you? Have you investigated his identity? Don't provoke some master being. Nu Tao asked with some worry. Yes, this brat is just a trial disciple in Sky Tower. He has no background. Even if we kill this kind of person, there's no harm. Haha, trial disciple? As far as I know, Sky Tower has less than 10 trial disciples, right? He's one of them? Nu Tao seemed to have heard something funny, but when he heard the words trial disciple, Nu Tao's worry disappeared. This kind of person was Sky Tower's disgrace. If he personally dealt with him, it would be equivalent to doing Sky Tower a big favor. Originally, I was worried about the Black Wind Forest with so many people coming and going, so it wouldn't be convenient to act. But I didn't expect this brat to be greedy for beauty and actually go with that slut into the depths of the forest to do some dirty things. The heavens are really helping me. Nu Tao laughed incomparably obscenely. It seems that junior brother not only can take revenge this time, but also have good luck with women. It's really killing two birds with one stone. Cheng Xiaofeng also laughed. Brother, what are you saying? You are the helper I invited. How could junior brother enjoy all the good things by himself? Later, when big brother has a taste of the soup, junior brother will support you. Although that slut Hu Mei Air is licentious, she is still young, so her body is definitely not bad. Junior brother is really something. Nu Tao couldn't wait any longer and said, let's go. There's no time to lose. Let's catch up and find a chance to make a move. From their point of view, killing Yang Kai was just a small matter. To be able to sleep with Hu Mei Er in broad daylight, with the sky as their bed and the earth as their back, was what they were looking forward to the most. As for whether or not Hu Mei Er would retaliate after this, there was no need to consider. This slut could be married to anyone. As long as she was satisfied, she would be overjoyed. How could she bear to retaliate? Presumably, when the time came, she would only be immersed in the pleasure of being forcefully humiliated. She wouldn't consider anything else. The two of them weren't virgins. Normally, they would seek pleasure in the brothels of Black Plum Village. Naturally, they knew that a woman like Hu Mei Er had some special fetishes. In the depths of Black Wind Forest, Yang Kai continued to walk while turning his head and sneering. At the beginning, Hu Mei Er was still a bit worried, but now that she saw that Yang Kai was only deliberately mystifying her, she was no longer afraid. Not only was she not afraid, she actually caught up to Yang Kai's pace. Intimately holding onto his hand, she squeezed her soft and supple bosom onto Yang Kai's arm. Yang Kai's heart was like a monkey and like a horse galloping, but when he thought of this woman's style, his aroused interest immediately disappeared. "What are you trying to do?" Yang Kai was a bit angry. "Accompany me once. I won't bother you in the future." There was no one around. Hu Mei Er's mouth didn't hold back, daring to say such shameful words. "In your dreams. Am I not beautiful?" Hu Mei Er's eyes were like silk. "Is my figure not good? Don't tell me you're not even a little bit moved?" A woman is divided into outside and inside. Your outside is not bad and you have the capital to be proud of, but your inside is unbearable to look at. Yang Kai coldly looked at her. These words were a bit heavy. Hu Mei Er's face fell as she coldly said, "You think I'm dirty?" "Yes," Yang Kai bluntly said. Hu Mei Er's charming face turned cold as she sneered, "You're just a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. Although my strength isn't as high as yours, I'm still the little princess of blood group. For me to take a fancy to you is your good fortune. You actually don't know how to appreciate favors. Do you know how many people outside have designs on me? Then little princess can go find those people, why bother me?" Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. "Yang Kai, don't be so shameless. If I go back and tell my father that I was insulted by you here, even if you're a member of High Heaven Pavilion, you won't be able to see tomorrow's sun." Hu Mei Er shouted with all her might. Yang Kai's attitude had thoroughly angered her, causing her to lose all face. After all, her status wasn't low. When had she ever been insulted like this? Yang Kai coldly smiled. "Dare I ask, little princess, if I were to kill you here, would you still have the opportunity to go back and complain?" Hu Mei Er was stunned. Just now, she was so angry that she completely forgot that this was the depths of Black Wind Forest. If Yang Kai really dared to make a move, she absolutely wouldn't have the chance to leave this place alive. Moreover, this was definitely the best place to kill and dispose of a corpse. Could be said that if she really died here, then she would have died in vain. Thinking of this, Hu Mei Er immediately vigilantly looked at Yang Kai. She hurriedly retreated a few steps and said in a trembling voice, "You're joking, right?" "My patience is limited," Yang Kai indifferently said. Hu Mei Er glared at him, her eyes filled with humiliation and anger, but she didn't dare to do anything. She wasn't sure if Yang Kai's words just now were a joke or if he was serious. Just as Hu Mei Er was at a loss, Yang Kai's expression changed and he vigilantly looked to the side. Intentionally or not, Yang Kai's footsteps flashed and blocked in front of Hu Mei Er. Staring at a large tree, he lightly shouted, "Come out." Hearing this, Hu Mei Er was extremely shocked, but in the next moment she understood what was going on. Two people suddenly flashed out from behind the tree, sneering as they walked over. These two people's laughter was sinister and strange. One person stared at Yang Kai, the other stared at Hu Mei Er. "Qing Xiaofeng Nu Tao?" Hu Mei Er clearly recognized them and immediately called out in confusion. In the blink of an eye, she understood why these two people would appear here. This time, Yang Kai was afraid that he would be in danger. Being stared at by Nu Tao's unbridled and unbearably obscene gaze made Hu Mei Er's entire body uneasy. She couldn't help but slightly wrinkle her brows and quietly shrink behind Yang Kai. "Sister Mei Er, this time, we only came to take this brat's life. You should move to the side, we don't want to hurt you." Qing Xiaofeng stood 5 zhang in front of Yang Kai and slowly pulled out the sword at his waist as he spoke to Hu Mei Er. Nu Tao laughed sinisterly, "That's right. If you get hurt, my heart will ache." Chapter 48. Both Qing Xiaofeng and Nu Tao had already stated their purpose for coming here. Yang Kai was slightly shocked. He didn't expect these two to be so vicious and merciless. Just because of a dispute, they actually went to the point of killing. While he was vigilant, Hu Mei quietly whispered into Yang Kai's ear, "Yang Kai, if you don't want to die, listen to me obediently." That Nu Tao was already at the 5th level of the initial element realm half a month ago. His strength isn't something Qing Xiaofeng can compare to. Moreover, there are two of them now. You definitely aren't their match. You have a way to deal with him? Yang Kai was puzzled. I can't deal with him, but they definitely won't dare to kill me. As long as you satisfy my request, I can guarantee your safety. Hu Mei's identity was there. If she wanted to protect Yang Kai, Qing Xiaofeng and Nu Tao would have to give her face. At most, they would beat Yang Kai up to vent their anger. No need. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. You'd rather die than agree? Hu Mei looked at Yang Kai as if she was looking at an idiot. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Sorry, I'm a bit of a clean freak. Besides, who lives and who dies we'll know after we fight. Yang Kai calmly looked at the two people in front of him. After getting this answer, Hu Mei's expression kept changing. After a while, she coldly laughed. Gritting her teeth, she hatefully said, "If that's the case, then you should conduct yourself with dignity." After saying this, she retreated a few feet and put on an appearance of watching with folded arms. Qing Xiaofeng laughed loudly. Sister Mei is so obedient. I knew Sister Mei wouldn't make things difficult for me. Hu Mei squeezed out an ugly smile. It was unknown what she was thinking in her heart. Nu Tao laughed strangely. Sizing up Yang Kai, he calmly crossed his hands behind his back and slowly shook his head. You're called Yang Kai, right? Don't blame me when you reach the underworld. You can only blame yourself for meddling in other people's business. Do you want to end it yourself or do you want me to do it? This tone was extremely arrogant. Yang Kai smiled and said, If you want my life, then take it with your own ability. As he said this, he secretly activated the True Yang tactics. Who would have thought that as soon as he activated the True Yang tactics, Yang Kai clearly felt an intense heat in his chest and entered his meridians. This heat was mixed with a huge amount of Yang Qi. Yang Kai was shocked, but before he could react, his meridians had already adapted to the intense pain, and the large amount of Yang Qi continued to flow into his meridians. 2. Yuan? Yang? A moment later there was another light dripping sound. After 3 breaths of time, 2 drops of Yang liquid were formed. However, one of the drops disappeared as soon as it was formed. At this moment, the fierce Yang Qi suddenly stopped moving. Yang Inflammation Stone. Yang Kai suddenly recovered and took out the Yang Inflammation Stone from his chest. He had spent a bottle of Qi recovery pills to exchange for it. But how could this stone, which was originally filled with Yang Qi, still have its original appearance? The energy inside was completely gone. In such a short time, it had all been absorbed by him. The result was 2 drops of Yang liquid. However, one of the drops had disappeared. Including the one that originally existed in the Dantian, there were still 2 drops left. This absorption speed was too fast, right? It was almost like force feeding. He didn't even have time to react. Qing Xiaofeng and Nu Tao saw the changes on Yang Kai's side. The abnormality on Yang Kai's chest made them somewhat confused, but Nu Tao was experienced in fighting. He immediately waved his hand and said, Junior brother Cheng, come with me. I'm afraid something unexpected will happen. Qing Xiaofeng couldn't wait for Yang Kai to die as soon as possible. He didn't hesitate and rushed forward with his sword in hand, looking fierce. The 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, were as fast as the wind. In the blink of an eye they arrived in front of Yang Kai. After all, Nu Tao's strength was higher, so his movements were faster. The Yuan Qi on his fist surged and suddenly smashed towards Yang Kai's face. Initial element realm level 5. His body had already gathered a lot of Yuan Qi, so at this time, the cultivator's fighting strength couldn't be underestimated. Nu Tao's fist had a faint whistling sound. It was obvious that he had used some kind of martial skill. Yang Kai didn't dodge. He also met the attack with a punch. Peng! Yang Kai's wrist emitted the sound of breaking bones. His clenched fist felt as if it had been cut by countless blades. In an instant, numerous wounds appeared on his palm, and his body involuntarily retreated a few steps. Nu Tao let out a strange cry. He felt that his fist had smashed into a red-hot iron. His skin and flesh were burning painfully. He shouted, What a hot Yuan Qi! With his initial element realm level 5 strength, he couldn't resist the invasion of a tempered body cultivator, Yuan Qi. This was really strange. The two of them fought for a while and then retreated. Qing Xiaofeng rushed forward with his sword. With a vengeful anger, he stabbed towards Yang Kai. He wanted to cut him down on the spot. After eating Nu Tao's fist, Yang Kai's blood began to boil again. A warm feeling quickly emerged from his bones, and after the warmth spread, it was as if he had an inexhaustible amount of strength. His eyes slowly turned scarlet, and his originally gentle face became ferocious and crazy. Facing Qing Xiaofeng's sword, Yang Kai grabbed it with one hand. Qing Xiaofeng sneered, "Last time I suffered at your hands. Do you think this young master will fall in the same place again?" As he spoke, his sword changed. It turned from a stab to a sweep. He wanted to cut off Yang Kai's fingers. Yang Kai's reaction wasn't slow either. Sensing the change in his opponent's sword, his fingers changed from a grab to a grab. Pooh! The long sword still cut Yang Kai's fingers. At this moment, Qing Xiaofeng's face bloomed with joy. Hu Mei covered her mouth. She couldn't bear it. But when she thought of Yang Kai's attitude towards her, Hu Mei felt that he should be cut into pieces. How is this possible? Qing Xiaofeng cried out in alarm. He found that his sword didn't cut off Yang Kai's fingers. After all, this was a sharp weapon. How strong could a mere tempered body cultivator's body be? Even if someone in the initial element stage was hit by this sword, they wouldn't be able to come out unscathed. Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Seeing his scarlet eyes, Qing Xiaofeng panicked. He hurriedly retreated while shouting, "Brother Nu, save me." Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai had already pounced forward. A drop of yang liquid in the dantian moved according to his will and condensed at the tip of his finger. He pointed his finger and hit Qing Xiaofeng's forehead. Qing Xiaofeng opened his mouth wide. His breathing suddenly stopped and he fell on his back. On his forehead, there was a hole the size of a chopstick. It ran through his entire skull. The hole was smooth and flat, and there wasn't even a trace of blood flowing out. Qing Xiaofeng's eyes were wide open. He died with an expression of grievance. Ah! Two cries of alarm sounded at the same time. They were the voices of Nu Tao and Hu Mei. Chapter 49. Qing Xiaofeng was dead. Without any warning, he died at the hands of Yang Kai. Last time, when Yang Kai fought with the disciples of Stormhouse, Hu Mei also watched from beginning to end. Although she knew that Yang Kai's strength was amazing, she didn't expect him to be this strong. Qing Xiaofeng, who was at the first level of the initial element realm, was killed by Yang Kai with just one finger. What kind of martial skill was that? Why did it have such a strong power? The hole in Qing Xiaofeng's forehead was clearly burned by a kind of extreme yang energy. At this moment, Hu Mei was panicking. After seeing Yang Kai's thunderous killing methods, she understood that Yang Kai wasn't joking. He really dared to kill, and he also had the ability to kill. Nu Tao was also extremely shocked. He had just exchanged a punch with Yang Kai, and before he could make a second move, his own junior brother had died in front of him. This unforeseen event really made him flabbergasted. "You actually killed junior brother Cheng." Nu Tao screamed, "What kind of method did you use?" The power of that finger was too strong. It was definitely an incredible martial skill. Nu Tao was a little scared, afraid that he wouldn't be able to block it. "You also want to die." Yang Kai naturally understood the principle of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. These two people followed him here today to kill him. Facing such enemies, Yang Kai wouldn't be lenient. The situation this time was different from last time. Last time it was only a group fight, so Yang Kai would still be lenient. But facing an enemy who wanted his life, it would be stupid to be lenient. Seeing Yang Kai hurriedly rushing towards him, Nu Tao suddenly laughed. "Stop bluffing, give me your life." As he shouted, he punched out with both fists towards Yang Kai. His opponent was only at the tempered body realm. How much Yuan Qi could he have? The power of that move just now was definitely not small. In other words, he wouldn't be able to use that kind of method again. That's why Nu Tao was so fearless. Who would have thought that after exchanging blows, Nu Tao would realize that he was wrong? This Yang Kai could actually use Yuan Qi. Every time he fought with him, he could feel a hot energy from his moves. This energy made Nu Tao suffer again and again. Although he had a higher realm than Yang Kai, he couldn't suppress him at all. Nu Tao used all of his tricks, moving left and right. He didn't dare to confront Yang Kai directly. He only wanted to fight a battle of attrition. When Yang Kai's yuan qi was completely depleted, his opponent would be a fish on the chopping board. Nu Tao's idea and strategy weren't wrong. To deal with ordinary body tempering stage disciples, this method was the most effective. It would definitely be able to take down the enemy with the least cost. But Yang Kai was different. He had just absorbed all the power of Yang Inflammation Stone from the Yang Inflammation Stone. His meridians were full of yuan qi. If he really continued to consume it, perhaps Nu Tao would be exhausted first. Very soon Nu Tao realized that something was wrong. At the very beginning, Kai Yang's performance was indeed like that of a tempered body cultivator. Whether it was the speed or strength of his fists, although they were stronger than the average person, they still didn't exceed the limits of a tempered body cultivator. But with the passage of time, along with the various wounds he had inflicted on Kai Yang's body, this Kai Yang's strength was rising steadily. Each punch was faster than the previous one, and the strength behind each punch was also getting stronger and stronger. What made Nu Tao fearful the most was that the burning hot power contained within each of his moves was actually getting stronger and stronger. It was as if as time passed, this Yang Kai's strength was rapidly increasing. What was going on? When a cultivator fought, as the yuan qi in his body was depleted, his battle strength would only get lower and lower. How could this be reversed? In a short time, Nu Tao could no longer dodge Yang Kai's attacks. He couldn't dodge in time and his chest was hit by Yang Kai's fist. The heavy force almost made Nu Tao breathless, and the hot energy that invaded his body was as fierce as fire. Looking at Yang Kai's red eyes, Nu Tao had the thought of retreating. After a feint, Nu Tao suddenly pulled back and quickly flew away. While gasping for breath he shouted, "Yang Kai, you killed junior brother Cheng, you're dead." Initial element stage 5th level, he couldn't beat the enemy, but if he wanted to escape, the enemy couldn't do anything. Nu Tao was very confident about this because in the fight just now, he saw that Yang Kai didn't practice any body martial skill. If Nu Tao wanted to escape, Yang Kai couldn't stop him, and could only watch him flee more than 10 feet away. Suddenly Yang Kai's heart moved, and the last drop of Yang liquid in the dantian flashed to his fingertip. Immediately Yang Kai stretched out his other hand and pulled at his fingertip, and a shocking scene appeared. This drop of Yang liquid, in the blink of an eye, turned into a blood-red blade as thin as a cicada's wing. As soon as the blade was formed, it flew out under Yang Kai's control. With a so sound, a blood-red shadow cut through the air, and poured into Nu Tao's back. Nu Tao's running body suddenly stiffened, and with a thump, he fell to the ground. The dense forest was quiet, and occasionally the sound of insects and birds could be heard. Yang Kai was gasping for breath and his whole body was battered and exhausted. Hu Mei Er's legs were trembling, and her whole body was ice cold and her heart was cold. She didn't leave because she thought that when Yang Kai couldn't hold on, he would ask her for help. At that time she would be able to achieve her goal. But what she didn't expect was that the two Stormhouse disciples who came to kill Yang Kai were actually killed by Yang Kai instead. These two people were both at the initial element stage, one at the first stage and the other at the 5th stage. They joined hands to deal with a tempered body stage Yang Kai, and in the end not only did they fail, they even lost their lives. Everything was so unreal, so inexplicable. Suddenly Hu Mei Er's expression was startled. She found that Yang Kai had turned his head, and was staring at her with a gaze that seemed to want to eat her alive. Deep in his eyes, there was a glimmer of killing intent. Hu Mei Er subconsciously retreated a few steps. "If you dare to move, you will die." Yang Kai's cold voice sounded. "I won't move." Hu Mei Er's voice carried a bit of a sob, and her lower abdomen spasmed, almost causing her to lose her self-control on the spot. She was really frightened and wasn't sure whether or not Yang Kai wanted to kill her. In a matter of life and death, what could a young girl like her do? Although she was successful in the field of love, her strength really wasn't high. Yang Kai didn't care about her anymore, and instead rushed to Qing Xiaofeng and Nu Tao's side, wantonly plundering their bodies. After a short while, Yang Kai found some silver and 2 bottles of pills. There weren't many pills left in the 2 bottles, but they were still worth some money. It wasn't a loss. But it was a pity that he didn't have the Yang liquid he refined. Now, there was nothing left in the dantian, and after the big battle, more than half of the true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians had been consumed. "Are you short on money?" Hu Mei Er saw that Yang Kai was robbing the 2 corpses, and couldn't help but muster up her courage to say, "I can give it to you as long as you don't kill me." The current Humayer, how could she still dare to flirt in front of Yang Kai? Even her words were carefully spoken. Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. I'm not a bandit, why would I need your money? If I lack money I can earn it myself. Chapter 50. Humayer didn't dare to reply. She was afraid of angering Yang Kai if she spoke too much. Come here. Yang Kai suddenly waved at her. Humayer's delicate body trembled, tears welling up in her eyes. She bit her lips and looked at Yang Kai pleadingly, but her feet didn't dare to move at all. What are you afraid of? I'm telling you to come here, so come here. Yang Kai was a bit impatient. Helpless, Humayer could only walk towards Yang Kai. She slowly stopped 5 steps away from Yang Kai and looked at him with some fear. Sensing her fear, Yang Kai found it funny, but he still kept a straight face and said, Be good, I won't touch you. There was an irresistible sense of dominance in his indifferent tone. Humayer nodded vigorously, I'll be good. Yang Kai was satisfied. He bent down and carried Nu Tao's body on his shoulder. He looked at Qing Xiaofeng's body and said, Bring him along. Although it was disgusting, Humayer didn't dare to disobey. She squatted down and carried Qing Xiaofeng's body on her back. Although she was a young woman, she was still a cultivator. Carrying 100 or so pounds wasn't much of a burden to her. Follow me. Yang Kai looked around and then walked deeper into Black Wind Forest. Humayer didn't know what he wanted to do, but she didn't dare to ask. She could only blindly follow. Yang Kai wanted to dispose of the bodies. Although the place just now was considered deep in the forest, he couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be any men who would be interested and run there for a rendezvous. If someone saw it, it would be a troublesome matter. Although the probability of this happening was small, he had to guard against it. The cause of Qing Xiaofeng's and Nu Tao's deaths were very special. Both of them had their vital points pierced through by a scorching hot Yuan Li. If Stormhouse were to follow this trail and investigate, they might find out that it was him. So Yang Kai had to throw the bodies far away so that Stormhouse's people would never find them. The two of them walked one after the other into the depths of the forest. Humayer hesitated several times, but she endured it. More than 2 hours later, a lake suddenly appeared in front of them. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. This was it. After telling Humayer to put down the corpses, Yang Kai went to find 2 large rocks and tied them to Qing Xiaofeng and Nu Tao's corpses before sinking them to the bottom of the lake. Clapping his hands, Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, You are now my accomplice. You should know what to do, right? After saying that, he turned his head and looked at her indifferently. Hearing this, Humayer was not shocked but rather delighted. She nodded repeatedly, I know. For Yang Kai to say such words, it meant that he didn't have any malicious intentions towards her. Her life was saved. Humayer's body and mind relaxed and she couldn't help but sigh in relief. Smart. A smart girl will always have someone who likes her. Yang Kai laughed lightly. Speaking of which, Yang Kai really didn't know what to do with Humayer. If he didn't kill her, she would always be a hidden danger. She had seen everything that happened today. If he killed her, Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to do it. From beginning to end, Humayer didn't harm him. She only stood on the side and watched the show. Could it be that he killed her because of this reason? That was a little too unreasonable. After walking for so long, Yang Kai also thought it through. This time it was Qing Xiaofeng and Nu Tao who took the initiative to provoke him. If he didn't kill them, would he just sit there and wait for death? So even if Humayer exposed this matter, Yang Kai wasn't afraid in the slightest. You've killed many people? Humayer's courage grew a lot as she looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai shook his head. This is my first time killing someone. But I saw that you were very experienced. When you killed them, you didn't even blink. It didn't seem like it was your first time. Humayer was puzzled. Hearing her words, Yang Kai's brows wrinkled. That's right, it was his first time killing someone. Why wasn't he afraid at all? Although he didn't feel any excitement, he definitely didn't feel any fear. At that time he only cared about fighting. His mind was only filled with thoughts of killing them. Thinking about it now, he felt that it was quite inconceivable. It's up to you to believe it or not. Yang Kai didn't explain further. After walking half a circle around the lake in front of them, Yang Kai came to a place far away from the corpses. Then he stopped walking and dove into the lake. In this battle, Yang Kai's body also had many injuries. He had to wash up before going back. Air stood by the lake and waited. She also wanted to go in. If it was 2 hours ago, she would definitely go in and tease Yang Kai. Now she didn't have the guts. When Yang Kai finished washing up, Air opened her mouth and said, "Wait for me for a while. I'll also go wash up." Just now, she had carried a corpse for such a long distance. Air felt uncomfortable all over. Women always loved cleanliness. Okay. Yang Kai wrung out his clothes and then lay down on a rock by the lake to bask in the sun and recover his strength. Not daring to take off her clothes, Air scuttled into the lake. Her graceful body was like a fish swimming in the lake. From time to time, she would sneak a glance at Yang Kai, but found that he didn't even open his eyes. This made Air feel even more shocked. He wasn't the least bit moved? After a long while, Air finally finished washing up and came to the shore. Her clothes clung to her body, fully displaying her exquisite and enchanting figure. Without any hesitation, she came to Yang Kai's side. Her face was flushed red as she sat on the rock to bask in the sun. Kai Yang opened his eyes and sized her up, sweeping his eyes over her from top to bottom. Air lowered her head. "Your figure is very good." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Air bit her red lips and said with a bitter expression, "Actually, I have never done that kind of thing with a man. Even the one who has touched my body is only you. These past few years, the reason why I did that was because I wanted to recruit more talents for the sect and also to sow discord between High Heaven Pavilion and Stormhouse's disciples. Pestering you was also for this purpose." Hearing this, Yang Kai stared blankly at her and gave her a deep look. "You don't believe me?" Air's face flushed red. She had never told anyone about this secret. Everyone thought that she was really a promiscuous woman who was willing to have sex with anyone. On the surface they called her Little Princess and Young Miss, but behind her they called her a slut. "I believe you." Yang Kai nodded, "But what does that have to do with me?" Air's expression darkened and she bitterly smiled. "I won't pester you again in the future." This time's matter was a big blow to her. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. He had finally gotten rid of this trouble. After Air's clothes were dry, the two of them left the lake. In order to avoid attracting attention, Yang Kai and Air parted ways early on and returned to their respective sects. After returning to the wooden house to rest for a while, Yang Kai got up and went to the coiling dragon stream. This time's battle had completely exhausted his days of bitter cultivation. Naturally, he had to quickly replenish the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body. Otherwise, the next time he encountered something like this, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. Moreover, he had used the Yang liquid twice today. The results of the experiment made Yang Kai very excited. He really didn't expect the Yang liquid to be so strong. He was only at the tempered body 8th stage now. If his cultivation was higher, wouldn't the power of the Yang liquid become even stronger? No matter what the reason was, Yang Kai now had a kind of impatient desire to cultivate. Chapter 51. Arriving at the coiling dragon stream and sitting down, Yang Kai was preparing to begin his cultivation when he suddenly remembered something. Reaching into his bosom, he fumbled around for a moment before he took out a seed. This seed was the one that was given to him when he bought the Yang Inflammation Stone from the Blood Group stall. It was said to be the seed of a low-grade earth-level spirit fruit, the Three Suns fruit. Yang Kai wanted to plant it. Although he didn't know how many years it would take to grow, it wouldn't take much effort. Moreover, this place was full of Yang Qi, so it was undoubtedly the most suitable place to plant this fruit tree. But as soon as he took out the seed, Yang Kai found that something was wrong. When he saw this seed during the day, it didn't have any abnormalities. There was only a weak Yang Qi inside, almost negligible. But now this seed had turned red, crystal clear, just like a ruby. Holding it in his hand, Yang Kai could even feel the rhythmic movement of the seed. It was like a human's heart beating, surging with vitality. Moreover, at this moment, the Yang Qi inside the seed was many times larger than it was during the day. After staring at it for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly woke up. He suddenly understood where the drop of Yang liquid that disappeared from his dantian had gone. It was clearly absorbed by this seed. Otherwise, how could such an ordinary seed undergo such an earth-shattering change? A drop of Yang liquid, without the help of external objects, would take Yang Kai several days to condense. Yang Kai almost couldn't resist absorbing the Yang liquid from the seed. But after thinking about it, Yang Kai didn't do so. This seed clearly had a big change. If it was planted, what would it look like when it bloomed and bore fruit? The youth's curiosity and thirst for knowledge were incomparably strong. Compared to the precious drop of young liquid, Yang Kai wanted to see what would happen after the seed was planted. After carefully considering for a moment, Yang Kai began to move. First, he found a piece of soft soil nearby, carefully dug up the soil and planted the seed. Then he went to find some water to water it. After finishing this, Yang Kai sat down and began to circulate the true Yang secret art. He didn't know if the investment of a drop of Yang liquid would pay off. After so many days of bitter cultivation, the speed at which he absorbed Yang Qi was obviously faster. After a night of cultivation, the Yang Qi in his meridians was once again abundant. Yang Kai estimated that in another 2 to 3 days, he would be able to condense a drop of Yang liquid. Compared to the first time, the efficiency was much higher. The next morning, Yang Kai practiced the tempered body technique for an hour. He had never stopped practicing the body tempering technique for a single day. What he had to do every day besides sweeping the floor was to practice the body tempering technique. Then he would find a junior brother to bully and earn some contribution points. The rest of the time he would cultivate non-stop. An hour later, Yang Kai was done. He inadvertently glanced at the place where he had planted the 3 suns fruit seed last night. His expression couldn't help but freeze. On the soft ground, a 1-foot-tall sapling grew out of it. The sapling was slender, with a few fresh and tender leaves. On the small tree trunk, there were faint dark red lines intertwined. Although the sapling was small, it had a vitality that couldn't be ignored. It was struggling to break free from the shackles of the world and was growing strong. It can't be? Yang Kai felt that his brain wasn't enough. How did the 3 suns fruit tree grow so big in just one night? For a moment, Yang Kai even thought that he had lost track of time when he was cultivating, causing many days to pass. But after thinking about it carefully, this wasn't the case. The true Yang Yuan Qi in his body didn't increase by much. It was clear that it had only been one night. Could all of this be the result of the drop of Yang liquid that had seeped into the seed? It wasn't impossible. In the knowledge that Yang Kai had obtained, it only said that Yang liquid had endless uses, but it didn't say that it could only be used in battle. If it was the Yang liquid that caused the seed to change, then it could explain the scene in front of him. It grew a foot in one night. Could it be that in a few days it would blossom and bear fruit? Thinking up to this point, Kai Yang's heart became excited. The 3 suns fruit was an earth-grade low-level spirit fruit. The Yang energy contained within it was a great supplement to his true Yang tactics. A single fruit was definitely equivalent to several days' worth of cultivation. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly felt that his investment was very wise. Now all he had to do was wait and see how many days it would take for this fruit tree to blossom and bear fruit. This place was next to the coiling dragon stream, so normally no one would come here. Yang Kai had been cultivating here for many days, and besides meeting the 11th elder, he hadn't seen anyone else, so he wasn't worried that this fruit tree would be discovered. Returning to the wooden house, Yang Kai wanted to finish today's work. But after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find the broom, so he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. After waiting for a while, a High Heaven Pavilion disciple with a head full of sweat came over, carrying Yang Kai's broom in his hand. Yang Kai also knew this person. He was one of Sassafras's group, and his strength was only at the tempered body 5th stage. His name was Zheng Zhen. Seeing Yang Kai standing there, he quickly stepped forward. "Brother Yang, you're back? And where did junior brother Zheng go? Why did you take away my broom?" He smiled and said, "I'm going to help you sweep the floor. Senior brother, you don't have to worry about these trivial matters in the future. Every day one of us junior brothers will come and help you finish this work. You just have to focus on cultivating." "That's not appropriate." Yang Kai heard this and quickly waved his hand. Although sweeping the floor wasn't heavy work, it still took a lot of effort. If he didn't want to stay in High Heaven Pavilion, he would have already resigned from this job. But as a trial disciple, if he didn't take on some work, he wouldn't be able to stay in High Heaven Pavilion. He said, "Brother, we brothers should help each other. Last time if you hadn't taught Qing Xiaofeng a lesson, the junior brothers wouldn't have been able to vent their anger. Moreover, we have a lot of people, so every day one person will come and take turns. Each person only needs to sweep the floor 2 to 3 times a month. Brother, you don't need to get up early every day and waste your time. Brother, don't refuse. If you look up to the junior brothers, then let us help you. If you look down on us, then forget it." What could Kai Yang do now that things had come to this point? He quickly said, "Then I'll have to trouble you junior brothers. Junior brother Zheng, please come in and drink a cup of water." "No, young Master Su has given a strict order. Everyone needs to work hard. If anyone dares to slack off, then they are no longer brothers. I'm leaving brother, you also need to work hard." Saying so, he put down the broom and trotted away. Looking at his back, Yang Kai's heart warmed. That day, saving Sassafras was the right decision. This person was a true villain. If you respect him, he will return you 10 feet. It seems that in the future he won't have to worry about wasting time sweeping the floor. Happy, Yang Kai stepped out and casually grabbed a High Heaven Pavilion disciple who seemed to be at Tempered Body 7th or 8th stage. He cupped his fists and said, "Junior brother, please enlighten me." That person's face immediately became bitter. "Brother Yang? Of so many people, why did you choose me?" During this time, Yang Kai had been challenging one person every day and had already made a name for himself. Now, all of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who were at the Tempered Body stage would feel a little scared whenever they saw Yang Kai. He was no longer the punching bag who lost every battle. Now he had won many days in a row and his victories were quite clean. Chapter 52. Looking at his junior brother's bitter face, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous, I just want to earn a few contribution points. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle, I guarantee you won't feel any pain." After 10 breaths of time, this junior brother fell to the ground and Yang Kai walked away. Xianing Chang stood on the treetop and saw everything. Her eyes narrowed into crescents and a faint smile appeared on her face. Witnessing her junior brother, who had lost 147 consecutive matches, slowly grow stronger gave birth to a sense of accomplishment. Although Yang Kai's growth had nothing to do with her, after 2 years, Xianing Chang had become accustomed to secretly observing this junior brother. This was like a silent guardian. Yang Kai becoming stronger made Xianing Chang feel happy for no reason. Beside coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai was still cultivating. 5 days had passed since he planted the 3 suns fruit and the sapling had grown to a height of 1 zhang. There were big changes almost every day. At this time, the 3 suns fruit tree was swaying with the wind. 3 bright red flowers were blooming and it would probably bear fruit in a few days. At that time, Yang Kai would be able to eat to his heart's content. These past few days, Yang Kai's cultivation had been quite fruitful. He had condensed a drop of yang liquid in his dantian and his true yang tactics had become more and more refined. The daily task of sweeping the floor was taken over by someone else, so Yang Kai had a lot more time to cultivate. These past few days, Yang Kai had also been inquiring about Stormhouse's movements. After all, he had killed Qing Xiaofeng and Niu Tao, so it was difficult to guarantee that he wouldn't attract trouble. But what made Yang Kai feel relieved was that Stormhouse hadn't made any moves. It seemed that Hu Mei Er hadn't betrayed him. This woman was still trustworthy. The 8th day of the first month had arrived, and it was finally time to calculate the contribution points. On the 8th day of last month, he had just obtained the unyielding golden skeleton. At that time he was only at the tempered body 3rd stage. In just a month he had already reached the tempered body 8th stage. This kind of cultivation speed was unrivaled under the heavens. Even those so-called heavenly gifted geniuses with the help of pills would not be able to achieve this kind of speed. After entering the contribution hall, Treasurer Meng, who was sitting behind the counter, suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Kai in amazement. He had not seen him for many days, but Yang Kai's strength had increased a lot. Treasurer Meng's surprise only lasted for a moment before he regained his composure. He wasn't an ignorant person. On the contrary, his vision far exceeded that of anyone in High Heaven Pavilion, so even though Yang Kai's strength had increased a lot, he wasn't surprised. He had seen many people who shone brightly in their youth, only to end up with nothing in the end. "Treasurer Meng," Yang Kai greeted. "You're here to trade?" Old man Meng sized him up. I have 59 contribution points this month, right? Sweeping the floor gave him 10 points and defeating a person every day gave him 2 points. This month there were 3 days when Yang Kai was not in the sect. In total, he had fought 27 battles, but last time when he was drinking with Sassafras in the sect, he was caught red-handed by a Dark Hall disciple, so 5 points were deducted. So in total he had 59 contribution points. Not bad. What do you want to trade? 29 dead Jedi tree grass, 33 leaved chaos spirit flowers. The incense burner had not been used for many days because of the lack of materials. This thing had no use for cultivating yuan qi, but it had great benefits for tempering the body. Old Man Meng looked at him with a profound expression before walking into the back hall. He then took out the things that Kai Yang needed and brought them out. Yang Kai was about to reach out to take them, but Treasurer Meng took them back and asked with a smile, "Little Yang Kai, can you tell me what you ate last time in Black Wind Mountain?" He was still interested in Yang Kai's fortuitous encounter. Yang Kai spouted nonsense. "I don't know, it was just a red fruit. I ate it when I was hungry." Red fruit, red fruit? Old Man Meng fell into deep thought, but he could not think of a corresponding spirit fruit. After a while, Treasurer Meng shook his head. "Forget it, but you don't want to save up contribution points to exchange for my marrow cleansing pills?" In the past, Yang Kai had to be very careful with every little bit of contribution points he spent, but now he was very generous. This month's contribution points had just entered his account, so it was not like him to spend them all. Yang Kai smiled. "I won't exchange them. Only by working hard can I become strong. I was too short-sighted to put my hopes on a pill." Hearing this, Treasurer Meng looked at him deeply and nodded with a smile. "Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you to be able to see this clearly. Little Yang Kai, I'll give you a piece of advice." "Please speak, Treasurer Meng." "Work hard, don't waste your fortuitous encounter. Disciple understands." After leaving the contribution hall, Yang Kai ran towards the coiling dragon stream. After summoning the incense burner and throwing in the herbs, Yang Kai began to practice his fists and kicks at the coiling dragon stream. A familiar pressure followed, but this pressure was not something Yang Kai could withstand with his current strength. After a short while, he was already panting and exhausted, but he did not give up. Instead, he continued to practice, slowly opening his fists and kicks. Every movement was extremely difficult and obscure. His physical strength was like a flood leaking out of a dam, and his mind was also drowsy and exhausted. After a while, Yang Kai could no longer endure and fell to the ground. He forced himself to sit up and began to circulate the true Yang secret art, recovering his physical strength and mental strength. Originally, Yang Kai thought that the incense burner had no effect on cultivating Yuan Qi, but now he found that he was wrong. Under the effect of the strange fragrance, the circulation of Yang Qi in his meridians seemed to be shackled. It was extremely slow, flowing inch by inch, making people feel helpless. The strange fragrance hindered the circulation of true Yang Yuan Qi, greatly reducing the efficiency of his current cultivation. Yang Kai was not in a hurry to take back the incense burner, but decided to feel it more. He felt that the incense burner did not only have the effect of tempering the body. This thing was incomparably wonderful, and was not something he could pry into at the moment. With the help of the incense burner, Yang Kai's body became stronger day by day, but the cultivation of the true Yang secret art was delayed by a lot, and the speed of absorbing Yang Qi was greatly reduced. After 2 to 3 days of cultivation, the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body did not increase by much. Could it be that the incense burner only hindered the cultivation of Yuan Qi? After experimenting for 2 to 3 days, Yang Kai felt a little discouraged. If this was really the case, then the incense burner's value would be greatly reduced. Without any other choice, Yang Kai could only decide to take back the incense burner when he recovered, so as to avoid it affecting the circulation of Yuan Qi in his body and increasing the recovery time for no reason. After another round of exhaustion, Yang Kai put the incense burner into the wordless black book. Circulating the true Yang secret art, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he carefully felt it. After a while, Yang Kai's mouth showed a trace of a smile. He found that the circulation of true Yang Yuan Qi in his body was slightly faster than it was 2 days ago. The faster the circulation of Yuan Qi, the faster the absorption of Yang Qi. If it was in battle, then the explosive power would be very strong. So it was like this. The existence of the incense burner, not only did it not hinder his cultivation of Yuan Qi, it actually gave him great benefits. The Yuan Qi in his body had adapted to the pressure brought by the strange fragrance, and without the strange fragrance, it would naturally circulate faster than before. It was like a person who had adapted to carrying a 3,000 gene stone, and suddenly changed the 3,000 gene stone into 300 gene stone, then he would definitely be able to walk as fast as flying. It was the same principle. Realizing this, Yang Kai smiled. Maybe in the short term, the incense burner would only hinder his cultivation of the true Yang secret art, but in the long term, this obstruction could bring him great benefits and benefits. This was a business worth investing in. Chapter 53. 10 days after the seeds of the three suns fruit tree were planted, the three fruits had quietly ripened. They hung on the branches in bright red, making them very lovable. Yang Kai could feel a very rich yang qi from these three fruits. In just 10 days, this earth-grade low-rank spirit fruit had grown from nothing to a ripe melon. The effect of that single drop of yang liquid was simply too great. Carefully reaching out, Yang Kai plucked the three fruits and played with them in his palm for a while. The more he looked at them, the more he liked them. But no matter how much he liked them, they still had to be eaten for them to be effective. Yang Kai did not hesitate and immediately sat down cross-legged and threw a three suns fruit into his mouth. The warm and sweet juice spread on the tip of his tongue, leaving a fragrance in his mouth. Once the spirit fruit entered his stomach, the true yang tactics began to circulate. His abdomen felt like it was on fire, but for Yang Kai who practiced the true yang tactics, this kind of temperature was the most comfortable and even made him feel very comfortable. The yang yuan qi contained in the earth-grade mid-level spirit fruit quickly flowed into his meridians. His meridians were immediately saturated, and with a light dripping sound, a drop of yang liquid was quietly formed. A moment later, another light dripping sound was heard. Only after 3 drops of yang liquid had been condensed did the earth-grade low-level spirit fruit's medicinal effect completely take effect. In the dantian there were already 4 drops of yang liquid. 3 of them were just formed, and the remaining 1 was the result of Yang Kai's 10 days of cultivation. Because of the obstruction of the incense burner, the results of these 10 days of cultivation were rather bleak, but Yang Kai did not care. His eyes were set on the future. How could he care about such a small benefit in front of him? Moreover, Yang Kai had a faint premonition that if he ate the remaining 2 fruits, he might be able to break through to the tempered body stage 9th level and touch the threshold of the initial element stage. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai did not hesitate to throw the remaining 2 three suns fruits into his mouth. Yang Kai's qi dissolved in his abdomen, and a fierce burning force began to burn in his meridians. Yang Kai's skin suddenly turned red. The true yang secret art madly revolved, and with a dripping sound, the yang liquid in the dantian increased drop by drop. The yang qi that overflowed from the coiling dragon stream seeped into the Yang Kai's body through his pores, cooperating with him from the inside out. The vibration of the yuan qi in his body was getting stronger and stronger. If a knowledgeable person were to see Yang Kai's current appearance, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. There had never been a tempered body cultivator with such a dense yuan qi in his body. A cultivator of the body tempering realm had narrow meridians and a low capacity of dantian. They were unable to withstand such a huge amount of yuan qi. Just the vibration of this yuan qi was enough to match a cultivator of the initial element stage, but Yang Kai was only at the tempered body stage 8th level. At this moment Yang Kai also felt a pressure. This pressure was indescribable, as if it existed between the heavens and earth. It was a shackle placed on his body, and if he did not break this shackle he would not be able to break through. The burning hot true yang yuan qi began to revolve, burning this invisible shackle. As time passed, Yang Kai could feel this layer of obstruction slowly becoming thinner and thinner. The breakthrough was imminent. Yang Kai's mind was clear, and the true yang secret art revolved even faster. With a bang, it was as if he had broken free from a shackle. His entire body felt light and all the pressure and discomfort disappeared. Yang Kai only felt refreshed. Tempered body stage 9th level. He stood outside the threshold of the initial element stage. Although he had broken through, the feeling from before had not disappeared. Yang Kai moved according to his will, and the 10 drops of yang liquid stored in dantian began to revolve and spread out in all directions, penetrating into Yang Kai's 5 viscera, 6 bowels, blood, and meridians. The yang inflammation in the yang liquid was dissolved, burning the impurities in his body, and tempering his 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and meridians. Fine steel needed to be tempered thousands of times to form, and wasn't the human body the same? Therefore, every time a cultivator broke through a great realm, they would use the energy of heaven and earth to temper their body, and in this way their strength would increase crazily. Yang Kai had only broken through a small realm this time, so there was no extra energy of heaven and earth to use, but the yang liquid in his body had the same effect. After a long time, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. He could feel that this breakthrough had brought him great progress. Just in terms of strength, it was no longer comparable to before the breakthrough. If he met Qing Xiaofeng and Niu Tao now, Yang Kai was confident that he could easily kill them without using the yang liquid. In addition to the increase in strength, Yang Kai also faintly felt a trace of a concept when he broke through, but this thing was too mysterious, so he couldn't comprehend it now. He could only wait until he broke through in the future to feel it. His meridians were filled with true Yang Yuan Qi, but the Dantian was empty. Carefully feeling it, Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened. After so many days of hard work, it was all gone in an instant. The Yang liquid formed from the three Suns fruits, plus the drop of Yang liquid he had condensed before, a total of 10 drops. Now there was not a single drop left, all of it had seeped into his body when he broke through. Although the benefits to his body were enormous, the Yang liquid was gone. But it didn't matter, as long as he had money, it was very easy to obtain Yang liquid. He just had to buy some Yang attribute precious treasures and directly absorb them. The only problem now was that Yang Kai was very poor. Apart from the loot he obtained from killing Qing Shaofeng and Niu Tao, he didn't have anything else of value. Sitting in place and thinking, Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. He couldn't afford those precious treasures, but could he not buy seeds? The success of the Three Suns fruit tree was in front of him. With the extraordinary Yang liquid, as long as he had the right seeds, he could easily obtain spirit fruits. But seeds were really rare. That day in Black Wind Trade, Kai Yang had wandered around for a long time, but he hadn't seen anyone selling seeds. This wasn't difficult to understand. To plant spirit grass and spirit tree seeds, not only did one need to find a suitable environment, one also needed to take care of them carefully, and it would take many years for them to bear fruit. Who would want to do that? If one had the time and energy, it would be better to cultivate. If no one wanted to buy, then no one would sell. If there was a demand, then there would be a market. Yang Kai said that he wanted to buy, and he wanted to buy a lot. Making up his mind, Yang Kai walked out of High Heaven Pavilion, all the way to Black Wind Trade. Although it was his second time here, Yang Kai seemed to be very familiar with the place. After more than half a month, the Black Wind Trade market was still bustling with activity as usual. Cultivators came and went like carps crossing the river, innumerable. The stalls were filled with a dazzling array of rare treasures, making it too much for the eyes to take in. Walking around the lively stalls, he didn't find anyone selling seeds. Mentally prepared, Yang Kai wasn't disappointed. Following his memory, he went to the blood group's stall. He wanted to see if that guy had any extra seeds. Chapter 54. After walking for a while, a surprised shout came from the side, "Brother Yang!" Yang Kai looked over and saw Li Yun Tian waving at him with a face full of enthusiasm. There was also a stall in front of him. There were all kinds of things, some herbs and a few bottles. It looked like they were filled with pills. "Why are you setting up a stall here?" Yang Kai walked over and asked. He remembered that last time, Sassafras had given them a death order to cultivate. "I just broke through. Young Master Su told me to come out and relax and stabilize my realm. It just so happens that the brothers need some things to help with their cultivation, so I came here to try my luck." Li Yun Tian explained. "So that's how it is." Carefully sizing up Li Yun Tian, Kai Yang discovered that compared to a few days ago, he was much stronger. He should have broken through to the tempered body 8th stage. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Li Yun Tian asked curiously. "I'm here to buy something." "What do you want?" "See if I have anything here. If you need it, just take it." Li Yun Tian pointed at the things on the stall and said generously, "Do you have the seeds of Yang attribute spirit herbs?" Li Yun Tian shook his head. "I don't have such things. As far as I know, there are very few people who sell seeds in this market. Generally speaking, seeds are not expensive, but they are still rare. I'm also here to try my luck." Yang Kai laughed. "How about this? I'll help brother put up a sign and see if I can get it. Since I'll be here for the next 2 days, if you're lucky, maybe someone will sell it." Li Yun Tian suggested. "Alright, then I'll have to trouble junior brother Li." Li Yun Tian picked up a sign and wrote a line of words, then put it on the side. After chatting with Li Yun Tian for a while, he knew that Sassafras and the others had suffered a big blow last time. With Su Yan's harsh words, this dandy young master finally restrained himself. These days he cultivated day and night and had already broken through to the initial element realm. After bidding farewell to Li Yun Tian, Yang Kai went all the way to the stall where he had bought the Yang Inflammation Stone. After seeing the familiar stall owner, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh in relief. He was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to find him. "Hey little brother, you're here again?" This disciple of the blood group had seen Yang Kai and Hu Mei Air together before, so he naturally had a deep impression of them. At this moment he even used honorifics. What do you want to buy this time? The stall owner asked. Do you still have the 3 suns fruit seed that you gave me last time? Yang Kai did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. The stall owner shook his head and said, No, that's all I have. I've already given it to you as a bonus. I see. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Then I'm sorry to disturb you. Finished speaking, Yang Kai walked to the side. He wanted to carefully look around the Black Wind trade market. With so many people selling things, if his luck was good, he should be able to find it. The blood group disciple looked at Yang Kai's back. He struggled for a moment, then suddenly shouted, Little brother, please wait. Yang Kai turned his head and asked, What's wrong? In fact, the 3 suns fruit tree seed was not the only one. At that time there were several seeds, but I only managed to get 1 seed. Listening to him, Yang Kai's expression was overjoyed. What about the other seeds? They were taken by several other people. If little brother really wants them, you can go find them. Where are they now? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. The stall owner looked hesitant. After a long while he said, They are in our group's mining area. They are mining the Yang inflammation stone and other minerals. But that area, even our group's disciples can't easily enter, let alone little brother who is an outsider. When will they come out? Yang Kai didn't want to give up. I'm afraid they won't come out in a short time. If little brother wants to find them, you may have to wait 1 to 2 months. Yang Kai's eyebrows wrinkled. After such a long time, it would be too late to wait. Do you have any way for me to go in and find them? Rest assured, I just want to buy the 3 suns fruit tree seed from them. I don't have a way. I'm just an ordinary member of the group. The stall owner shook his head with a wry smile. Then he rolled his eyes and said, But someone has a way. Yang Kai was shocked. I'd like to hear the details. The stall owner looked at him with a smile. His expression was somewhat ambiguous. You can ask the little miss for help. With her leading you, the people in the mining area won't stop you. After listening to this, Yang Kai's face became strange. He said, My relationship with your little miss is ordinary. And then, the stall owner nodded again and again. It was obvious that he didn't believe Yang Kai's words. He pointed to a wooden house not far away and said, Today is a coincidence. The little miss just happened to come to the trade market and is resting in that house. If you are in a hurry to get the seed, you might as well ask the little miss. Yang Kai was somewhat hesitant. Speaking of which, the matter between him and Hu Mei Er wasn't very pleasant. He had thoroughly offended this woman, and now he had to ask her for help. How could Yang Kai put down his face? But if he didn't ask her, then there was no other good way. Unwilling to give up, Yang Kai carefully searched the Black Wind trade market. Although he found some seeds, they weren't Yang attribute and were of no value to him. In desperation, Yang Kai clenched his teeth. Forget it, if he lost face, then he lost face. In any case, he didn't do anything wrong to her. Why should he be afraid of her? The wooden houses here were basically guarded by the experts of the 3 sections. Hu Mei Er was the daughter of the blood group's leader. Although her strength wasn't high, her status wasn't low. It was normal for her to rest in there. There was no one within 300 feet of the wooden houses. All the cultivators were very respectful to the experts in the wooden houses. Naturally, they wouldn't set up their stalls near the wooden houses. Arriving at the wooden house indicated by the stall owner, Yang Kai stood in front of the door. He didn't know how to open his mouth, but suddenly a delicate voice came from inside the house. Who's outside? It sounded like Hu Mei Er's voice, but it was also strange. Since he had already come here, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't back out. He immediately said, Miss Hu Mei Er, I am Yang Kai. I hope you can come out and meet me. Contrary to Yang Kai's expectations, there were 2 women sitting in the room at the moment. The 2 of them looked almost the same, even their demeanor and figure were the same. At first glance, one would think that there was a mirror here, and one of them was the reflection of the other. Hearing Yang Kai's voice, one of the women's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment. Turning her head to look at the other woman, she said, Little sister, is this the Yang Kai you were talking about? The woman being asked was Hu Mei Er. Hearing the question, she nodded. And why is he looking for me? She thought that after that day the 2 of them would never cross paths again. The other woman sneered, It seems that he isn't the kind of man you were talking about who doesn't care about beauty. Some men, will pretend to be noble and virtuous. They will specifically lure a little girl like you into the trap. Then, they will seize the opportunity to capture your heart and soul, consigning you to eternal damnation." Hu Mei-er's face reddened. She angrily said, "Elder sister, he isn't what you think." Hu Jiao-er giggled, "If he isn't, why would he come looking for you after so many days? He must know that you can't forget about him. This time he came to make his move." Hu Mei-er angrily said, "Elder sister, you always think the worst of people. If he really was that kind of person, then that day by the lake Hu Mei-er believed that her chastity would have been at stake. No man could resist that kind of temptation." Chapter 55. But why did he come to look for her? Although Hu Mei-er didn't believe her sister's words, she still had some doubts in her heart. Seeing her expression, Hu Jiao-er faintly sighed, "If you persist in going about things the wrong way, you will suffer a big loss sooner or later." Hu Mei-er angrily said, "I won't talk to you anymore. He must have something important to tell me. I'm going to ask." Just as she was about to get up, she was held down by her sister. Hu Jiao-er's charming eyes turned and she giggled, "Little sister, how about I make a bet with you?" "What bet?" Hu Mei-er's expression was puzzled. "Let's bet on whether or not he's a hypocrite. If he's really like you say, then he'll definitely be able to sit still. If he's not, then don't blame sister for being ruthless." Hu Jiao-er said, her eyes flashing with a cold light. All these years, Hu Mei-er stirred up trouble outside, but the reason why she was able to maintain her purity was mostly due to this sister of hers. Those who had bad intentions and wanted to use force on Hu Mei-er always died without knowing why. Towards her sister's methods, Hu Mei-er was very clear. Just by looking at her expression, she knew that she was definitely up to no good. "Sister, what do you want to do?" Hu Mei-er exclaimed. "Just watch carefully, humph." Hu Jiao-er waved her hand and a dense light suddenly enveloped her sister's body. Soon after, Hu Mei-er's body gradually dimmed and finally disappeared. "Sister, don't mess around." Hu Mei-er used all her strength to beat the air, but not a single sound came out. She couldn't even walk out of the 1-foot radius around her feet. She could only look at everything in the room and couldn't help but become anxious. Outside the door, Yang Kai waited for a long time but didn't see Hu Mei-er open the door. He helplessly sighed. It seems that he really offended her that day, so it was natural for her to be angry. If it were any other woman, after being said those words, they probably wouldn't be able to remain calm. Forget it, Yang Kai originally didn't have any expectations. He only came here to try. Now that he saw that she wasn't willing to pay attention to him, he naturally couldn't force it. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Hu Mei-er's voice came from inside the room. "Come in." Yang Kai was stunned. After a moment of hesitation, he pushed the door open and walked in. After entering the house and closing the door, all the noise outside suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving only a peaceful silence. Yang Kai looked around and found that the size of this wooden house was about the same as Su Yan's, but the furnishings inside were much better. Su Yan's house had nothing, it was just a simple wooden house, just as cold as her. But here there was a table, 2 chairs and even a fragrant bed. The fragrant bed was hung with a pink curtain that was as thin as a cicada's wings. There was also a small pillow on the bed, and the room was filled with the delicate fragrance of a girl. This place and Su Yan's world were 2 completely different worlds. Hu Jiao-er sat at the table with a charming smile, facing the direction Yang Kai came in. Her charming eyes were tender and beautiful, staring at him with a strange expression. The corner of her mouth held a trace of an unknown smile, and her cheeks were blushing. It was very charming. Her 2 jade-like arms were exposed, and her pink skin was as white and translucent as a baby's. She wore a pair of wooden clogs, and her small and exquisite toes were exposed. It was unknown what was applied on her toenails, but they were purplish-red in color, and it revealed a wild charm. Yang Kai looked at her and his heart jumped. He didn't know why, but Hu Mei-er seemed particularly charming today. Compared to the last time he saw her, she was much more charming. But her smile made Yang Kai feel awkward, thinking that the other party was ridiculing him. At this moment, Hu Mei-er's small and slender hand was holding a flat and round cloth fan, fanning herself in a graceful manner. Strands of her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, adding a sense of indolence and nobility. The cloth fan's face was embroidered with a picture of a court lady. This court lady's figure was enchanting and full, posing in a seductive manner. If the clothes were less embroidered, it would be a set. Yang Kai glanced at it, thinking that this woman was really bold. If other women looked at it, they would be ashamed to death, but she dared to fan herself. She really wasn't an ordinary person. But, after not seeing her for half a month, how did Hu Mei change so much? Although she kept staring at him, Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. While walking towards her, his eyes met hers without the slightest thought of retreating. That day he saw Hu Mei's embarrassing state with his own eyes. It was equivalent to holding her little braids. Now that he was facing her again, how could Yang Kai be timid? Being stared at like this, Hu Jiao, who was pretending to be Hu Mei, felt a little overwhelmed. She thought that this person was really daring. Who would look at a beauty like this? He didn't know how to avoid her, he really didn't understand the situation. But, his eyes were clear, without the slightest trace of obscenity. Arriving at the table, Yang Kai cupped his fist and said, "Miss Mei, after not seeing you for 10 days, you have become more and more charming." Hearing this, Hu Jiao giggled and said, "You also know how to flatter people?" With regards to Yang Kai, Hu Mei had told her everything, so Hu Jiao knew how to respond and wasn't worried that she would give herself away. Yang Kai smiled, "I'm just speaking the truth." As he said this, he sat across from her. His heart was relieved. It seemed that this woman wasn't angry with him. This made things much easier. "Miss Mei, this time I came?" Yang Kai planned to directly state his purpose. This way he would appear more sincere. "Let's not talk about this first." Hu Jiao put down her cloth fan. She stood up and picked up the teapot on the table. Walking to Yang Kai's side, she poured him a cup and said, "It's hot outside. Drink some tea to moisten your throat. It won't be too late to talk after a while." "That's fine too." Yang Kai nodded. Enjoying the other's warmth, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. Suddenly, his expression became a little strange. Hu Jiao returned to her seat and sat down. Holding her cheeks with both hands, she calmly looked at him and said, "Junior brother Yang, what do you think of this tea?" Yang Kai's mind was thinking about other things. He raised his eyes and looked at Hu Jiao meaningfully, then said, "The leaves of this tea are flat like a palm, slender and straight. The color is like a drop of jade, and the bottom of the leaves is dense with flowers. It is a top-quality product." Hu Jiao was stunned. Full of surprise, she looked at Yang Kai and asked, "You know?" Even she didn't know, she just drank it. She didn't think that Yang Kai would be able to explain it so clearly. How could she not be surprised? Yang Kai shook his head, "I know a little, not proficient." "Then what do you think of this tea compared to mine?" Hu Jiao looked at Yang Kai, her breath like orchids. Even though they were separated by a table, Yang Kai could feel the other's breath. It was as sweet as a mountain stream, as clear as 100-year-old wine, leaving a rich aftertaste. Without any reason, Yang Kai suddenly felt his breath quicken. His blood slowly surged and he almost blurted out, "The tea is better for a good person." Hee hee. Hu Jiao giggled, her chest trembling. Yang Kai's eyes stared at those huge full breasts. His Adam's apple couldn't help but move. Hu Jiao intentionally or unintentionally picked up the cloth fan, blocking the spring scenery in front of her chest. However, she deliberately turned the picture of the scantily clad lady towards him. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned red. Chapter 56. Seeing this scene, the imprisoned Hu Mei immediately shouted, "Elder sister, you're shameless." But how could her cries be heard? She was so anxious that her fragrant sweat was dripping, but there was nothing she could do. This was too despicable. With her elder sister's strength, it was easy for her to toy with a tempered body cultivator. If it was a normal conversation, Hu Mei felt that Yang Kai would definitely not reveal any embarrassment. But if her elder sister secretly used some tricks, then it was hard to say. Inside the room, Hu Jiao suddenly stood up and walked step by step towards the fragrant bed. Looking back, she smiled and said, "Wait a moment, I'll get something for you." Yang Kai frowned. He faintly felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Walking to the side of the fragrant bed, Hu Jiao bent down and half knelt on the bed to search. Her thin clothes couldn't hide her 10,000 kinds of flirtatious feelings. The clothes that clung to her body wrapped around her perfectly round and perky buttocks, displaying an incomparable temptation. Yang Kai's heartbeat sped up a lot and his throat burned. For a long time, Hu Jiao still maintained this seductive posture. Suddenly, a delicate cry came from her mouth. What's wrong? Yang Kai's expression changed and he hurriedly rushed forward. At this time Hu Jiao retreated from the bed. Her footsteps staggered, and she directly fell into Yang Kai's arms, hugging him tightly. The two people's feet bumped into each other and for some reason they both fell on the bed. Hu Jiao was on top and Yang Kai was on the bottom. Her hot and delicate body was in his arms. Yang Kai's throat became more and more dry. Looking at the beautiful face and tender lips in front of him, Yang Kai suppressed the desire in his heart and opened his mouth to ask, "What's wrong?" "There's a bug." Hu Jiao's acting was quite good. Her two small hands grabbed onto Yang Kai's clothes and didn't let go, looking like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. "Where?" "There." Following the direction Hu Jiao pointed, Yang Kai saw a worm slowly crawling there. He thought to himself, this woman is really interesting. She's already a cultivator, yet a mere worm can scare her like this. He reached out his hand and pinched it to death. Then he patted Hu Jiao's shoulder and said, "It's okay, I've already killed it. There must be more." Hu Jiao continued to speak as she turned her head to look around. Strands of her hair swept across Yang Kai's cheeks and mouth. Yang Kai's mood, which had just calmed down, was once again aroused. No more. Yang Kai felt that this wasn't a good idea. If someone were to barge in and see him and Hu Mei in this state, then they wouldn't be able to clear their name. Is there really nothing else? Hu Jiao's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. She didn't think that Yang Kai would actually be able to sit still and not take advantage of her. Just now, if Yang Kai really did make a move, then the result would definitely be a broken arm or a broken leg. Although her heart was unhappy, Hu Jiao didn't insist. Instead, she meekly climbed up from Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai also sat up. He somewhat embarrassedly raised his head to look at Hu Mei. He discovered that the other party's face was also red as she limped to sit beside him. "What's wrong with your foot?" Yang Kai asked. "When I fell just now, I think I sprained it." Hu Jiao's first plan didn't work, so she came up with another one. She thought to herself, "I'll make a sacrifice today and dig out your heart to see if it's black or red. Let me see." Yang Kai squatted down and picked up Hu Jiao's foot to examine it. He discovered that her ankle was indeed a bit red and swollen. It was clearly a sprain. But it wasn't a real injury. In order to test Yang Kai, Hu Jiao sacrificed a lot this time. Yang Kai didn't avoid anything. After all, Hu Mei wasn't someone who cared too much about etiquette. Before, she had seduced him, so what if he took her foot now? "Don't move," Yang Kai warned. Then he reached into his bosom and took out a bottle of pills. This was a bottle of Sky Tower's blood coagulation cream. After taking it out, Yang Kai's movements paused as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he opened the bottle and poured out some of the cream. Spreading it out in his palm, he carefully applied it to the red and swollen area of Hu Jiao's foot. The weak true Yang Yuan Qi was also circulating, helping to dissolve the effects of the medicine. Hu Jiao couldn't help but tremble. She secretly thought that this time she really suffered a big loss. For so many years, her pure and clean body had never been touched by anyone. Today, in order to make a bet with her little sister, she had been hugged and touched by someone. Unfortunately, she couldn't get angry and she couldn't let the other party take responsibility. Although she felt wronged in her heart, her body had a different feeling. That big hand gently rubbed her ankle. His expression was serious and his movements were gentle. His rough hand rubbed against her tender skin, bringing a burst of numbness. When he was serious, he seemed to have a kind of calmness that didn't match his age. Following Yang Kai's movements, Hu Jiao's wild thoughts were gradually interrupted. Her body constantly surged with a strange feeling. This feeling made her flustered. Her maiden heart suddenly began to beat wildly. Her lower abdomen also had a hot current like lightning jumping up and down. She couldn't help but clamp her legs together. She was afraid that if she didn't clamp her legs together, that hot current would rush out. "Yang Kai." A strange voice came out from Hu Jiao's mouth. At this moment she was so embarrassed that she couldn't show her face. She never thought that she would one day make such a sound. Yang Kai raised his head and saw Hu Jiao's pair of watery eyes staring at him. There was no other color on her face, only a red flush. "Do you want to do something else?" Hu Jiao bit her ruby-red lips and made a final counterattack. If Yang Kai agreed, she could abandon all of her current feelings and completely withdraw. Moreover, she wouldn't let Yang Kai have an easy time. Would he agree? Hu Jiao was nervous. She hoped that he would agree and release her, but she also hoped that he would refuse. This proved that her little sister didn't make a mistake, and she also didn't make a mistake. This kind of tension and struggle made her heart very hesitant. Hu Jiao'er was worried, but how could the imprisoned Hu Mei'er not be worried? At this moment she also stopped her useless shouts and stared closely at Yang Kai. She didn't know what kind of answer he would give. Kai Yang stared straight at Hu Jiao'er, seemingly interested in her. Hu Jiao'er's heart leapt to her throat, afraid that Kai Yang would say yes. Suddenly Kai Yang smiled faintly and slowly put away the blood-clotting cream. Solemnly he put it into his pocket. "Miss?" Yang Kai muttered. "En?" Hu Jiao'er was so nervous that she didn't notice the change in the way Yang Kai addressed her. "The blood coagulation cream that I just gave you is one of my most precious things. Although its value is not high, it is a testimony to the warmth I have felt in these past few years." "What do you mean?" Hu Jiao'er was stunned. She asked him whether he wanted it or not. Why did he say this to her? What was the deeper meaning? Yang Kai straightened up and looked down at Hu Jiao'er. "I wanted to tell you that I used this precious ointment to heal your wounds. I hope you won't mind my previous offense. This farce ends here." Chapter 57. What are you talking about? Hu Jiao'er's expression changed as she forced a smile. "I don't understand. Could it be that he found out that she wasn't her sister? Impossible, he was clearly only at the 9th level of the tempered body stage. How could he see through her, a dignified Yuan Qi cultivator's trick? What's more, she and her sister looked the same, no matter if it was their voice or form, there was no difference. The elders in the sect often mistook their identities, so how could he have this ability?" Yang Kai looked at her indifferently and chuckled. "Miss, are you saying that you don't want to admit it?" "Admit what? I really don't know what you're talking about." Hu Jiao'er made a final effort. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, "Then I'll make it clear. Miss, you're not Hu Mei'er, I think, you should be her twin sister." Hu Jiao'er was stunned and immediately laughed. "Why do you say that?" This time she didn't try to deny it. Instead she looked at Kai Yang with great interest. She also wanted to know where she had exposed herself. If Kai Yang couldn't tell her the truth, then it was clear that he was just using words to trick her. Maybe he was just suspicious and didn't dare to be sure, so he wanted her to admit it. Hu Jiao'er guessed in her heart. "Miss, you're testing my eyesight." Yang Kai wasn't angry and chuckled. He turned and walked to the table and picked up the teacup he was drinking from. He took a sip and said, "Actually, I wasn't sure if you were Hu Mei'er, but now I can be sure you're not her." Hu Jiao'er was stunned, but she gnashed her teeth in hatred. So what he said just now was really just a test. "I'm so angry. I'm a Yuan Qi cultivator, but I was careless and fell for a tempered body stage brat's trick. This is really capsizing and losing face." There was no point in continuing to deny it, so Hu Jiao'er giggled and sat sideways on the bed, her enchanting figure faintly discernible. Looking at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, she asked in a soft voice, "When did you start suspecting me?" "When we drink tea." Yang Kai knocked on the teacup in his hand. Although the tea is pleasant, it can't cover up the woman's fragrance on the cup. And there's a faint lipstick mark on the rim of the cup. I think this teacup was used not long ago, right? And that person is Miss Hu Mei'er. Just based on this you think I'm not Mei'er? Hu Jiao'er was stunned. Of course not. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. The second thing that made me suspicious was your temperament. I don't think it's possible for a woman's temperament to change so drastically in just a few days. To give you a compliment, Miss Mei'er's charm is slightly immature, but your charm is completely natural. I like those words. Hu Jiao'er covered her mouth and giggled. Continue, is there anything else? Thirdly, your body fragrance is extremely similar to Miss Mei'er's. However, if you carefully taste it, there are some differences. Her fragrance is sweet, while yours is slightly more elegant. Stinking brat. Hu Jiao'er's face turned pink. Yang Kai's explicit words made it difficult for her to control herself. Thinking of the sacrifice she made to test him, Hu Jiao'er couldn't help but want to slap this man in front of her into a meat patty. Fourthly, Yang Kai ignored Hu Jiao'er's murderous gaze and continued. There's more? Hu Jiao'er was shocked. She didn't think that this stinking brat, who was only a tempered body cultivator, would be able to see through so many flaws. Originally she thought that her plan was flawless. Fourthly, the injury on your foot. That injury looks like a sprain, but in fact, it's caused by the internal shock from your own cultivation. This is the biggest mistake. Although Miss May Air is a young girl, she is still a cultivator. How could it be so easy for her to sprain her own foot? That was my oversight. Hu Jiao Air nodded lightly. At that time she was only thinking about how to trick Yang Kai, but didn't think so far ahead. Raising her head, she saw that Yang Kai was still deep in thought. Hu Jiao Air couldn't help but say, "Don't tell me that you still saw through my plan." Hu Jiao Air was not convinced. How could a plan that she thought was perfect be full of flaws when it came to him? His analysis was clear and logical, making it impossible for others to refute. This stinking brat is really annoying. If he dares to say that there are any flaws, this great ant will definitely teach him a lesson. He doesn't know how to look at other people's faces. Then don't say it. Yang Kai frowned. Hearing him say this, Hu Jiao Air was not happy. Her beautiful eyes were cold and she smiled sweetly. Clenching her teeth, she said, "Say it." "I won't say it." Yang Kai shook his head. Hu Jiao Air said angrily, "I told you to say it, so just say it. How can you keep people in suspense like this?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid that if I say it, it will make you angry." Hu Jiao Air's phoenix eyes narrowed. "Make me angry? Then it must be something bad? Then all the more I want to hear it. But you have to promise that you won't be angry. If you don't say it, how will I know if I won't be angry? Then forget about it. Don't you know that when you have a dispute with a woman, you should take a step back?" Hu Jiao Air was full of hatred. This brat looked smart, but in fact he was a hothead. "If I take a step back, I will be hurt. I think I can't beat you," Yang Kai said seriously. "At least you are a little tactful." Hu Jiao Air smiled proudly. Her body rolled up like a gust of wind. She walked from the bed to the table and sat down. Looking at Yang Kai, she pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, I promise I won't be angry with you. And promise you won't hit me." "Okay." Hu Jiao Air gritted her teeth and said, "Tell me, what is the last flaw?" Yang Kai said seriously, "Actually, it's not a flaw. It's just that you and May Air look different." "What's the difference?" Hu Jiao Air asked curiously. She and her little sister were carved from the same mold. How could there be any difference? Yang Kai smacked his lips and hesitated for a long time. Then he said, But one side is big and the other is small. It's not as well proportioned as May Air's." When this sentence came out, Hu Jiao Air's face turned red. Her yuan qi fiercely erupted, and the room was suddenly filled with a whistling wind. "Remember the promise you just made." Yang Kai's expression didn't change and his heart didn't skip a beat, lightly reminding him. Hu Jiao Air's astonishing aura suddenly shrank. She was so angry that her whole body trembled, but she couldn't do anything. She clenched her teeth so hard that they almost broke. After a long time, she angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Bullshit!" For a girl to burst out with such vulgar words, one could imagine how angry Hu Jiao Air was. This stinking brat should be hacked into pieces. He actually said that one side of her butt was big and the other side was small. Was this something a man should say? How was one side big and one side small? It was clearly very well proportioned, okay? Stinking brat, I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word death. Chapter 58. Knowing that Hu Jiao Air was angry, Yang Kai quickly comforted her. "Miss, you don't have to worry about it. In fact, if you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be able to see it." Hu Jiao Air's face turned cold as she looked at Yang Kai with a murderous look. "In other words, you just looked carefully?" Yang Kai couldn't help but cough a few times and said with some embarrassment, "Yes, I looked a few more times." "You can't blame me. You were the one who stuck out your butt towards me. Do you think I didn't see it?" Yang Kai felt wronged in his heart. With these doubts, if I still couldn't see that Miss and Hu Mei Air were two different people, then I would have wasted my pair of eyes. Yang Kai smiled faintly. After Hu Jiao Air's anger, she carefully thought about it and couldn't help but be shocked. She found that this man named Yang Kai had unparalleled insight. From entering the room to exposing her, it only took half a cup of tea's time for him to see so many suspicious points. This kind of ability wasn't something that everyone had. Moreover, she had personally tried to seduce him, but he didn't succeed. This person's willpower and character were also quite good. He wouldn't be moved by beauty, he was a man with a strong heart. A person. Although he was young and his strength was weak, it couldn't be denied that he was a person. Thinking of this, Hu Jiao rolled her eyes and winked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai, right? In view of the fact that you just offended me, now this miss will give you two choices. What choices? Yang Kai asked. The first choice, whichever hand that touched me, that hand will be cut off. Whichever eye that looked at me, that eye will be gouged out. If so, I will forgive you for your previous offense. Hu Jiao said these words with a smile on her face. Her tone was gentle as if she was a wife whispering to her husband, but there was an inhumane cruelty and bloodthirstiness in her words. Yang Kai shook his head. I'll listen to the second choice. Smart. Hu Jiao smiled. The second option is to leave High Heaven Pavilion and join my blood group. I will report to my father and let him give you the position of squad leader. As far as I know, in High Heaven Pavilion, you're just a trial disciple of the lowest level, bullied and humiliated, and you don't have any good cultivation resources. But if you come to blood group, you'll be treated 100 times better than in High Heaven Pavilion. How about it? Aren't my conditions generous? Is there any other choice? No more. Then I won't choose any of them. Yang Kai secretly circulated his true Yang secret art as he vigilantly looked at Hu Jiao. You want to force me to make a move? Hu Jiao sneered. I don't think the young lady will really fight. This is not the blood group. Once the slightest trace of a battle is spread out, the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples will also come to investigate. At that time the young lady will also be in trouble. A trivial trial disciple, if I kill him then I kill him. What can High Heaven Pavilion do to me? At most I'll just go with some things. I'm sure they won't care if you live or die. If the young lady really wanted to kill me, then you wouldn't have talked so much nonsense with me. Yang Kai looked calm and composed, but in fact he was nervous. After all, a woman's heart was like a needle in the ocean. Who knows what she was thinking in the end? He now regretted speaking the truth. A woman's words really couldn't be trusted, especially a beautiful woman. His experience was still too little. Moreover, I have already said that I will use my most precious blood coagulation cream to heal your wounds, so please don't mind me offending you again. Kai Yang tried to persuade her with reason and with emotion. A bottle of blood coagulation cream is enough to compensate for my loss? To me? Hu Jiao was angry. She wanted to say that he had already hugged her, touched her, but when the words reached her mouth she couldn't say it. Her loss was too big. How could a bottle of medicine make up for it? If you want to say it like that, then I can't do anything. In fact, you know what happened just now, you were the one who took the initiative. These words were like adding oil to the fire. Hu Jiao was ashamed and angry. Just as she was about to hit him, she turned her head and looked at the place where Hu Mei was imprisoned. Seeing Hu Mei anxiously shouting from inside, she couldn't help but soften. Her anger gradually dissipated. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Forget it, this time I won't argue with you." Yang Kai couldn't help but let out a long breath. "Young lady, please forgive me." Hu Jiao chuckled. "Actually, what you just said was correct, but you were wrong about one thing." "What is it?" Yang Kai asked. Hu Jiao didn't immediately answer. Instead, she waved her hand and the imprisoned Hu Mei gradually appeared. Yang Kai was shocked. Although he knew that this woman's strength was very high, he didn't expect it to be to this extent. With a wave of her hand, a person quietly appeared. This was clearly something that an expert of Yuan Qi realm or higher could do. Hu Mei was freed. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Yang Kai and her face relaxed. Just now she was really nervous to death. She was afraid that her sister would kill Yang Kai in a fit of anger. Looking at her sister again, Hu Mei couldn't help but laugh. She remembered the words that Yang Kai just said. Heavens, there was actually a man in this world who dared to say such things to her sister. Moreover, after saying it, he was actually unharmed. Sister. As soon as Hu Mei came out, she threw herself at Hu Jiao's side and acted like a spoiled child. "Don't be angry, this time you can't blame him." "I didn't say that I blame him." Hu Jiao was still angry. She turned her head and looked at Yang Kai. "I said that you were wrong about one thing, and that is that Hu Mei and I are not twins." "Not twins?" Yang Kai was surprised. Looking carefully, the two women in front of him were exactly the same. There was no difference. If Yang Kai were to identify them the next time they met, he definitely wouldn't be able to tell who was who. "No, I am a few years older than Hu Mei." Hu Jiao smiled slightly. Seeing Yang Kai's surprised expression, she couldn't help but feel a little better. Sure enough, this is a boundless world, nothing is too strange. Yang Kai sighed. Although they were sisters, they were born a few years apart and yet they could grow up to such an extent. In this world they were probably the only ones. You don't know me? Hu Jiao was slightly puzzled. She was one of the younger generation of the blood group. Her reputation was illustrious. How could this person not know her? I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. He seemed to be very ignorant and inexperienced. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Hu Jiao could only believe him. Naturally, she didn't know what Yang Kai had been through these past few years. He was practically isolated from the world and never communicated with others. Why are you looking for me today? Hu Mei turned her head and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai told her the purpose of this trip. Hu Mei looked at her sister and asked for her opinion. The latter waved her hand and said, "Go, but don't cause trouble in the mine." "Thank you." Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh in relief. "Let's go, I will take you there. The mine is not very far from here." Hu Mei seemed to be in a good mood. Her face was radiant as she led the way. After Yang Kai and Hu Mei left, Hu Jiao slowly got up. Her two jade hands stroked her round buttocks. After a while, she muttered to herself, "How is one side bigger and one side smaller? They are clearly the same. This stinking brat is spouting nonsense. He's too despicable." Chapter 59. Leaving the bustling Black Wind trade, under Hu Mei's lead, the two of them headed north of Black Wind Forest. Hu Mei seemed to be somewhat happy, her pair of charming eyes filled with joy, her cheeks flushed red. "About that day I'm sorry." Yang Kai suddenly apologized. The words he said that day were indeed a bit too much, and now he came to ask for help. It was a bit of a double-edged sword. Hu Mei pursed her lips and smiled. "It's okay, you didn't scold me. These past few years I've heard worse words, but didn't I still survive?" "You don't hate me?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Why would I hate you?" Hu Mei smiled and suddenly said, "Actually, I did hate you, but one of your actions made me unable to hate you." "What actions?" "Haha, that day when Qing Xiaofeng and Nu Tao suddenly appeared, you stood in front of me. Maybe it was an unconscious action, but it was the first time in these past few years that someone sincerely wanted to protect me." "I don't remember. But it wasn't easy for you." Yang Kai sighed. A good girl actually willingly destroyed her own reputation just to help the blood group find more men. Although her intentions were not good, it was still a filial piety. Haha. Hu Mei laughed. "It wasn't easy, don't you know that acting is a woman's instinct?" "Haha, I haven't had much contact with women." "Really?" Hu Mei's eyes lit up. "And so these past few days I've been taken advantage of by you two sisters?" Yang Kai said in a deadpan manner. Hu Mei glanced at him angrily. "You're so mean. Luckily my sister wasn't here. If she was, I'll definitely beat you up." "Your sister? Yuan Qi Realm First Level?" Hu Mei replied with some pride. "Amazing." Yang Kai praised. Su Yan was Yuan Qi Realm Third Level. Hu Mei's sister was a bit weaker than Su Yan, but not by much. When Hu Mei mentioned her older sister, she remembered what Yang Kai had said. For a moment, she was convulsing with laughter, unable to close her mouth. Yang Kai was speechless. He could only stand there and wait for her to catch her breath. After laughing for a long while, Hu Mei gradually regained her breath. With a smile on her face, she said, "I've discovered that you're quite daring. There has never been a man who dared to say that to Big Sister. That part of her. Is it true that one side is bigger than the other? Maybe it's because of the clothes she's wearing. Tell her not to worry about it later." Yang Kai chuckled. "What about mine? Are they really well proportioned?" Hu Mei's face was bashful as she boldly asked. "Not only is it well proportioned, but it's also round and perky." Yang Kai nodded. "You have a good figure, so you don't have to undervalue yourself." Hu Mei immediately felt a little overwhelmed. This kind of straightforward praise without any ulterior motives was probably the best thing she had heard in all these years. For a moment he was secretly delighted. "How long before we arrive?" Yang Kai didn't want to delve into this topic, so he opened his mouth and asked. "We still have to walk for an hour. Although that place can be considered as Black Wind Forest, it is already the center of Black Wind Forest." Hu Mei explained. There is an underground mineral vein that was discovered by our blood group a few years ago. Since then we have stationed people there to mine it. The things produced there are very strange. How strange? Yang Kai asked. There are only two types of stones there. One is the Yang Inflammation Stone that you bought, and the other is the Yin Yuan Stone. Don't you think it's strange? These two types of stones are opposite to each other, but they can be produced together in that mineral vein. I don't know what is going on. This is really strange. Yang Kai was slightly moved. The Yang Inflammation Stone contains Yang energy, while the Yin Yuan Stone contains Yin energy. They are opposite attributes. Under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for them to be produced together. The experts of the gang also feel that there is something wrong with the mine, but after investigating and mining for several years, they didn't find anything special. However, because of this mine, our gang has earned a lot of money. Humayer didn't seem to treat Yang Kai as an outsider, so she said what she thought. This is your blood group's good fortune. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Humayer hummed and suddenly became silent. After walking for a while, she opened her mouth and said, "Actually, today can be considered a coincidence. If you missed today, even if you wanted to find me, you wouldn't be able to find me. This is also your good fortune." Where are you going? Yang Kai understood the meaning behind her words. I'm not going anywhere. Humayer shook her head. While explaining, she secretly looked at Yang Kai's expression. After being lectured by you last time, I suddenly felt that my methods these past few years were wrong. Relying on those despicable methods to win people over, they don't care about blood group, but me. I can't give them what they want, so naturally they won't really work for the gang. Therefore, I decided to go into seclusion to cultivate. When I am strong, I can also share the burden of father just like sister. You can think like this, it is a good thing. Yang Kai nodded. Humayer's expression couldn't help but be disappointed. She found that Yang Kai's expression was very calm from beginning to end, and didn't have any mood swings because of her words. Feeling slightly bitter, Humayer didn't have the mood to talk, and only continued to lead the way. Since she didn't speak, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't say anything. After walking for more than an hour, the two of them arrived at the blood group's mine. This was the center of Black Wind Forest, and in front of them was the blood group's mine. On the ground, there were some houses for the disciples to live and rest. Because the ore vein was underground, when Yang Kai and Humayer arrived, they didn't see the mine as lively. Only the ground had a large hole that led directly to the ground. Even from 1,000 feet away, Kai Yang could feel the Yang origin seal on his chest giving off a strong reaction. It was the reaction of the underground bright Yang stone. With the growth of his strength, the range of Yang Qi that the Yang Inflammation Stone could sense also increased, but the increase was not too much. The arrival of the two of them attracted the attention of the blood group's disciples on the ground. An old man suddenly descended from the sky and blocked in front of Yang Kai and Humayer. He cupped his fist and said, "Miss?" Grandpa Long, Humayer affectionately called out and pulled Yang Kai to introduce him. "This is our gang's vice leader, Grandpa Long Zai Tian." Yang Kai hurriedly saluted, "Greetings, Senior Long." Long Zai Tian looked at Yang Kai with contempt and didn't pay attention to him. With his immortal ascension boundary strength and blood group's vice leader's position, why would he need to pay attention to Yang Kai, this small trash? Another gigolo who lived off a woman. Long Zai Tian especially despised people like Yang Kai. If it weren't for Humayer's face, he would have directly slapped Yang Kai to death. "Miss, what are you doing in the mine?" Long Zai Tian stroked his white beard and asked kindly, "This place is dirty and hot, it's not a place you can come. Quickly go back or else your father will scold me." "No, father, I don't dare to scold you. You are a senior member of the gang for 3 generations, father will only respect you." Humayer acted like a spoiled child. Long Zai Tian's face immediately showed an expression of enjoyment. "Grandpa Long, my friend came to the mine to find a few disciples to buy some things. Can you give us some convenience and let us in?" Humayer said. To be continued. Chapter 60. Enter the mine? Long Zai Tian's face instantly fell as he vigilantly sized up Yang Kai and said, "He's not a disciple of the faction, right?" Yang Kai stepped forward and respectfully said, I am a disciple of Sky Tower Pavilion. It's not that the faction's disciples aren't allowed to enter. Long Zai Tian angrily glared at him and said with disdain, even the faction's disciples can't casually enter the mine, let alone an outsider like you. After he finished speaking, he bitterly turned his head to look at Hu Mei Er and said, Miss, how can you bring an outsider here? You're young and don't know the ways of the world. As the saying goes, it's hard to tell what's in a person's heart. You may know a person's face but not his heart. These past few years, because of this mine, our faction has earned a lot of money. Many people have been eyeing us with jealousy, especially those small fries who are trying to find out information about the mine. If it weren't for this old man overseeing this place all year round, who knows what kind of trouble would occur. Yang Kai's face sank. This old man was pointing at the mulberry and cursing the locust tree. Hu Mei Er sensed Yang Kai's unhappiness and quickly said, Grandpa Long, you've misunderstood. He didn't want to find out anything, he just wanted to buy something. Long Zai Tian sneered, buy something? How can you buy something here? This excuse is really interesting. Little brat, I don't care what your purpose is, scram for this old man. If you dare to appear here again, this old man won't be able to kill you. Yang Kai's stomach was filled with anger. This old man was too self-righteous. Although he was angry, Yang Kai knew that the difference in strength between them was too big. If they really fought, this old man would probably blow him to death with a single breath. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Yang Kai didn't say anything. If he were to clash with him now, the one who would suffer would be him. Coward. Long Zai Tian looked at Yang Kai and despised him even more. The true Yang Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's body uncontrollably surged as he angrily glared at Long Zai Tian. Sensing the change in the Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's body, Long Zai Tian flew into a rage. Impudent, you want to fight me? Then, for no reason at all, disregarding the difference in strength and seniority, he sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai. With this palm strike, Yang Kai found that he suddenly couldn't move. He could only stand there in a daze. This wasn't because he was scared but because his opponent had used some kind of method to imprison him. Yang Kai's expression greatly changed. He really didn't think that this old guy would actually be so shameless. He could feel Long Zai Tian's attitude towards him, but he couldn't understand why. Now that he suddenly wanted to kill him, Yang Kai was truly shocked to the point that his soul almost left his body. With the aura of death looming over him, the enormous pressure brought about by this immortal ascension boundary master caused Yang Kai's heartbeat to stop at this moment, and his breathing became even more labored. In this desperate situation, a strong will to survive spread throughout his body. Suddenly, a scalding heat spread out from his bones and quickly spread out. In the next moment, Yang Kai found that the power that was imprisoning him suddenly disappeared. In a hurry, Yang Kai used all the strength in his body and fiercely dodged to the side. Long Zai Tian casually sent out a palm strike. He thought that this High Heaven Pavilion disciple would directly die under his palm, but what he didn't expect was that his opponent actually dodged. How is this possible? Long Zai Tian frowned. How could an immortal ascension boundary master's imprisonment be broken by him? Because he didn't think of this point, Long Zai Tian's casual palm strike didn't work. Although Long Zai Tian's attack didn't hit Yang Kai, it still made him extremely embarrassed. His face instantly paled and his whole body was dripping with sweat. When he stood firm and looked at Long Zai Tian again, Yang Kai's eyes had a cold expression. If it was said that Yang Kai was just angry at Long Zai Tian's attitude towards him before, then now it was a deep hatred. The opponent didn't hide his intention to take his life, as if he wanted to casually pinch an ant to death. Long Zai Tian naturally understood this point. Although he didn't know why his imprisonment just now lost its effect, since he already had the intention to kill Yang Kai, how could he easily stop? In for a penny, in for a pound, he sent out another palm strike. At this time, Hu Mei Er woke up from her stupor and quickly dodged in front of Yang Kai. Glaring at Long Zai Tian, she hissed, Grandpa Long, he's my friend. What do you want to do? Those who attempt to inquire about the mining area will be killed without exception. This is the sect leader's order. Long Zai Tian deeply looked at Hu Mei Er, a trace of astonishment flashing through his eyes. In the past, Hu Mei Er had also frequently interacted with young men, but he had never seen her so desperately protect anyone. Towards the life or death of those young men, Hu Mei Er never cared. In other words, 8 out of 10 men who were provoked by her didn't have a good ending. But this time, she bravely stood in front of this High Heaven Pavilion disciple, and even used a fierce tone to question him. This was something that had never happened before. Long Zai Tian's eyes narrowed as if he was deep in thought, his killing intent becoming even stronger. Hu Mei Er blocked Yang Kai behind her, gnashing her teeth as she glared at Long Zai Tian, saying, "I already said my friend only came to buy some things, not to inquire about the mining area. Grandpa Long, do you not believe my words?" Seeing Hu Mei Er protect Yang Kai so strongly, Long Zai Tian couldn't continue to pester her endlessly, and could only say, "I don't dare." Young Miss words, this old man still believes them. Since that's the case, why do you still want to do this? This old man knows his wrongs and hopes young Miss will forgive him. Blood Group was different from Stormhouse and High Heaven Pavilion. This was a family power, and the Hu family was the master, so even if Long Zai Tian was the vice leader, he still had to give Hu Mei Er some face. But this old man still asks young Miss to forgive him. The mining area is a big matter, outsiders are not allowed to enter. After Long Zai Tian finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Hu Mei Er, looked at Yang Kai and coldly snorted before turning to leave. Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed the boiling blood in his chest, saying, "Old sir, please wait." Long Zai Tian impatiently turned his head, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Yang Kai, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Old sir, the current me is not your opponent." Yang Kai slowly walked in front of Hu Mei Er, looking at Long Zai Tian without fear. "So today's humiliation, I will bear it. But 5 years later, 10 years later, I will return this debt. I hope old sir can live until then." Yang Kai said very calmly but very seriously. Long Zai Tian's expression turned cold and immediately laughed. "Whether or not this old man can live until then, you don't need to worry, but I think you are destined to not live until then. Arrogant brat, be careful in the future." "I will." Long Zai Tian left, and Hu Mei Er looked at Yang Kai apologetically, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, I didn't know why Grandpa Long was like this. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have brought you here." "It's fine." Taking a deep breath, Kai Yang recalled the thrilling scene from a moment ago. He still had some lingering fear in his heart. If it wasn't for the unyielding golden skeleton at that critical moment, he feared that he would have already died. It was because of that boiling heat that he was able to break free from Long Zai Tian's imprisonment and escape death. Chapter 61. Why would Long Zai Tian target him? Yang Kai glanced at Hu Mei Er, whose eyes were full of regret and guilt. His heart faintly understood. Some things were not necessary to ask. Hu Mei Er was also an intelligent and quick-witted girl. Although Kai Yang had only glanced at her once, she was able to understand what he meant. Grandpa Long did not allow you to enter the mine. I also did not want to give him face. How about this? I will help you buy those seeds. You wait for me here for a while. Hu Mei Er said softly. Okay. Kai Yang knew that this was the only thing he could do, so he took out all of his valuables and told Hu Mei Er the names of the Blood Group disciples who had picked up the seedlings. He had already inquired about this matter from the stall owner in Black Wind Trade. Hu Mei Er entered the underground mine. Yang Kai's eyes swept the several rooms above ground. Long Zai Tian had entered one of the rooms. He could feel that there was a pair of eyes staring at him. Inside the room, an old man and a young man were standing by the window looking at Yang Kai's direction. The old man was Long Zai Tian, who had just attacked Yang Kai. The young man was about the same age as Yang Kai. He was Long Zai Tian's grandson, Long Hui. Long Hui coldly looked at Yang Kai. He said with some dissatisfaction, "Grandpa, why didn't you kill him?" Long Zai Tian coldly snorted, "Mei Er is protecting him. How do you want me to kill him?" "That's even more reason to kill him. I have never seen Sister Mei Er so attentive to a man. This brat and Mei Er's relationship is not bad. Leaving him alive is definitely a disaster. And I have never seen Mei Er protect anyone like this before. This time, for him, she even contradicted me. This is not normal." Long Zai Tian frowned. Long Hui was extremely jealous. "Mei Er is now in the mine. Grandpa, do you want to make a move again?" Long Zai Tian looked at Long Hui with some resentment. "Grandpa, making a move is not a problem. Killing him is also easy. But if because of his death, Mei Er will have resentment towards you, do you think it is worth it?" Long Hui was startled and shook his head. "It is not worth it. But do you want to let him and Mei Er develop like this? I cannot stand it." Long Zai Tian couldn't help but sigh. "Learn more from your big brother, see how he deals with the woman he likes. If you want mayor, you have to put in more effort. Grandfather can help you kill people, but I can't help you obtain a woman's heart, right? Hu Man has never had a son in his life, he only has Jiao Air and Mei Air, these two daughters. If you and your elder brother can capture both of them, then in the future the blood group will belong to my Long family. My Long family's 3 generations have worked hard for the blood group for decades. It's time to taste the taste of being a master. Hearing this, Long Hui felt his blood boil. He nodded and said, "It's my Long family's turn to be the master. Rest assured, grandfather, Mayor will not be able to escape. Big brother will definitely be able to capture Hu Jiao Air. And it's good that you have this ambition." Long Zai Tian smiled and nodded. Long Hui bitterly looked at Yang Kai in the distance, still somewhat restless. "Grandpa, then this person? Find your own chance. He's not that strong, you can handle him." "Yes." Long Hui smiled coldly. He couldn't make a move now, after all, Hu Mei Air would come out later, but since he was a disciple of the Sky Tower Pavilion, he couldn't escape. Yang Kai waited outside for a while before Hu Mei Air came out dripping with fragrant sweat. With a smile on her face, she stuffed 4 seeds into Yang Kai's hand. "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Since the blood group's miss wanted to buy something, how could the disciples dare not sell it?" "Thank you." Yang Kai carefully put the 4 seeds into his bosom. Standing in the same place for a long time, Yang Kai struggled to say, "You helped me once, I'll return the favor." Hu Mei Air looked at him strangely. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai waved his hand. "You follow me." Although Hu Mei Air didn't know what he wanted to do, she still obediently followed him. After walking for about 300 feet, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and lightly stamped his foot. "Remember where I am standing now. About 70 feet underground there should be some unusual things." Hu Mei Air's eyes widened, puzzled. "How do you know?" Yang Kai muttered, "I practice a type of martial skill. As long as there is yang attribute energy within a certain range, I can feel it. There is a yang attribute treasure here. The energy it emits is thousands of times purer than the yang inflammation stone." When he had first arrived here, Kai Yang had felt that this place was different from other places, but after considering it for a long time, he still decided to tell Hu Mei Air this news. Firstly, this was the blood group's territory, so even if he coveted it, he wouldn't be able to obtain it. Secondly, he really did want to repay Hu Mei Air's favor. Today, when she had helped him, Kai Yang had seen it all. "Ah." Hearing Yang Kai's words, Hu Mei Air was startled. "Do you believe me?" "I believe." Hu Mei Air answered very straightforwardly. This made Yang Kai feel a little moved. "Then it's fine." Yang Kai smiled. "Although I don't know what is below, this thing's value is definitely not low. Besides this, there seems to be something else, but I can't feel what it is. But I reckon that the secret hidden below is the root of the blood group's mining area, or it could be said that because of its existence, there is an underground mine here." Hu Mei Air couldn't help but be moved. If what Yang Kai said was true, then the secret below was absolutely important. "You are a smart girl, you should know what to do," Yang Kai solemnly said. "I understand." Hu Mei Air nodded repeatedly. "Well, let's go," Yang Kai said with a smile. Walking in the dense forest, Hu Mei Air and Yang Kai didn't speak again, only enjoying this moment of tranquility. Hu Mei Air was very happy because Yang Kai told her such important information. It was clear that his impression of her had greatly changed. She still remembered that last time he didn't give her any face, ordering her around. But this time was different, he was much gentler to her. "Let's part here." Yang Kai suddenly stopped his footsteps, causing Hu Mei Air to stare blankly. Unknowingly, the two of them had already arrived at the fork in the road. Time passed so quickly. Hu Mei Air was somewhat resentful. "Goodbye," Yang Kai said and hurriedly walked towards High Heaven Pavilion. What a free and easy man. Hu Mei Air smiled bitterly. "You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."